Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Circle of Trust by Nicholas Bella and Amy Nicole Walker. Narrated by Joel Leslie. Chapter 1. Lorcan Kennedy. The blood I relished drinking flowed down my throat in a luscious, orgasmic stream. The human who I fed on moaned in ecstasy as I gently sucked down his life fluid. Being a vampire was almost too easy. People gravitated towards us for the pleasure we could give them. But at our core, we were predators. And even though I may have had humans throwing themselves at my feet for a bite, I still enjoyed hunting every once in a while. Of course, killing was off limits per our treaty with the Institute, something I agreed with and made sure to implement. Where some vampires missed the days of old when killing was the cherry on top, the thrill of the hunt had always been enough to satisfy the predator in me, not the kill. I pulled back from my human before I took too much. The last thing I wanted was to have him too weak to go home on his own. I looked down at his face, his half-lidded eyes, and smiled. "Did you enjoy that?" I asked. I knew he did. His cock was hard as a rock, and it was pressed against my ass as I was straddling him. He wasn't quite my type, but if he was, I'd give him a go. The human gave me a goofy grin and nodded slowly. Yes, it was amazing. Bite me again, he begged. They always wanted you to drain them again, chasing the pleasure that used to come once in a lifetime in the old days. Mainly because humans rarely survived an encounter with a vampire. I had tracked him down after he left work. I wanted him to know I was following him to get his blood pumping from fear. It always made the blood taste so much better. He ran, and I chased him. He was running as fast as his human legs could take him, while I merely jogged. But with my speed, I caught up to him instantly. And that was after I gave him a 3-block lead. The hunt was fun. And when I bit into his flesh... ambrosia. As of right now, he knew there were things in the night that monster movies and nightmares were made of. I had two choices here. I could make him forget this ever happened, or I could leave my marks upon his neck to give him a little reminder of this taking place. I decided to go for the latter. I leaned closer, looking directly into his eyes to capture his attention so I could work my magic. You loved what just happened now, and you want more of it, don't you? He stared at me blankly and nodded. Yes. You will keep this a secret, but if you ever want to feel the pleasure you felt tonight again, come to Hypnotic. With that little message, I left him there, moving so fast it would simply look as if I disappeared to his human eyes. I climbed into the back of my Maserati, where Stefan was waiting to take me wherever I needed or wanted to go. Hypnotic, I said, giving my loyal servant the destination of my club and home. You know I could have fed you, Lorcan, Stefan said as he started the engine. I know. I looked at him. But you know I love variety. My blood tastes different when I eat different things. That gives you variety. I sighed. Are you feeling jealous? I fed on someone else. We've discussed this, Stefan. We are not lovers, nor will we ever be. You have your role in my life, and that is all. Now shut up and drive. He didn't say anything else, although I knew I'd pissed him off. He desired me sexually. I'd be blind if I didn't know it. Bored like the human tonight. He wasn't my type. Shit, I can't even remember the last time I met a man I wanted to fuck. D'Angelo, the honor, was probably the closest to someone tickling my fancy, but even he didn't really do it for me. Besides, it looked like he was all taken by the little Chinese-American cherub at his side. Their love was almost sickening in its intensity. Just being in the room with them for a short time, I could tell they shared the kind of love romance authors write about. At least the nasty business with that demon was over with. I didn't like being involved with that nonsense, especially knowing I had almost lost Stefan. I'm relieved I didn't. I may not love Stefan as he wants me to, but I did have feelings for him. Not to mention, I depended on him. We were about 10 minutes away from my club when my cell phone started ringing. The number, face, and name on my screen revealed my second-in-command, Alex. I answered. "What's up?" I asked. "I found another one. This time I got here before the cops did," Alex said. I groaned. It was days like this that being a regent was a pain in the ass. This was the second dead vampire in 2 weeks, and I didn't like shit like that going down on my watch. "Where are you?" "I'm on my way." Alex gave me his location, and I gave the directions to Stefan. "Looks like he was taken out by the same weapon, too." A blessed weapon, one synonymous with the honors of the Institute. The first time I found a dead vampire, I contacted my liaison with the Chaucer Institute, and he swore up and down they didn't issue a contract on any vampires. Normally they wouldn't have to, because I kept the vampires in my regency under control. No killing, and no turning humans without my permission. I followed the rules to a T, because I didn't have time for bullshit drama. What I was going through now was bullshit drama. With this second vampire being killed by a blessed weapon, it could mean there was a rogue hunter out there. Or someone who found a blessed weapon and wanted to put an end to vampires. Either way, I wasn't going to let it continue. "I'm on my way," I said, before hanging up. Stefan pulled up to the location, and I climbed out of my car and walked over to Alex, who was examining the half-naked body of a shriveled vampire. The only things he was wearing were a pair of jeans and a watch. His skin was black and dried out from the power of a blessed weapon, sucking the life source out of him, leaving a husk behind. His veins looked like ropes underneath the black, wrinkly skin. It was a ghastly sight, and I knew his death had been incredibly painful. I hated those fucking weapons, because they were so lethal. You get stabbed in the heart with one, and it's over for you. I was pretty sure it was the same weapon. It certainly left the same wound. Therefore, the same murderer. "I wonder what happened to his shirt and shoes," I said, noting the little bit of clothing the corpse still wore. "I was wondering the same thing. He might have just come from a club, but it still doesn't explain what happened to his shoes. Maybe he just ran out of the house and that's all he had on. The first victim was half-dressed too, only had some pants on. He also had a wallet, but it had been emptied," Alex said. "We need to find this killer." I was curious as to who would be so bold. A rogue hunter, maybe. The only hunter I knew rumored to have a grudge against vampires was D'Angelo's partner, Christian Wolf. I'm sure they all had a bias, but his stood out more because of what happened to his family. As for Christian and D'Angelo, both had been kicked out of the Institute, which makes them rogues of a sort, I decided to give D'Angelo a call to see if he knew what his partner was up to. "Lorcan, why are you calling?" D'Angelo asked upon answering. It was nice to hear he was back to his usual asshole self. Hunters were an arrogant bunch, in my opinion. They felt that because they were blessed by God in some way, it made them better than any other being. Maybe it did, but I wasn't about to let anyone, hunter or otherwise, talk down to me. I was his elder after all. "I see you're in your usual form, so I'm going to get right to the point. I have a second dead vampire in 2 weeks, lying at my feet in a dank alley. He was killed by what looks like a blessed weapon. Know anything about that?" There was a pause, but he finally answered. "I don't, but what are you implying?" "Well, your partner, what's he been up to lately? It's rumored that he doesn't really like our kind." "So? Only people who do are fools who think it's trendy to be feed bags for blood-sucking monsters," D'Angelo said. "Well, that was rude. And after I helped you." Fucking hunters. "Hey, it's the truth." "Monster is your word, not ours," I said. I didn't appreciate being referred to as one, either. Best I let him know. "Don't ever call me that again." "Fair enough. I won't call you a monster. But to answer your question, we didn't have anything to do with your dead vampires." "You're speaking for Christian too? How can you account for what he's doing when you've got your cock in your boy toy?" I can be rude too. "I know Christian. He wouldn't be out there killing vampires who didn't have it coming. Maybe they had it coming." "If they did, treaty dictates you share intel with us. Breaking the rules, are we?" "I'll talk to him, but I'm sure he has nothing to do with your vampire problem. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm on my honeymoon. You know what? Better yet, why don't you ask Christian yourself? He's at our store, things from the past. Don't bother me. I want to enjoy my honeymoon without monster bullshit." His honeymoon, eh? How nice for him. Whatever. Fine. I hung up first because I refused to be the one he hung up on. Looked like I was going to be paying Christian a visit. I really didn't know anything about him, since we'd never met. However, if he was behind these killings, I was going to put him down personally. I looked at Alex. D'Angelo claims that he and his partner have nothing to do with these murders, but I'm not too willing to believe him. He may not have anything to do with it, but Christian is a different story. He's been known to take missions from other hunters if a vampire is involved, wanting to kill the rogue vampire first. That makes him a suspect in my eyes. Alex was leaning against the brick wall of some store, arms crossed over his chest. "So, what do you want to do?" "I'm going to visit their crappy little antique store, introduce myself to Christian, and ask him a few questions," I said. I motioned to the corpse. "Get rid of this, and see if you can find out who this was. His body is too damaged for me to tell if he's one of ours." Leave me with the easy task," he teased. I cocked an eyebrow. "Would you rather deal with the hunter?" He made a disgusted face. "Easy task it is. You can do that dreadful work." I thought so. I turned and walked back to my car and told Stefan to drive me to D'Angelo and Christian's store, which, I am told, is also their home. I only have ever contacted D'Angelo. I knew he had no love for my kind, or any being not human. But he was honest. He played by the rules, and was trustworthy, from what I could gather. I also knew of the honor the Institute sent to monitor my city on an official basis, as D'Angelo and Christian weren't official honors as far as the Institute was concerned. I'd only ever met the honor once, when he introduced himself as Bryson Witt, which was par for the course with the treaty. If I had my way, I'd be done with honors altogether. Stefan pulled up in front of Things from the Past, which was sealed off by steel shutters as it was closed. Of course, he wasn't going to stop me from ringing the bell. I looked up in the corner to see a small camera pointed directly at me. Though it wasn't the only security measure I was impressed with. I could feel the buzzing sensation of their wards, magical protection measures put in place to keep beings like myself out. I wondered what would happen if I broke through. Would I combust into a pile of ash? Or would I just be rendered weak and sick? Various wards did different things to their intended targets. Either way, I didn't want to find out. A few minutes later, the steel shutter over the door began to rise, revealing a pretty female on the opposite side with rainbow-colored hair. She looked me up and down. I could tell by the way her eyes traveled over my body she appreciated the view. Our eyes met, and she smirked.
Yeah, you're handsome, but don't get it twisted. You're not my type.
So, that was her greeting. Interesting. I'm glad we got that out of the way. I would have lost sleep over it otherwise. Now, down to business. Is Christian here? I asked.
Maybe he is. Maybe he isn't. Who's asking?
She had her hand on her hip now, showing off her sass. Tell him Lorcan Kennedy is here to speak with him. When I mentioned my name, I saw her eyes widen just a little. Seemed like she'd heard about me and knew exactly who I was.
You're the vampire regent.
I nodded. I am, and I have business to discuss with him. She coughed to clear her throat.
Well, he's not here right now, but I can totally take a message. He'll get it when he gets back.
If you will tell him to contact me, that will be enough. She nodded.
Okay, I will. Does he have your number?
He can contact my club. Hypnotic.
I'll let him know. What's this regarding?
That will be all, I said, then turned and walked back to my car where Stefan was waiting. He closed the door behind me, then sat behind the wheel. We were off in no time, heading back to my club. The night was still young, but I had some telephone calls to make. I hoped Alex could get me the information on the dead vampires soon, so I could start tracking down leads. Some may think immortality was boring, but not me. I loved life, and life everlasting was the best. However, times like this put a damper on my fun. That's for sure. Chapter 2. Christian Wolf. You've got to be kidding me. I mumbled under my breath after looking at the vacant-eyed tweaker in the back of my favorite bodega near our compound. Being able to read people's darkest secrets with one glance was both a blessing and a curse. As I stood in the candy aisle of the Quick Pick Mart, I had to wonder if knowing the strung-out junkie was about to rob the store at gunpoint was going to save me or be my downfall. To the casual observer, it would have looked like I was having a tough time choosing a treat to fill my sweet tooth cravings, instead of biding my time before I made my move. Anyone who knew me would have seen it as a stalling tactic because I only had room in my life for one candy, Skittles. Yeah, I took a ribbing from the other Genesis Circle members for being a gay man who likes to taste the rainbow, but it didn't stop me from enjoying the finer things in life. There was only one person who stood in the way of me retreating to my room with a good book and my favorite treat. I had two choices to make. Sneak up and take him out before he could rob the store, or let him begin the process before I took him down. I knew things would get dicey if I allowed him to pull the gun out of his coat pocket, but I didn't want to risk knocking him out and looking like I had assaulted him on the store video. Could I make it look like an accident? Trip him? Without moving my head, I shifted my eyes to the right to see what the night clerk was doing, and saw that he was watching the junkie like a hawk. Hell, this store was robbed at least once a month, so he was probably used to spotting the risks. Of course, the bulky coat the tweaker wore on a mild September night was a big indicator that he was hiding something. The only thing that would have looked sketchier was if he wore one of those trench coats perverts always used to cover up their nudity until the time was right. It looked like the clerk was poised with his hand beneath the counter, ready to reach for something. It would be just my luck to get caught in the middle of a shootout between the two men. I glanced to the left where I knew the tweaker stood looking into the soda cooler, like he was trying to decide what carbonated beverage went best with his next high. What he was really doing was watching the clerk through the reflection in the glass door. God, how had our society come to this? He twitched nervously with his hands inside his coat, and I guessed that his rising tension meant he was about to make his move. As I suspected, he spun around and headed toward the front of the store. I waited for a few heartbeats after he passed me, so it wasn't obvious that I was trailing him. My heart stuttered to a stop when a woman carrying two small children dressed in pajamas rushed through the door. Both kids had puffy red eyes like they'd been crying excessively, and she looked frazzled and at the end of her rope.
"Did you have children's cold medicine?"
she asked. Her English was laced with both a heavy Hispanic accent and the rising panic over her kid's illness. The clerk shifted his focus to the woman, but the tweaker in front of me kept his eyes aimed at the cashier. I saw his resolve grow with every step he took toward the front of the store because his movements became quicker and more confident. He was already focused on shooting his veins full of poison. He didn't care who got hurt or killed in the process. The clerk shifted his eyes back to the approaching risk, and his eyes widened as the tweaker placed his hands inside his coat pockets.
"Sir,"
the woman said to the clerk,
"can you please help me?"
She sounded desperate, and my heart went out to her, but I needed to keep my attention on preventing us all from getting caught in the crossfire. I knew I had to act fast when I saw the clerk reach further beneath the counter. The tweaker saw it too, and his steps quickened. In my haste to grab a quick snack, I had rushed out of the house without grabbing any type of weapon. It was a mistake I'd never repeat again as long as I lived. I glanced around for anything useful, and my eyes landed on a family-size can of soup. Without thinking, I picked the can up and hurled it at the back of the junkie's head. It connected with a heavy thunk, and he collapsed into a boneless heap on the cracked linoleum floor. The woman screamed, causing her children to resume their crying. I held out my hands to let her know I wasn't going to hurt her. She stopped screaming and consoled her kids. "You're a hero," the clerk said, rounding the counter and walking over to stand over the prone man. "I pushed the alarm to alert the police just now," he said. "How did you know?" "The same way you did, I guess. I knew I'd have to embellish a little more when I gave my statement to the police. Sure, I just wanted to beat it out of there, but that would look suspicious to both the clerk and the cops. Fuck. God only knew how long it would take before I got back to the latest adventures of Cobra, the gay vigilante. Damn Vixen for getting me hooked on Nicholas Bella's books. I expected uniformed officers to arrive on the scene, but instead it was a tall, dark, and dashing police detective. He placed a hand on the woman's shoulder and spoke in a deep, soothing voice that had calmed the crying kids immediately. I couldn't hear what he said, but I caught enough to know he was speaking Spanish. "I was on my way home when the call came in," he told the clerk. "Are you okay, Hiram?" The detective walked over to the unconscious man lying on the floor and efficiently checked his breathing, radioed for an ambulance, and secured his hands, all in a matter of minutes. "I'm okay, Detective Vega. With as much money as I spend in here, I'd think you would call me by my first name," the detective teased. "I think I should be on your Christmas card mailing list, too." "I'm sorry, Miguel. I'm just nervous." The clerk shifted his attention to me and said, "He saved us." The detective's shrewd dark eyes landed on me and immediately perused me from head to toe. I could tell when his eyes met mine again that he liked what he saw. It was hard not to be flattered, but getting involved with a cop was a terrible idea. It did, however, remind me of how badly I needed to get laid. "And you are?" he asked me. "Christian Wolf," I answered, telling him only what he asked. I sure as fuck wasn't volunteering anything. "The same Christian Wolf who owns things from the past?" he inquired. "One and the same," I replied, tipping my head slightly to the right when I studied him closer. There was something about him that marked him as special. He wasn't a demon or any kind of monster as far as I could tell, but that didn't mean he was without skills. But was he a friend or foe? "I feel like I'm at a disadvantage here. I don't recall seeing you in my store, Detective Vega. I was just there last week, buying a clock for my mother. A pretty woman with long red hair helped me out. I think her name was Marie?" "Megan," I corrected. He nodded his head. "Oh, yes, that's it. Anyway, your name is listed as the proprietor on the business card she handed me." That all sounded legit. Maggie, as we called her, did sell an antique clock the previous week. I rarely worked the store, and I didn't study security footage unless it was warranted. I would give him the benefit of the doubt until I had reason to believe otherwise. "Tell me what happened here," Detective Vega said. The clerk and the woman both began talking over one another as they started to give their version of the story, but the detective held his arm up to stop them. "I want to hear what the hero has to say first." Hero. I was no one's hero. I could tell by his behavior something bad was about to happen. He looked like he was strung out on drugs and looking for his next fix. He kept watching the clerk and patting his right pocket like he was assuring himself that a weapon was inside. "Man," I said, rubbing the back of my neck like I was unsure. "I'll feel bad if I was wrong, because he's going to have one hell of a headache." As if on cue, the man on the ground began to moan as he started to come around. Detective Vega pulled a pair of black latex gloves out of his pocket and slid them on before he carefully searched the man's pockets. He pulled out a Glock and looked at me with a raised brow. I expected him to ask probing questions about the perp's behavior or anything else I witnessed, but instead he surprised me when he asked, "You knocked him out with a can?" I shrugged and said, "Hey, it worked for Crocodile Dundee." I sat in my car in the parking garage beneath a warehouse that housed our antique store on the first floor and our personal residence and demon/monster fighting headquarters on the second. This building, and its occupants inside it, used to be my greatest source of happiness. But lately it felt repressive. Or maybe depressing was the better adjective. The house was filled with happy couples who had found their mates, or happily ever after in the case of Jinx and Vixen. D'Angelo Kumar had been my best friend since we met at the Chasseur Institute when we were kids. We became warriors together, and one another's greatest ally in a world that didn't understand us, or in some cases won us. He stood beside me and kept me from giving in to the darkness that raged inside me after vampires killed my family when we were 15 years old. He was the one who said we needed to stop pretending and own up to who we truly were, even if it meant expulsion from the Institute or a lonely life of solitude. But D'Angelo wouldn't have a lonely existence. Against all odds, or maybe it was fate, he had found his mate in Angel. The chancellors had told us that homosexual institute members could never find a mate. It went against God's will, and the mark of a bravo inked on our chest with Christ's blood would never allow us to mate with other men. It was against the order, and we were doomed to a life of loneliness unless we found a woman and mated with her. The tattoo on my chest burned just then, as if to taunt me and remind me of my struggle with jealousy and bitterness. I loved Angelo, and I was truly happy for him, but was it wrong to want a piece of that happiness for myself? Was it wrong to long for something I didn't know I could ever have, until recently? My phone buzzed in the cup holder where I set it after I got inside the car. Picking it up, I saw a message from Vixen. "You okay?" Instead of responding, I shook myself out of my depressing mood and went upstairs. I needed their light and happiness to act as the barrier against the darkness threatening to pull me under. I found the three girls giggling around the kitchen table with cups of hot chocolate. Maggie made the absolute best I'd ever had, and it was just the thing I needed since I forgot to buy my fucking Skittles in all the excitement at the bodega. "That must have been some Skittles run," Jinx said, waggling her eyebrows suggestively. "Oh, you can say that again." They listened raptly as I described in detail what went down. I might have embellished the story a bit to make it sound slightly more dangerous. Hey, I'm a dude. It's what we do. "Well, that's scary," Jinx said.
"It's a good thing you were there, Chris. That woman and her kids could have been killed."
"Fate," Maggie said.
"Luck had nothing to do with it."
I suspected she was right. "I met a recent customer in the process," I told them. "Detective Miguel Vega?"
"Oh, Detective Fuck Me."
Maggie's eyes rolled back in her head in pure delight as she recalled the man.
"That good, huh?"
Vixen asked. "Oh, hell yeah," I said, backing up Maggie, who gave me a fist bump across the table. Surrounded by the laughter and chatter of my best girls, I could feel the old me trying to resurface.
"You weren't the only one who had an exciting night,"
Vixen said.
"We had a visitor."
"Who?" I asked.
"Lorcan Kennedy,"
she replied. Just like that, my good mood snapped like a twig. Fucking blood-sucking vampire. "You didn't lower the wards and let him in, did you?"
"Of course not,"
Vix scoffed.
"This is an amateur hour, Chris."
"What did he want?" A smile played on her face.
"You."
"Me?" I surely misunderstood her.
"He wants you to call on him at his club, Hypnotic."
A vampire showed up at our door and requested that I call him at his club. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
"No, he wanted to speak to you in person, but is willing to settle for a phone call."
I don't know what made me do it, but I didn't go into my office and call him. I got back in my car and drove across town to a vampire bar that represented everything I hated in the world. The line to get into the club stretched a city block, and there was no fucking way I was going to wait in it. I walked along the red velvet ropes until I reached a bouncer wearing an earpiece. "Tell Lorcan Kennedy that Christian Wolf is here to see him." "I'm not his personal assistant," the bald, beefy dude said. He must have outweighed me by a good 50 or 60 pounds, but I was much stronger than I looked. I wouldn't back away from a scuffle with him, but I didn't stupidly start fights when there was a better way to resolve the issue. "You're making a mistake, my friend," I said amicably. "Lorcan is going to be very angry if he finds out you didn't tell him I was here to see him. Have you seen him angry? It's a frightening sight. Those teeth?" I let my lie trail off without further comment. Hey, he didn't need to know I'd never seen the vampire before that night. The bouncer swallowed hard and spoke into his earpiece. He nodded as he listened to the instructions, then stepped aside for me to enter. "Stefan will meet you and take you to see Lorcan." "Great," I said with mock cheerfulness. Stefan was Lorcan's human day watcher, servant, and willing blood bag. I shivered at the thought of allowing a vampire's teeth to pierce my flesh and pull blood from my veins. People didn't just allow it to happen. They welcomed it and got off on it. No fucking way. The club was as opulent and over-the-top as I would have expected. My brain was bombarded with wave after wave of people's darkest secrets as they gave in to their desires. The only thoughts I couldn't read belonged to the vampires and their blood-linked servants, which added to my mistrust of the monsters and their sycophants. A dark-haired man straddled a male vampire's lap, grinding against the monster and offering him up a snack. I hope my husband doesn't find out I'm fucking a vamp. A young blonde woman fisted her hand in the hair of the vampire kneeling between her parted thighs, drinking from her femoral artery.
I can't afford to pay my rent now, but who the fuck cares? This feels so good. I'm not addicted, though. I can quit any time. I'll prove it, too. This'll be my last time, and I will walk away.
Keep telling yourself that, sweetheart, I said out loud to no one. Aw, I love it when you give me pet names, Stefan said from behind me. I was so caught up in the overwhelming tide of dark secrets and desires I didn't hear him approach. I wouldn't make that fucking mistake again. I put up my mental shield to block the distracting information from reaching my brain and ears so I could focus on my mission, even though I wasn't exactly sure what it was. Shut up and take me to your master, I demanded. God, you're an even bigger asshole than D'Angelo, Stefan said. You have no idea, I agreed. Follow me. Stefan led me to a private room on the second floor with a golden ornate door. Who did this vampire think he was? A king? His humble servant knocked once before he opened the door. I walked in and locked eyes with the most beautiful man I had ever seen. He had the chiseled bone structure of a god, coal-black hair with eyebrows to match, and the most hypnotic green eyes I'd ever seen. The name of his club was a completely accurate description of the man, monster, who owned it. What stood out the most were his luscious lips that curved into a wicked smile. His eyelids fluttered and closed for a few seconds, and I was able to focus on the rest of my surroundings. How had I missed the light-haired man kneeling between the vampire's spread legs, obviously giving him head? Oh, Jez, Lorcan said throatily, his voice heavily laced with passion and a surprisingly thick Hispanic accent. I returned my gaze to the vampires and found myself ensnared again. That smile spread even wider as his body tensed and he spilled his load inside the man's throat, never breaking eye contact with me until the last ripple of pleasure left his body. Only then did he cup the chin of the man kneeling before him. You have pleased me very much this night, Andrews. Thank you, master, the man said breathlessly. I live to please you. I rolled my eyes at the exchange. What kind of dumbass trusted himself to a vampire? You have permission to go upstairs and clean up, Lorcan said, pointing to the man's crotch. Thank you. When the guy stood and turned, I saw the obvious wet spot on the front of his pants. Lorcan didn't even bother tucking his dick away. He rested back against his chair with his dress shirt and pants open. His large cock was wet and still erect against his cut abdomen. He sighed in post-coital bliss, pulling my gaze back up to his eyes. I meet the big bad wolf at long last, the monster said. His voice was smooth and melodious, the kind that made you think of long, sex-filled nights. I wanted to be sickened by his display, but it wasn't disgust that burned in my guts. It was desire, so raw and fierce that it scared me. And I wasn't afraid of anything. Chapter 3. Lorcan. It was a good thing that I had just blown my load down Andrew's throat, because the male specimen standing before me was everything I'd been looking for. It was almost a cruel joke that he was a hunter with a grudge against my kind. I mean, damn. Tall, dark, and handsome, and I loved a man with facial hair, and this one wore it well. Perhaps I should put my cock up. I had left it exposed initially to seduce him, and maybe shock him. But now I was the one feeling a little hot under the collar. I reached down, tucking my cock back inside my pants. The last thing I wanted him to see was my erection, and for him to know he was the cause of it. God, would you look at those blue eyes? Jess, it was a cruel joke indeed that I should be so powerfully attracted to a man who hates me. Shit. I just needed to get this over with. I only wanted to touch base with you, Christian, regarding the murders of 2 vampires from my regency. I wanted to know if you knew anything about it, I asked. Christian snorted and cocked one of his perfectly arched eyebrows. Knew anything about it or had something to do with it? I shrugged. Either or, but only one of those answers will cause a problem between us. I warned. Can't say that I'm shedding any tears over vampires getting killed, but I didn't have anything to do with it. If that's true, you didn't have to come all the way here to tell me that. I know, but I wanted to look into the face of the vampire who was bold enough to come looking for me. Also, while I'm here, I wanted to say thank you for helping D'Angelo. He told me what you did for him. Christian said, and I was surprised to hear the gratitude coming from him. I like the world as it is. Having a demon like Astaroth take control of it would have been terrible for everyone. I rose from my chair and walked over to my bar, pouring myself a drink of blood and bourbon. Do you want to know the details of the murders? I asked, without turning to look at Christian. For one thing, he was really turning me the fuck on. I was also confused about the vibes I was getting off him. I knew he hated my kind, but I could have sworn he was giving me looks of desire. I didn't want to think I was reading into them more than I should, just because he was the first man I'd met in a long-ass time, whose body I wanted to climb like a tree and take root. I mean, I thought D'Angelo was prime man meat, and I might have given him a go if I was really horny. But Christian took the cake and smeared the icing all over his body, and he was taunting me to lick it off. Shit. I needed to stay focused, but it was hard as hell. It seemed like there were invisible strings in the room trying to pull me toward Christian. I've got to say, I've never felt an attraction this powerful before. It was almost unnerving, and I didn't scare easily. I don't care about the details, Christian snapped. His careless attitude helped bring my attention to the matter at hand, and not his lips that were molded by God himself. They were that perfect. Oh, I would think you would care about these details, I said. This time I did turn to face him as I took a sip of my drink. Then tell me. He crossed his arms over his muscular chest. I didn't need to see him naked to know he had muscles in all the right places, and probably a nice patch of hair to cover the skin that was so smooth. Shit, stay focused, Lorcan. The 2 vampires were killed by a blessed sword, one that you hunters carry. Well, at least now I see why you thought I had something to do with it. But I don't. If it's a rogue hunter, you need to contact the Institute, he said. I did, and they claim they never issued any assassinations of vampires. I downed the rest of my drink. I'm just giving you a friendly heads up. Protecting vampires is my sworn duty as regent. If I find this person who has killed 2 of my kind, I will kill them. I will not allow anyone to get in my way. Well, protecting humans is my sworn duty. If this is a rogue hunter, I will be the one to take care of him, not you. Christian countered. We'll see about that. If you want to challenge me on this, be my guest. Your job is to keep your vampires in line. Do not presume to tell me what my job is, Hunter. I snapped. Okay, handsome as fuck aside, he was starting to piss me off. The hard-on that had been growing in my pants just deflated a little as my temper rose. He held his hands up. Look, I didn't come here to fight. You look into who's killing vampires, and I'll look into the possibility of a rogue hunter. Fair enough? No, not fair enough. Well, that's what it's gonna be. You better hope you find him before I do. That's all I'm willing to consent to, I stated. You better hope I do find him first. I don't take kindly to vampires killing hunters. He warned. Get out, I said, nodding toward the door. He didn't say anything else before turning to leave. I could sense my nostrils flaring. I had been that incensed. Normally I kept my temper checked better around humans. What the hell was it about this particular human that had my emotions out of sorts? I didn't even feel like myself right now. All I knew was that even as I was arguing with him, I wanted to fuck him. God, did I want to fuck him. My erection, which had deflated ever so slightly, was returning to its former state. Stefan took a deep breath and exhaled. Well, he was something else. He was everything I heard him to be, and then some, I said, thinking about how absolutely delicious he was and how much I wanted to sink my fangs into his flesh, as well as other things. I glanced at Stefan, saw him look down, and knew he must have noticed the subtle signs of my attraction to Christian. Granted, I rarely showed others those signs, but I'm sure they were quite glaring to Stefan, who watched my every move when he was in the room with me. What if he was lying? Stefan asked. If he is, it won't matter. I plan on killing whomever is committing these crimes, if only to restore my reputation as regent. Call Alex. Tell him to come here. I want to see if he has any new information, I said, then began to dress in my suit for the evening. I always made an appearance in my club, even if it were for just an hour or two. Yes, Lorcan. Are you still hungry? Stefan implored. I was buttoning up my shirt when I turned to look at him and saw the lust in his eyes. He desired my bite because he knew he couldn't have the thing he desired most. Me. Well, truth be told, I was just one of his desires. He wanted my second-in-command the most. Just hearing Alex's voice over the phone seemed to do the same thing to Stefan that Christian had done to me. Cocks were a hard thing to control when they knew what you really wanted. I shook my head. My thirst is sated for now, Stefan. He nodded. All right. I'll get in contact with Alex. Jess, please do. With that, he pulled out his cell phone and left my private chambers. I did wonder why he desired me so when I knew he also had feelings for Alex. And unlike me, I had noticed on several occasions that Alex returned those feelings. Maybe it was all just out of habit, seeing as Stefan had been my servant for so many years. Perhaps I should find a new human servant. But Stefan's replacement would have to be quite worthy, as they have large shoes to fill. Not to mention, I prefer a B positive. I finished dressing and was about to head downstairs when my cell started ringing. I pulled it from my pocket and saw it was Alex, so I answered. Tell me what you have. Not much at the moment. I did track down the last place the newest vampire victim had visited before he died. The bartender at Hellfire said he left with a man, one who seemed to know he was in a demon bar and wasn't afraid of it. How would the bartender know if the human knew he was in a demon bar or not? It's not like Hellfire, uses the fear aversion words most demon bars use to keep humans out? I asked. According to the bartender, the man was claiming he was looking for dangerous elements, and that's why he was there. Now, whether or not he's just looking for a bar where humans get drunk and break out into fights, or actual demons and vampires, that's up for debate, Alex said. I still found that very interesting. Does he have footage of this man, or can he describe him? Unfortunately, Hellfire doesn't record what happens on the premises, but he did describe the man as young, mid-20s, the whole tall, dark, and handsome thing going on. Neatly trimmed beard, blue eyes, and black hair. About 6'3", with a muscular build. I listened to Alex give me a description that, since I had now seen him with my own eyes, completely fit the hunter who just left my home. I felt the rage build inside of me that I had let him go. If only I had this knowledge then, I would have forced him to his knees and pulled what I wanted from his mind with extreme prejudice. But what if it was just someone who also fit his description? I was never one to jump to conclusions. I needed more information. We need to figure out who this person is, and why the vampire he left with turned up there. Keep up the good work, Alex, and keep an eye out. If he returns to Hellfire, make sure the bartender gets in contact with us. I don't want him to leave before we can get there. I'm already on top of it, Alex said. Good. I'll keep an eye out for anyone fitting that description here at Hypnotic. Call me if you have anything else. Will do. I ended the call and left my private chambers. My club was alive and thriving with bodies grinding to loud music from dozens of speakers. My mouth watered as I smelled the blood pumping in their veins. Before my time, centuries ago, a place like this would have been a dangerous location for so many humans. Vampires would be able to gorge on their blood and take whatever they wanted for their pleasures. The treaty with the Chasseur Institute put an end to all of it. Not having to get rid of a lot of bodies was fine by me. As for my little dilemma, Christian Wolf just left my club. But if he is the one the bartender saw, I was going to meet him again. And next time he wouldn't be walking away from me. Finding Christian's photo would be easy. It's on his store's website along with D'Angelo's as proprietors. Best way to eliminate the Honor as a suspect would be to show the bartender Christian's photo. Like I said, I wanted to end this shit fast. I hated drama. Still, I was hoping that the person the bartender saw wasn't Christian. I could think of at least one thing I'd rather be doing to the Honor other than killing him.
Chapter 4. Christian.
Rough night?
I glanced over my shoulder at Vixen, then did a double-take. No matter how long I'd known Jinx and Vixen, their sudden and often drastic changes in hair color always caught me off guard.
What? You don't like it?
Vix asked, running her hand over the sassy scarlet color.
I think it suits me perfectly.
I do like it. It suited her fair skin, but it also triggered nightmares that ravaged my brain and made it impossible for me to sleep. Vix tipped her head to the side and studied me. I knew she saw the evidence of my exhaustion in the dark circles under my eyes and the stress lines framing my mouth.
Are you okay?
She asked softly. No. I could have lied, but she would have seen through it. What was the point of wasting time and energy on a lie I couldn't have faked if my life depended on it right then?
Do you want to talk about it?
No. I shook my head when she started to speak again. I knew what I was getting into when I entered that den of depravity, Vix. I knew what memories it would trigger, and while I hadn't been wrong, I still wasn't prepared for everything I saw. Unfortunately for me, the horror didn't disappear the second I opened my eyes.
It clung to my body like a bad omen. My nightmares came in fragmented pieces, interrupted each time I woke to escape them. And each time I fell back asleep, they picked right back up, but not exactly where I left off. It was like the sequence had been fast-forwarded a few frames. Each dream felt like a shattered, jagged piece of a puzzle that formed a horrific image when they were all put together. My dreams started off simple enough, but took a quick turn toward fuck me. I was back at Hypnotic, following Stefan to Lorcan's office just like the previous night. When Stefan opened the door, Lorcan sat in his chair with his pants open and his dick out, but Andrews nowhere in sight. The vampire smiled invitingly at me, and I walked to him as if under a spell. What was worse was the smile I felt spreading across my face as I made my way to him. Lorcan's green eyes gleamed with sexual tension and want as they raked over my body from head to toe. My dick grew hard beneath his lusty appraisal, and my heart raced faster with every step I took toward him. This can't be right. He's a monster. Stop smiling at him and stop thinking about how good that dick would taste in your mouth. Whatever part of me that hated the sight of the vampire's arousal was outshouted by the parts of me that didn't. I stopped when I reached him. Lorcan glanced at his dick, then back up at me. I dropped to my knees at his silent command, fisted his thick cock, and took it straight to the back of my throat. I wish I could say it was disgust that tightened my stomach, but it was unadulterated lust for a man. Monster. Joy rumbled out of Lorcan's throat in a sexy purr, and he parted his legs even more, granting me more access as I worked his meat in and out of my throat. The taste of him was familiar and delicious, not frightening and disgusting. I wanted more. Everything he had, and I wouldn't stop until he gave it to me. Lorcan ran a long finger along the vein in my neck, holding it over the pulse point that throbbed for him. I glanced up and looked at him, and was shocked by the hunger for my blood I saw in his eyes. The vampire fisted his hand in my hair, jerked me off his cock, and tilted my head to expose my neck for him. Mi corazón, Lorcan whispered huskily as he leaned over me. I had jackknifed to a sitting position as I came out of my dream. My heart raced, my body was covered in sweat, and my dick was hard as a spike. I'd deprived my body of physical pleasure for so long that it was willing to grasp onto anything or anyone for release. There was no fucking way I'd jerk off to memories or fantasies of that evil, smug bastard. The next time I dreamed, Lorcan and I were lying naked in an opulent bed that I just knew belonged to his fussy ass. I sure as hell didn't have a curtain-draped bed with matching sheets. I was on my back, and the vampire lay between my spread legs, working my cock in and out of his mouth. Stronger than the pleasure that pumped through my body was the desire to feel his fangs pierce my body. Fuck no! I roared when I came up out of that dream. There was no fucking way in hell I would ever want that monster to sink his fangs into me. The thought rattled me more than I was comfortable admitting and made it nearly impossible for me to fall back asleep. Eventually, my body's demand for rest was enough to overcome everything else. Instead of returning to Lorcan's bed, I was transported back in time to the night that changed my life forever. D'Angelo and I had returned from a ski trip to spend the Christmas holiday with my family. The house was just as I expected, completely decked out for the season. My mother was crazy about Christmas and decorated nearly every surface, but somehow managed to avoid making it look tacky. I knew something was wrong the minute I walked inside, even though the usual Christmas carols were playing on the stereo. An echo of something ugly lingered in the air, and I instinctively knew that my life was irrevocably changed before I found them all slaughtered. In my dream, I knew where to find my slain family, just as I knew that Frank Sinatra's version of Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas would be playing in the background. Except this time, Lorcan stood over their bodies with blood glistening on his fangs and smeared on his mouth. The smile he bestowed on me was the same one he gave me before I sucked his dick. Mi corazón, he whispered. There was no getting back to sleep after that one. I puked what little remnants of my dinner remained in my stomach and tried to distract myself by reading or watching Netflix, but nothing seemed to calm my mind. I finally threw back the covers and headed to the shower to get my day started.
Regardless, Jinx and I are here for you, Christian. There is absolutely nothing you can't tell us. We love you and D'Angelo like brothers.
Vixen said softly, rubbing my bicep with her tiny hand.
If I could cast a spell and take away your hurt, I'd do it.
Yeah, you'd probably end up giving me incurable erectile dysfunction instead, I joked, hoping to lighten the moment. Poking fun at her witching skills was a surefire way to distract her from my misery.
Well, I hadn't even thought of that until now.
She quirked a brow.
Be very careful what you eat or drink around here, buddy.
I kissed her temple and headed to the coffee pot, ignoring her wicked laughter when I took my first sip. My dick didn't shrivel, but my stomach clenched unhappily when the nasty brew hit it. Caffeine slammed into my brain like a locomotive collision, and my eyes twitched. I used to be the only one who could drink her potent potion, but even I couldn't handle it anymore. Had her skills worsened, or had her coffee burned through the protective lining in my stomach that made it possible for me to drink it? Fuck, I said. Maybe it's time I side with the others and we ban you from making coffee. I set the cup down on the counter and backed away from the coffee pot like it was a ticking bomb.
You guys are gonna miss me when I run away from home,
she said with a pout. As if I'd ever let that happen.
Where you go, I go,
Jinx said when she entered the room. She crossed to her girlfriend and kissed her on the lips. The two women became a permanent part of our team after we rescued them from a killer troll. No one was better with technology than Jinx, and Vixen inherited a slain witch's powers after she put her amulet around her neck. As wonderful as those skills were, their greatest gift was their unconditional love. Our jobs weren't easy, with the world literally on the line every single day. It created an extremely tense environment that would put a strain on the strongest friendships, even mine and D'Angelo's. Jinx and Vixen were the glue that held our motley crew together when Dee and I started to unravel. Our group had recently expanded with the addition of D'Angelo's mate, Angel, and his best friend Meggie. Each of them brought a different skill set to the team and made my life better, although I wasn't always good at showing it. Neither of you are going anywhere, I told them. We wouldn't want to do this without you. We couldn't do this without you, I amended.
You can be so sweet sometimes,
Jinx said. I saw the sadness in her eyes and knew I was the reason for it. My personality had been all over the place lately, and I hated that I was the one putting strain on our team.
Tell us what happened when you met up with Lorcan.
I told them everything that occurred the previous night, except for the blowjob the vampire received while I was there. I didn't want to think about it or the way it made me feel, let alone speak it aloud.
So now what?
Now I find the killer before he does, I told them. Jinx, I need you to do a little digging to see if there's any rumors of a rogue CI agent. Someone is using blessed weapons to kill the vampires, and you can't just walk into a Walmart and buy them.
You can probably order them on Amazon,
Vix told me.
Get them in 2 days if you're a Prime member.
Not even Amazon can get their hot hands on blessed weapons, I told her. Don't give them any ideas either.
What will you do?
Jinx asked. I'm going to make a few phone calls and see if I can loosen anyone's lips. As you mentioned, I still have some charm every now and again. My phone rang as I made my way to my office. Looking at the caller ID, I saw it was D'Angelo. I groaned out loud because I knew that one of the girls must have called him. They could have at least given me a warning. Dee, why the hell are you calling me when you have a beautiful man in your bed? So you think my husband is beautiful? Dee asked in a growly voice. Back down, Cujo, I said. Of course I think he's beautiful, I'm not blind. I don't think I like your attitude right now, Chris, D'Angelo said. Well, I don't like you calling to baby me after Jinx or Vixen called you. They didn't call me, and I'm not trying to baby you. If they didn't call you, who did? I questioned. I doubted that Meggie bothered D'Angelo or Angel on their honeymoon, which only left one person. Well, vampire. Lorcan, we both said at the same time. Why the hell did he call you on your honeymoon? I demanded to know. He didn't know I was on my honeymoon. It wasn't like we invited him to the wedding. Please tell me you know I didn't kill those vampires in cold blood, Dee. Of course I know that. I told Lorcan so when he called. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I know you have nothing to do with it. I'm pretty sure the vampire believes it now, I told my best friend. What do you mean? What happened? D'Angelo sounded more alert than he did when he first called.
What's wrong?
I heard Angel ask in a sleepy voice. Longing pierced my heart, not because I wanted Angel. I wanted my mate, the other half of my soul. I wanted what Dee had, but not the person he had it with. Nothing's wrong, Ansel, I heard Dee say softly. I'm just checking in with Christian.
Okay,
Ansel said.
Hi, Christian.
Tell him I said hello back. I waited for Dee to do it, then proceeded to tell Dee about Lorcan showing up at the shop and leaving a message for me. So you called him? No, I called on him at Hypnotic, I corrected. Dee sucked in a sharp breath. I wanted to look him in the eye so he could see that I was telling the truth. You went to a vampire bar, Dee asked in stunned disbelief. I won't back down from anything. You know this, Dee. What happened? I repeated the story I told the girls, but I didn't leave out the blowjob part with Dee. We basically challenged one another to find the vampire first. Do I need to come home, Chris? No fucking way, I said tersely. You only get one honeymoon, Dee. Enjoy your downtime with Angel. I have everything under control here. If you're sure. I am. Now hang up the phone, roll over, and wake your husband up properly. I disconnected the call before Dee had a chance to respond. I immediately dialed a number from memory, then entered my phone number after a series of beeps. There was no telling how long it would take my informant at Chaucer Institute to return my call. I hated like hell having to deal with anyone from the homophobic, lying sack-of-shit institute. But I didn't have a choice. I needed to stop a rogue hunter, which meant it would take one to find one. Chapter 5. Lorcan. I awakened with a start. For the first time, and I can't remember how long, I dreamed. And it was who I dreamed of that caused me so much confusion. Vampires don't usually dream, and the last one I had was a nightmare. But when I lay down to rest this morning, I had the most erotic and beautiful fantasy. My mind was filled with the sultry images of Christian Wolf running his fingers over my body as I lay beneath him, him thrusting against my body as my legs wrapped around his waist, my toes curled. My God, I felt a sensation flowing through me now that was akin to how humans must feel when their hearts raced. If I had fresh blood in my body right now, I'd surely be sporting an erection. I sat up and wiped my hand over my face as if to clear the image from my memory, but it wasn't going anywhere. Fuck! Why of all people in the world and at this time in my life did I dream of Christian? He was someone on my suspect list and one I would kill if found guilty. I couldn't let my attraction to him get in the way of my regent duties. I sighed heavily because this was some complicated shit I didn't need. On top of that, I had to stop a killer. The fucking bartender didn't recognize Christian's photo when I showed it to him last night. But he did have more info for me, so it wasn't a total loss. Turns out the guy that left with the vampire ended up dead himself the next night. Demon-related, it would seem. So not my business as they handled their own. Still, I'd be remiss if I hadn't contacted Damien to get the 411, as they say, on what went down. According to Damien, the human wanted to become a vampire. When the vampire refused, he tried to make a deal with a demon for immortality. That didn't work out so well for him, but after seeing his photos, he did look a little like Christian, but nowhere near as fuckable and lickable. But learning that put me back at square one with Christian, being a likely suspect only because I knew he hated my kind. A human killing vampires. Hunters from the Chaucer Institute were powerful and gifted with holy abilities, but when all was said and done, they were human. They smelled human, which was one of their greatest weapons. They could catch one of us off guard, thinking we were simply dealing with a weakling human, but then they sprung into action, using their remarkable strength and innate abilities to kill us. I had seen a few hunters in action, D'Angelo being one, through the memories of Stefan when I'd fed from him the day my home was attacked by hunters. Through Stefan's memories, I saw D'Angelo's quick reflexes and physical attributes. He was a highly skilled fighter, and I could only imagine Christian was of the same caliber. If he was the one killing vampires, I could see how he could do it. The vampires that were killed thus far, I was not familiar with, and I was still trying to track down who they were. Their age would also determine if they were masters or fledglings of masters. So far, I hadn't had any masters come to me to report their missing children, making my job more difficult. As it stood, these vampires were all unaccounted for. As regent, it was my duty to take account of all vampires under my authority. The sovereign had many regents under his command, each responsible for cities and townships in his territory. Chicago, known as Sector Dios, was my territory, and it was a huge one, the largest, actually, something that didn't sit too well with the older and more powerful regions. One of them could be setting me up so that I looked incompetent. It wouldn't be the first time I had to deal with jealousy in the ranks. My home being attacked by those hunters, of the amateur variety, was the result of one regent's envy and rage. But this was different. It was bold as fuck. Killing vampires in my territory is a direct affront to me and the sovereign. If I didn't get to the bottom of it, I could lose my territory. Or worse, my life. I climbed out of the bed and walked into my large and decadent bathroom to shower. My home was lavish, but not overly gaudy, at least not in my opinion. I liked marble, granite, leather, and suede. I liked colors, both natural and bright. Not being able to see the sun any longer, I enjoyed light colors in my surroundings. Only my club was dark, and that was for the atmosphere. My bathroom was cream and white. The marble floor was cream with gold veining. Tub, toilet, which I never used, and sinks were all white porcelain. The shower, it was a work of art, a real thing of beauty. It was crafted from the same marble as the floors. It was large enough to fit 4, had electronic temperature controls, and both a steam and rain for its spray setting. It was my favorite place to be, although I loved the tub, too. It was huge and deep, and could comfortably fit 2. Being wealthy had its perks, but my money came directly from the vampires in my regency who also ran businesses or worked. They had to pay me a tax, and I had to pay the sovereign a percentage of their tax. It was a system that kept vampires financially strong and therefore relevant when it came to power struggles among other preternatural beings. Demons had the most power and flaunted it frequently. I fucking hated demons. Arrogant, ruthless, and responsible for almost all other preternatural beings. It was rumored that a human made a deal with a demon many eons ago to exact revenge on a man who had scorned her. The demon granted her wish, and that was how the first vampire came into being. The man who had scorned her was a good person, one who would not give in to her advances, as he already had a love of his own. Turning him into a being that had to feed on the blood of humans to survive and be shunned from the sun, forced to live only at night, was her way of making him pay for rejecting her. He was the first of our kind, and through him others were created out of loneliness. Then they also created others, and now we had a legion of vampires all around the world. Like with anyone, vampires had their ups and downs. When I was younger, there were times I felt like I'd been cursed. But as I grew older, I learned to see the benefits of immortality, to indulge in the pleasures that it afforded. Feeding, for one thing, was quite the delight, and I got to do that as much as I desired. The power that came with being a vampire was exceptional, and seeing history unfold before your eyes, in my opinion, was more of a blessing than a curse. But then, there was the loneliness, the constant absence of someone special in your life. Sometimes that was hard to deal with. Humans get to experience meeting people, falling in love, getting married, and having a family. It's a circle of life for them, ever-changing and evolving. But for vampires, we are eternal. Nothing changes for us. If we find someone we want to spend time with, we can either let them spend their human years with us or convert them. But after converting them, forever becomes a long time to be with that person. For many vampires, they lived in the moment, fucking who they wanted, never looking for that special person. Me? I was different. Maybe it was because of the fire that burned within my being. But I liked the idea of love, of being with a special person forever. But I was taught long ago it was a life I was never to be allowed to have. Still, if I was going to fuck someone, they had to be the right person. To take the edge off, feeding quite often, and the occasional blowjob did the trick. I had one friend who scratched my itch from time to time, but it had been months since I'd found anyone I wanted in my bed. Not even him. However, there was something about Christian Wolf that ignited a feeling inside of me I hadn't felt since before I became a vampire. Was it kinship? Shit. I didn't need that in my life. Drama and complications. He was a hunter who detested vampires. He might also be a killer and one that I would have to put down. I needed to keep telling myself that to stay on track. I stood under the shower, enjoying the sensation of the warm water cascading down my body. I indulged and took my time bathing until the growling of my stomach reminded me of another urgency. I needed blood. I turned off the water and climbed out, grabbing a towel from the rack as I did. I continued toweling off as I walked toward my closet. I paused to look at myself in the full-length mirror. My body had been frozen in time, the scar on my pec still there from when I had protected my mother. My father passed when I was a teenager, leaving my mom a widow, poor and raising 3 children on her own. To many men she was an easy target, They didn't know my mom, and they didn't know me. We were fighters. When a man tried to possess my mother by force, I took the cut to my pec from his knife before I snatched it out of his hand and stabbed him in the gut with it. I was proud of that fucking scar. I tossed the towel and began picking up my clothes, and as I was doing so, my cell rang. I answered it without looking at the phone. Hello? My child. Damn, I really should have checked my caller ID. Jess, my sovereign. Have you found out anything new about the murders of the vampires in my territory? My sovereign and sire Nero asked. He was emperor of Rome many centuries ago, only 17 years old at the time. But that was his first taste of what he calls divinity. Thought to have died at the age of 30, he was reborn as a vampire, and now one of the most powerful and power-hungry vampires in existence. No, sire, but I am working on it most diligently. I wish to see you tonight, he said. Of course, I knew it was not a request, but a command. One I loathed because I knew what his intentions would be. He desired me, and being his subject and his child, I had to submit. He was not anyone I wanted to share my body with, and I never enjoyed it. Sex with Nero was not something I considered fun. It was a duty, like all my other duties. However, it was one of my most hated duties. If my sovereign would permit, my investigation may take many hours tonight, I said, hoping to avoid having to see him. I will only require one of those hours. See me now, he ordered. Yes, my liege, I am on my way, I said, wanting to get it over with. I will be expecting you very soon. He ended the call and I tossed my cell on the bed. I dressed quickly in a charcoal suit and a deep red satin shirt and tie, and then left my home, heading for his. Stefan was in the driver's seat, and I could tell he was concerned about me. His eyes kept darting from looking at me in the rearview mirror to the road before him. I sighed. What? Oh, nothing, Lorcan, he stammered. Why do you keep looking at me like that, then? He sighed, his shoulders easing as his tension released. I'm worried for you, and I know visiting the Sovereign isn't anything you enjoy. My face was that obvious, I see. It's not, but it's my duty. I had known Stefan since he was a child. When I'd first met him, he was trying to pick my pocket as an 11-year-old street urchin. You wouldn't know it by looking at him, but he was 87 years old. My blood aged extremely slowly, and because of our bond, he looked like he was 23. I trusted him with my life and quite a few of my secrets. He knew how much I hated having to submit to Nero. We remained silent as he drove me to the suburb where Nero resided, just outside of my district. It took less than 2 hours to get there. But they were 2 hours I could have been investigating the murders and tracking down who these vampire victims really were. I climbed out of the car and told Stefan to wait for me. The guards all knew who I was and allowed me inside without incident. I was led to where Nero was, and when I walked through the doors, the scent of blood and cum assaulted my nostrils and whetted my appetite. I was rather famished after all. I came right over and hadn't bothered to feed. Nero was on a sofa, a pretty woman beside him, with her wrists sealed to his mouth as he fed. His blue eyes were almost hidden behind his blonde curls, but he looked at me and beckoned for me to come closer. I did. He released the woman's wrist and licked the blood off his lips, then smiled. "Well, don't you look lovely?" he said, grinning. "I do try to look my best, sire," I said with a slight nod. "Have you fed?" I shook my head. "Not yet." He gave a sweeping gesture around the room. "I insist. I want your cock hard for me tonight." The words made me recoil, but I was skilled enough at hiding my true reactions from him. I only smiled and nodded. "Thank you, sire." I looked around and saw that the room was filled with men and women, making out while a quartet played classical music in the corner. There was also an artist there, painting the scene. I suppose Nero wanted this orgy captured. He fancied himself an artist too, and often indulged in all things creative. From what I knew of him historically, that was both his strength and downfall as a human. Regardless, I was hungry, so I walked toward the sofa where two men were making out, and took a seat between them. I had no interest in them sexually, but I would relish the blood in their veins. I grabbed one of the men by the back of his neck, and he tilted his head, giving himself to me. I sank my fangs into his soft, tender flesh and began feasting. He was moaning in pleasure as I drained his blood. Humans could die happy if we chose to kill them. They loved our bite. Once I took my fill from him, I turned and beat the other man, who also gave himself to me willingly. When I was satisfied, I released them both and found Nero was waiting for me on the other side of the room, where a bed of sorts was empty but covered with red satin sheets. He was lying on the fluffy pillows and patting the space beside him for me to take. I repressed the groan I wanted to release and rose from the sofa. When I reached him, he grabbed my arm, pulling me down on top of him. "You should visit me more often, child. The last time I saw you was last month," he complained. "My duties keep me busy, sire," I lied. I had plenty of time on my hands. I just didn't want to spend any of it with him. "You should make time for me, Lorcan." He kissed me, and I forced my body to remain relaxed as I kissed him back. His hands began to roam over my body, grabbing my ass, then coming around to grab my cock. He stopped kissing me and looked at me. "This won't do." He squeezed my limp flesh and frowned. "The blood you drank should have you more riled than this. This is disappointing, Lorcan." "My apologies, sire. My mind is preoccupied with the case," I said, which was only partially true. "Focus only on me right now," Nero demanded. I nodded and leaned forward, kissing him. I had to get my mind in the game. This was just another duty, one I couldn't avoid. I started to pull off my coat when my cell rang. Is that what people meant when they said "Saved by the Bell"? I broke the kiss and pulled my cell out of my pocket, but Nero grabbed my hand before I could answer it. "Later." "Sire, please. Vampires are dying. Not making this case a priority will only reflect badly on you, and I will not have that. I will not be a regent who can properly defend my sovereign's territory," I pleaded, playing to his need to be regarded as powerful. I may even go as far as to say omnipotent. It worked, because he let my hand go and made an offhand gesture. "Fine. Answer it." "Thank you, sire." I saw it was Alex contacting me, and I was praying he had something relevant to the case. Something that would give me an excuse I needed to avoid this particular duty. I answered him. "Yes, Alex." "Master, I just heard the body was discovered in an alley in the Ravenswood neighborhood. I'm all the way on the south side. I think you're closer, as Stefan told me you were visiting the Sovereign." He gave me the full address. Jess, I'm on my way, I said, then ended the call. I looked at Nero, and he was frowning, but I was going to use this as my escape. I am sorry, sire, but I must go. I need to get to this body first, I said, feigning disappointment and frustration. Yes, I suppose you must. Go. I nodded and used my vampire's speed to leave his mansion. I startled Stefan when I suddenly appeared in the back seat and told him to drive to the address Alex gave me. Let's go. He fumbled with his cell phone as he'd been reading a book while waiting for me to return. He put it back into his pocket and started the car. You scared the shit out of me. I snorted. You didn't hear me open and close the door? No. I was engrossed in my book and you moved too damn fast, Stefan stated, and I had to agree. I had hauled my ass out of my sire's home and prayed I didn't have to come back anytime soon. I was hoping this body was just one of a human, but I wouldn't know for sure until I got there and could see if he was a vampire or not. I called Alex back to get more information. When he answered, I asked him how he found out about the body. I was at Mary's bar on Halstead collecting taxes when she told me about a vampire employee that didn't show up for work for the past 3 nights. Then our contact in the police department dispatch contacted me, and only me, about a body found at the address I gave you. I'm all the way over here in the hundreds, and figured you'd want to get to the O'Shea's first anyway. I did, thank you. Did you get any information on the other 2 dead vampires yet? I asked. Not yet. Neither had any ID on them. Their shriveled and charred bodies are making it difficult to get finger or toe prints. I'm waiting on results from the teeth molds, Alex said. Did any regions contact you about any missing vampires? Not yet, and that's odd. I'm wondering if those vampires are even from Nero's sovereign territory. It's unusual for a vampire to go missing and not have anyone make any announcement about it. I said, Yeah, I'll keep you updated with whatever I discover, Alex said. Please do. I want to get to the bottom of this fast. Alex and I ended the call, and I sat quietly while Stefan drove. I was certain this night was about to get more interesting. Chapter 6. Christian. It's about fucking time you called me back, Bryson. I growled into the phone instead of a typical greeting. But then again, nothing about my association with Bryson was typical. I called you hours ago. I don't dance to your tune, Hunter, my informant from the Chaucer Institute said casually. Do you want to know what I found out or not? There was something different in Bryson's tone that caused the hair on the back of my neck to stand up. He sounded as arrogant as usual, but something more was there. A normal person probably wouldn't detect the subtle hesitation, but I picked up on it. Of course. What do you know? Not over the phone. We need to meet face to face. Since when? Then I realized why he'd been reluctant. Look, Bryson, I began. Not for that, arrogant ass, Bryson said, practically hissing in anger. Just meet me at O'Shea's Tavern. It's in Ravenswood. I know where it is, I replied. That bar is a little butch for you, isn't it? Meet me in the alley behind the bar. Come now, because this is a limited-time offer, Christian. I have other interested parties who'd love to learn this latest information, Bryson said. That last part piqued my curiosity. Other interested parties. I could think of only one. Lorcan. I just happened to be in the neighborhood having dinner at my favorite diner, I told him. I'll be there in just a few minutes. Wait, Christian, The phone disconnected before he could finish. I went on high alert because I knew full well that I didn't drop his call due to shitty service. My phone might have looked like the standard issue iPhone,
but Jinx enhanced its capabilities to do many things, and piggybacking off the satellites that military phones used was just one of them. If I could get a signal in the Suleiman Mountains of Afghanistan, then I could certainly conduct business in Chicago without dropping a call. Either Bryson had shitty service on the burner phone he used to communicate with me, or someone disconnected the call for him. The latter option was the most likely scenario and sent me into immediate high alert. I didn't signal my waitress over. I just dropped enough cash onto the table to cover the meal and tip. I relied on my training to remain calm and focused as I exited the restaurant and made my way toward the network of alleys that ran between the businesses in the revitalized neighborhood. Part of the restorations included improved exterior lighting on the businesses, which was great, unless you wanted to move through the alleys without being seen. I suppressed the urge to run, choosing to be cautious instead. Bryson was also trained by the Chasseur Institute and could handle himself in a fight. If he was being bested by someone with more skill than him, say a supernatural being, then me running headlong into the fray without a plan could likely result in my death. The closer I got to the rear of O'Shea's, the more I knew something was wrong. I could feel danger in every pore of my body and smell the fear in the air. I paused at the intersecting alleyways and peeked around the corner of a building to check out my rendezvous point, which was midway between me and the next alley that ran parallel to the one I stood in. The first thing I noticed was almost all the exterior lights were off, except for the one that hung over O'Shea's green awning. I knew fucking well that it was no accident, nor was the body lying just inside the circle of light. That body was left there to bait me, and I wouldn't fall for it. I pulled my short sword from the sheath on my back, concealed beneath my leather coat. I held the blessed weapon in front of me, heightened senses on full alert as I made my way cautiously to the body. Of course I wanted to give aid to whomever was left there, but I wouldn't be any good to them if I was dead too. No attack came, which puzzled me. What was the point of getting me here, if not to kill me? Then I saw the body and I knew. Fucking vampire. I snarled as I stood looking down at the corpse of a monster straight from my nightmares. Someone or something had stabbed the male vampire through the heart, with a blessed weapon not unlike my own. It was impossible for me to tell how long he'd been dead. Its veins, I refused to think of the monster as a man, were a stark black beneath the pale gray flesh, and the black substance around the wound and corner of his mouth resembled dried blood. I'd started cataloging other things about the body, like a lack of blood at the scene when I felt his presence. I'd only met Lorcan once, yet I still knew he was near. No sooner had the thought taken root, the vampire appeared in front of me in a flash of fury, disarming me embarrassingly fast and tossing my only defense against the vampire far away from my reach. "Tell me, Honor, will you try to deny killing this vampire, even though I caught you standing over his body?" Lorcan's beautiful green eyes darkened to nearly black with rage. "What lies will your beautiful lips tell now?" I opened my mouth to respond, but the vampire moved so fast it made me dizzy. Or maybe it was his arm wrapped around my neck like a steel noose, cutting off my airway that had me feeling off balance. I was fast and strong, but nothing compared to the vampire. I had to rely on other skills and my smarts, which were greatly impaired the longer I went without oxygen. I dropped my head forward slightly to get a little momentum, then slammed it backward into Lorcan's nose with a loud crunch. The vampire cursed sharply, and his arm around my neck loosened enough for me to grab his wrist with my left hand and spin out of his grasp. I used the brief upper hand I'd gained to press my right forearm against the vampire's throat and shove him up against the side of the brick building. He could have tossed me off without much effort, so I had to act fast and hope he would listen to reason. Lorcan's nose didn't look any worse for wear, but his watery eyes gave away the temporary discomfort I'd caused him. "Calm the fuck down," I said between gritted teeth. "I didn't kill the vampire. I came here to meet my informant. This was a setup." Lorcan sneered, obviously not buying a word I said, then drove his knee between my legs and racked my balls. I dropped to my hands and knees immediately, once again gasping for air and fighting the urge to puke at the same time. I kept waiting for the next blow to come, possibly a fatal one. But Lorcan just stood there, looking down at me. I stared at his expensive-looking leather shoes while my chest billowed in and out. Was he showing me mercy? Once I could breathe and was sure I wasn't going to spill my dinner, I raised my head and stared into the vampire's eyes. There was no mercy to be found there. His penetrative gaze said that he could have killed me, and had promised that I would beg him to do so by the time he was finished with me. Lorcan was the cat, and I was the mouse he would toy with before putting me out of my misery. He fisted his hand in my hair and yanked my head back as far as it would go without snapping my neck. "I've dreamt of you on your knees before me, Hunter, but I must say it was for far sexier reasons than ending your miserable existence. No one enters my territory and kills my vampires. No one." Well, Lorcan might win, but I would not give up without a fight. "I didn't do this." I wasn't pleading. I was stating facts. I followed it up with a fast sweep of my legs to knock his legs out from under him and bring him down to my level. I was no match for Lorcan, and he was on me before I could blink. We rolled across the filthy alley at a dizzying speed until we slammed into the building opposite of O'Shea's. Lorcan pinned me to the ground and straddled my waist. I was glad to see that even he appeared to be winded from grappling with me. His eyes were still just as dark, but a new gleam appeared there. It reminded me of the dream I'd had the night before, and I struggled even harder to get away from him. "You can kill me, but it won't solve your problem." "Oh, Hunter, killing you is the last thing on my mind right now," he said in a dangerously soft and seductive voice. I felt the evidence of his arousal against my stomach and willed my dick not to respond to the curve of his ass pressing against it. "It's never gonna happen, vampire." I grabbed onto my anger with both hands, hoping it would save me from myself. "Get it out of your head right now." "The way that you're huffing and puffing reminds me of the big bad wolf," Lorcan said. "How about you huff and puff and blow me instead?" he suggested. "Fuck you," I replied, without thinking. "Well, then." Lorcan let his words trail off, then pressed his lips hard against mine in a bruising kiss. I wanted to hate the way his mouth felt against mine. I needed my body to revolt at the idea of kissing a monster, but instead, I fisted my hands in his hair and became the aggressor. I pushed my tongue inside the vampire's mouth when his lips parted in surprise. The scrape of his fangs against my tongue made me shiver in delight, not fear. It reminded me of how desperate I was for him to bite me in my dreams. Years of cold hatred and horror inexplicably melted away, and in its place warmth bloomed through my body. I'd never felt a fevered need to fuck and come like I did with my sworn enemy in the dark, dirty alley. It didn't matter that we were feet away from a dead vampire corpse, or that my entire world had just been tilted on its axis. The only thing that mattered to me right then was rocking his erection against mine, unconcerned about the gravel digging into my ass and legs through my jeans. I wanted more of everything he could give me, consequences be damned. "Well, isn't this just sweet?" an angry voice said from behind us. "I thought we were investigating vampire deaths, not rushing off to meet your new boy toy." I broke the kiss and looked up at Lorcan in astonishment. I was so wrapped up in Lorcan that I hadn't heard his human servant walk up on us. I was horrified that I let myself become so vulnerable. Lorcan looked just as shocked as me, but he got to his feet quickly and faced our intruder. "I thought I told you to wait in the car, Stefan." "Forgive me for being concerned about your well-being when you didn't return as quickly as you said, Master," Stefan said, "though it appears my worry was unwarranted." He turned and walked over to the vampire corpse. "Master, I think I recognize this one. Isn't it Jonathan Balin from Roland's sector?" Lorcan turned away from me and ran his hands through his hair to straighten the strands I'd messed up before he joined Stefan.
He crouched next to the corpse and examined it, without touching it. "I believe you're right, Stefan." "What's going on here, Lorcan? Who's doing this?" Stefan truly sounded worried about his vampire friends, and I was curious to know what had happened in his life to make him volunteer to be a blood bag for the monsters. Did his mommy not hug him enough? I got to my feet and joined Lorcan and Stefan. The cuts, aches, and bruises I received from tangling with the vampire hurt, but would soon heal. "Stabbed through the heart, just like the others," Lorcan said. He closed his eyes and breathed deep into his lungs. "He's been dead at least a day, maybe two, which means he was dumped here." I pulled my phone out of my jacket pocket and aimed the bright light over the body so I could see it better. "Whose phone is that?" Stefan asked, pointing to a cell phone that was dropped near the body. "I figured it fell out of Christian's pocket while you two were dry humping when you were supposed to be investigating another vampire murder." "Stefan, you need to remember your place in my world," Lorcan growled. "I let your first remark about Christian and me pass without comment, and I am no longer willing to do so. Open your mouth again, and you will find out what happens to those who don't obey me. Is that what you want?" "No, Master. My apologies. It won't happen again." "See that it doesn't." The vampire threatening to punish his blood bag shouldn't be a turn-on, but it was. I felt my dick responding to the low growl and dominance on display when I should have been disgusted. "Maybe the phone belongs to the dead vampire," Lorcan suggested, returning his focus back to the investigation. "I don't think so," I replied. The sinking feeling from earlier returned. "I think it belongs to the guy I was supposed to meet." I walked over and retrieved the phone off the ground. "Do you always meet men in dark alleys?" Stefan asked. "Sexy, but dangerous." I could have sworn I heard a soft warning growl emanate from Lorcan's throat. Why? Technically, Stefan didn't overstep, because he was questioning my habits and not his master's. Was the vampire jealous, or still turned on? I ignored them both and swiped my finger across the phone to open it. Unfortunately, the device was passcode protected. I could take it back to Jinx to hack, but I didn't have time. I held the mystery phone in my left hand while I dialed the last number that called me on my phone with my right hand. My hunch paid off because the one in my left hand started ringing. "Romeo, huh?" Lorcan asked from over my shoulder. "Stop doing that." I snapped and disconnected the call so Bryson's phone would stop ringing and the ridiculous name would disappear. "Whose phone is that? And why does he call you Romeo?" Yeah, that was definitely a jealous little growl I heard earlier. Why the fuck did I like it so much? "It's the informant I was trying to tell you about," I told him, looking around the alley for additional clues. "Bryson called and—" "Bryson? From the Chasseur Institute?" Lorcan asked. "You know Bryson?" Lorcan snorted and replied, "Apparently not as well as you do." Stefan snickered and mumbled, "Informant with benefits." "Quiet, Stefan," Lorcan commanded. "If you want to do something useful, then arrange for the body to be transported so I can examine it further." "Yes, sir," Stefan said contritely, and walked a few feet away to make a call. I looked at Lorcan then, and found him watching me intently. "Let me guess. Bryson is your liaison from Chasseur." "Oh, you are a smart tiger," Lorcan said, tipping his head to the side. "Tell me what happened with your informant tonight." "There's not much to tell. He returned my message right before I came here. He said he couldn't talk over the phone and asked me to meet him here. I knew something was off, so I approached cautiously. I'd just arrived when you showed up and jumped to conclusions. Would you have reacted differently?" he asked me. I shrugged my shoulders. I wanted to say that I would have given him a chance to explain himself, but I couldn't be sure I would have acted differently. Then I remembered one of the first things he'd said to me after he arrived. "Do you believe the words coming from my beautiful lips now?" Chapter 7. Lorcan. "I suppose I do," I said. "This isn't a fresh kill." Christian snorted. "Then why did you attack me and accuse me of killing him?" "Because for all I knew, you did kill him and were just dumping the body. It's no secret among our kind that you have a thing against vampires. Vampires are wretched beings who destroy lives and kill for pleasure." He snarled. The look of rage on his face now was far different from the look of lust I saw before. "Not all vampires are what you think," I stated. He cocked an eyebrow. "Oh, so what? You're different? You've never killed?" "I enjoyed the hunt, not the kill. I can't help what I am. I'm a predator, but that doesn't make me a murderer. Regardless, I uphold the treaty between our two kinds. I honor it, and I don't let vampires kill humans in my regency. I won't allow it any more than I'll allow humans to kill vampires." I took a deep breath to calm myself before I backhanded him for his rudeness. "As for why I attacked you, I thought you were dumping his body and you were the one who called the police for the body to get discovered. But maybe that was Bryson. Who knows now?" Christian sighed, but I could tell he was calming down. "I may not like vampires, and I have good reason not to. Doesn't mean I dishonor the treaty by going around killing them. I don't like any of you monsters and demons, but I live by the rules that have been established and only take out those who break the rules. So read my lips. I am not killing vampires and dumping them in your territory." "Well, if you didn't kill this vampire or the others, that puts me back at square one. I need to figure out who's behind this and why," I said. I ran a finger across my bottom lip, and the memory of Christian's lips on mine flashed into my mind. Why had I kissed him like that? Why did I want to? Jesus! He was a hunter, and I had the upper hand and could have snapped his neck at one point, but I didn't want to. Was it because I suspected he wasn't the killer? Or was it because of what I'd been feeling lately? This attraction I'd had ever since I'd first laid eyes on him. All I could think about was how wonderful his body would have felt against mine. Naked and sweaty. Shit, get your head into the game, Lorcan. I looked at Christian. Well, this situation just got more complicated, I stated. As if dead vampires weren't enough trouble, now we have a missing Chasseur Institute honor, and one that happened to be my liaison. I didn't care too much for Bryson. He was obnoxious at best, and sneaky at worst, but he did come through here and there when I needed information from him. Now I wanted to know what information he had to share, and why he hadn't called me about it, if it involved vampires being killed. The only good thing about this specific vampire was that we had an idea of who he was and where he came from. The others, I didn't. I was responsible for keeping track of vampires turned in my regency. I had to approve the requests from masters to sire a child, so I kept track of who's who in my sector. The last vampire wasn't from my neck of the woods, and the first two, I had no idea who they were. That could mean either masters were turning vampires without my permission, and maybe that's why they were being killed, or these vampires weren't from my regency. The only way to be certain was to contact other regents and find out if they're missing any vampires. I looked at Christian. We need to know what Bryson was going to tell you. Maybe there's something on his phone. He was busy examining the body, running the light from his cell phone over the wound. He looked up at me. I have his phone, and someone on hand who will be able to get past his security to get into it. I cocked an eyebrow. So do I. Christian stood up then. He was taller than me by about 3 inches. Why was I just now noticing it? He looked down at me with those beautiful blue eyes that could hold me captivated and at his mercy if I didn't keep myself grounded. God, what was it about this guy that had me so enthralled? I'd never felt this way about anyone. Not even. I caught the memory of. That was a chapter of my life I didn't want to remember. Christian smirked. Well, I don't doubt that you do, but I'll be taking this to my contact. I cocked an eyebrow. One of your females at your store. As a matter of fact, yes. This is my duty, Christian. With Bryson going missing and these vampires being killed by a blessed weapon, this is my mission too. He said. Are you suggesting we work together? I asked. Well, it wouldn't be the first time I worked with a hunter this year. Just a couple of months ago, I had to deal with the likes of his partner, D'Angelo, and his lover Angel to kill that demon. Their lives were complicated, and I wasn't so sure I wanted to get involved with them any more than I needed to be. Work together. Christian's eyes trailed down my body, assessing me. There was a look in his gaze that alluded to more than just sizing me up. He was totally checking me out. I knew the look of desire in a man's eyes, and this man's eyes were dripping with it. I knew by the way he kissed me, he had to be feeling the same thing I was. And holy shit, that kiss! I can't remember the last time someone took my breath away with just a kiss. But he did. I thought back to that moment when we were rolling around in muck and God knows what else. How could I have lost control like that? I was a pillar of self-discipline. Yet 1 minute in this man's presence and I could hardly keep my restraint. I wanted him. Dear God, I really wanted him. What the fuck? Christian stepped up to me, bringing our bodies within inches of each other. He was so close I could feel the body heat emanating from him, and I found that comforting. I wasn't cold. I'd fed earlier. But his heat warmed me. His chest heaved as he looked at me, as if he was trying to keep his own level of constraint. His lips parted, and I waited to hear what he was going to say. He trailed off and shook his head, taking a few steps back. I'll let you know what we find on Bryson's phone. He seemed to gather himself then, leaving me curious as to what he was going to say at first. I sighed. Listen, Christian, I've worked with your partner in the past. I know how to play nice. I want to get to the bottom of this, so if you're willing to look past your hatred of vampires to work with me, we can solve this faster. You said you aren't the one killing vampires, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. D'Angelo told me about how well you play with others, Christian stated. He's alive to tell you, isn't he? It's because of me. You hunters are equipped with many skills, I'll give you that. But you need me, I stated. And you need me, he countered. I have resources and access to the daytime that you don't. Stefan would never leave your side, so he can't do the investigating you'll need done during the day. I can. I arched an eyebrow. So, is this your way of saying you'll work with me? I'm saying I'm willing to work with you, but not for you. Meaning I'm taking this phone to my contact, then I'll call you with what we find. Got it? Christian said. You know, I let you into my home. When are you going to lower those walls and let me into yours? I asked. Never, he shot back, making me blink in surprise. By the way he was kissing me, I thought he'd at least think about the damn question a second or two before he answered. Well, fuck you too. I turned when I saw Stefan walking down the alley towards us. Alex is on his way. He'll be here in less than 2 minutes. He'll take care of the body. Stefan informed me. Good. I turned to Christian. I'll let you know what we find out on my end, then. I walked away from him to look over the area. There's no telling if we damaged any evidence that might have been lying about in our scuffle, but I was going to check for anything that might be a clue. What are you searching for? Christian asked. Anything your human eyes might have missed? Do you smell his blood? I shook my head. No fresh human blood whatsoever. Our call ended very abruptly, so whoever took him was fast. I looked at him. Faster and stronger than a hunter, that's for sure. It's not easy to get the jump on one of you. I had to use my speed to sneak up on you. So are you suggesting that a vampire may have taken Bryson? Christian asked. I shrugged. Possibly. Fuck. He growled and ran a hand through his gorgeous dark hair. I looked at him and couldn't help but wonder what he looked like naked. Did he have a nice, thick patch of chest hair I could run my fingers? Shit! Why couldn't I keep my mind out of this sexy gutter? What was this pull of attraction I kept feeling? Christian was everything I wanted in a man from head to glorious fucking toe. Even his rough personality was giving me goosebumps. Jesus! I think my nipples were hard. I looked down to see them poking a little through my shirt, and I decided to zip up my leather jacket to hide them. Little damn betrayers. I squinted my eyes to shield them from the bright lights of Alex's truck as he pulled up. He climbed out with a body bag in his hand. He was dressed in a pair of black jeans, t-shirt, leather jacket, and boots. By the look on Stefan's face as he watched him walk closer, I was sure he loved the view. Working with hunters now? Alex asked when he walked past me to the corpse. For now? I said. Alex was the only vampire I allowed to be casual with me when he wanted to. Sometimes, if he was in front of others, he'd be formal, calling me sir and everything. But around Stefan, or if we were alone, he could be himself. I guess he didn't think Christian was an exception, and I wondered why. So we're not going to be formal in front of strangers? I asked him telepathically. From what Stefan told me, you two were locking lips like old lovers before he interrupted you. Figured I didn't need to be. I can see why. He's totally your type. Well, apart from being a vampire-hating hunter and all. Alex replied in his cheeky fashion. Well, I got my answer. I rolled my eyes. Alex was my first child I ever sired, but he was also my little brother. My last living relative, who I would have lost to tuberculosis had I not turned him. I loved him above all, and he looked so much like our father. I looked mostly like our mother, but Alex was a handsome devil, and I wasn't surprised that Stefan desired him. Shit, I'd hate to go out this way, Alex said as he gave the body a once-over. I'd hate to go out, period. I'd never let that happen, I stated. He tossed me a look and smiled. Then he opened the body bag. Anyone want to lend me a hand? Stefan, why don't you assist? I said. It was time for them to start bonding more. I was going to release Stefan from my hold, so he could be free to pursue Alex without his link to me getting in the way of his true affections. Stefan walked over to Alex and knelt down beside him, grabbing the vampire's legs. Together they lifted the vampire and placed him inside the body bag. Then Alex zipped it up and hoisted the body bag over his shoulder. "I'll take this to Lee. He's still going over the body of the vampire from a few nights ago," Alex said. I nodded. "I'll join you later," I said. Alex nodded, then left. "You aren't on formal terms?" Christian asked, and I looked at him. He nodded toward Alex as his truck pulled off. "Only when he wants to be, which doesn't concern you," I stated, not wanting to get into our brotherly dynamic. I looked around the alley again, but didn't find anything useful. I started walking toward my car. "Stefan, we're leaving." "You make sure to call me with what you find," Christian called out. "You do the same," I said as I climbed into the back seat of my car. Stefan closed the door, then walked over to the driver's side. I watched as Christian continued to look over the alley. I guess he wanted to double-check, but I was certain he wouldn't find anything. We were driving along for several minutes when Stefan broke the silence. "Do you like him, sir?" Stefan asked as he glanced at me through the rearview mirror. I looked out of the window at the buildings passing us as we traveled down the street toward Hank Lee's mortuary. "I don't know what I feel about him. I feel like there's some invisible force pushing us together. It's hard to explain," I said. "By the way it looked like you two were about to get busy in that alley, I can believe that," Stefan said with a frown. "I don't see what you see in him. Sure, he's handsome, got the whole full and manly beard thing going for him, but—" "We need to talk, Stefan," I said, cutting his little jealous tirade off. "Talk about what?" he asked, and I could hear the nervousness in his voice. "You know that you and I will never be a thing, right?" I asked. I saw his shoulders slouch a little when I said that, as if all the wind had been blown out of his sails. "Yes, you've always said that. And yet you seem to always try to make headway. It's a dead end, Stefan." "I know. I just serve you." I sighed, because he meant more to me than just someone I fed on, who watched over me during the day. "You know you mean more to me than that," I said. I wanted him to know how I felt. "I want to let you go." He slammed on the brakes, jerking us forward and nearly causing an accident on the street. Other drivers had to slam on their brakes, and many gave us choice words and a certain finger as they passed us by. "Pull over, Stefan," I said. His hands were gripping the wheel so hard his knuckles had turned white, but he managed to gather himself enough to do as I said. We were on the side of the road now, and safe. "Why?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper as he shook with all his emotion. "Because keeping you by my side is only hurting you. This isn't easy for me to do. You've been my constant companion for decades, and I do care for you. But not in the way you want me to. Not in the way you deserve," I said. "But why? Have I disappointed you in some way?" he asked. This time he turned around to face me. I could see the fear and sadness in his expression. Tears were brimming in his eyes, and he struggled to keep them from falling. I shook my head. "No, I want you to go to Alex." When I said that, I saw Stephen blink in surprise and confusion. Alex? I nodded. You will serve him. Become his companion. But he already has Shyla. She's been with him for 50 years. We'll switch then. She can be with me and you with him. Alex probably won't like that, Stefan said. But even as he said the words, I saw a glimmer of happiness and anticipation in his expression. A far better sight than the sadness and fear that was there before. Alex will adjust just fine. Trust me. Are you sure? I mean, if I messed up in some way, please let me correct it, Stefan begged, and I couldn't help myself. I laughed, and he frowned. What's so funny? I waved my hand. In all that is fucked up right now, this is the one thing that is bringing me some measure of peace. Jew desire Alex, and he desires Jew, but neither one of you will say anything out of respect for me. I've watched your longing gazes at each other when you think the other isn't watching for the past 2 years, and I've waited for either of you to make the first move. But you didn't. So allow me. I'll inform Alex tonight, but you, no now. Tomorrow night, you will go to him and begin your life over. I might be embroiled with dead vampires, a missing liaison, and a stubborn hunter that hates vampires and turns me on to the highest level. But at least I can solve one problem and make 2 people happy. Stefan looked at me like a lost little boy. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. Now let's go to Liz. I want to know more about the other vampire, I said, wanting to get back to business. Yes, sir, Stefan said, then turned around. Putting the car in drive, he pulled back out into traffic toward the mortuary. I relaxed back against the seat, feeling pretty good about my decision. I knew Shyla well, and I knew she and Alex were strictly companions and nothing more. Shyla was as tough as Stefan, and no nonsense when it came to protecting Alex. I was sure she'd give me the same amount of loyalty. Now, all I had to do was figure out how to melt the ice wall around a certain hunter's heart. Because after that kiss he gave me, yeah, I wanted more. Chapter 8. Christian. What the fuck just happened back there? I understood the vampire's rage when he came upon me standing over the vampire. It was no secret how I felt about the monsters, and I admit it looked bad for me. I had no issue with his physical attack, but I very much resented his sensual assault. It had to be one of his tricks. How else would anyone explain why I willingly grabbed my enemy and kissed him? Not some light peck on the lips, either. I'm talking about a tongue-dueling, dick-hardening kiss while lying on the filthy ground in an alleyway. I was immune to a vampire's glamour, but the wily bastard might have more talents than we knew, as if his usual vampiric abilities and the gift of controlling fire weren't enough. Talents? No, that kiss must have burned some of my brain cells because I clearly wasn't thinking straight. It was straight-up trickery, not talent. My head would start to clear after I got away from him, and I'd be able to think about something other than the way he felt against my body, or the flavor of his kiss. I never gave it much thought, but if I had, I would have expected him to only taste of blood, even though I detected a hint of bitter copper. Mostly Lorcan tasted like desire to me. His and mine. I didn't even know what the flavor of desire was, but I recognized it just the same. So why was it that every step I took away from him made me crave him even more? It was just one little kiss, for fuck's sake. It meant nothing. He meant nothing. I kept repeating that as I backtracked to my car, but it wasn't sinking in.
I sat in the driver's seat for a few minutes, reliving every second of my encounter with the infuriating vampire. Fuck me! That kiss was nothing like I'd ever experienced in my life. The scrape of his fangs against my tongue had me rock hard and ready to fuck faster than a heartbeat. It was stronger than any burst of adrenaline I'd ever felt before a battle. And I finally understood why people became addicted to vampires. Lorcan's fangs hadn't even pierced my flesh, and I was quaking. What would have happened if he'd nicked my tongue and got a taste of my blood? Would he have lost control right there in the alley? Or did he possess the ability to pull back and walk away when someone told him no? Was his control greater than mine? I can't honestly say that I would have said no if Stefan hadn't showed up. Would I have really fucked Lorcan in that filthy alley and presented my neck to him after just one kiss? I wanted to say absolutely not, but I couldn't be sure. My body and soul said it was more than just a kiss, but I refused to listen. The quake I felt rumbling through my body was a result of him being the only one to touch my dick in too long. There was nothing more to it than that, and I refused to believe otherwise. I would set about changing that as soon as I could solve these fucking vampire slayings. I would fuck whatever this was out of my system and never look back. With my resolve firmly in place, I started the car and drove home. Jinx would be able to crack the passcode on Bryson's phone and analyze the data. Shit. I was so wrapped up in Lorcan I hadn't given my Chaucer Institute informant much thought, other than the annoying nickname he'd assigned to my contact on his burner phone. Romeo, I said out loud, and then snorted. Lorcan sure didn't like it, which almost made it worth the embarrassment. I knew Lorcan suspected Bryson was more than my informant, but my past wasn't his business. I was sure the vampire had his fuck buddies, and I had mine. Of course, that part of my relationship with Bryson had ended more than a year ago, but let the vamp think what he wanted. It was time to put this foolishness behind me and maintain objectivity so I could solve the case. Allowing emotion to enter into it would only result in death. More vampires, Bryson's, or even my own. I hit the phone on my steering wheel and called Jinx. I know you probably have better things to do, but I really need your help, I told her after she answered.
You mean like sharing a bottle of wine while soaking in a candlelit bath with my best girl?
Jinx asked. I'm so sorry, I told her, and I meant it. This life was hard enough without trying to please your mate. Maybe I was better off alone after all. I'll be home in 15 minutes or less.
I'll be ready.
Thanks, Jinx. I'll meet you in your lair. Please tell Vixen I'm sorry too. Jinx snorted.
She's not looking too forgiving right now, love. It's my own fault for bringing my phone in here. I could have at least made it a teensy bit harder for you.
Hopefully this won't take long, I offered.
Honey, with lines like that, it's so obvious why you're single.
Jinx teased and released a sigh.
See you in a few.
Jinx's snark was exactly what I needed to break the tension inside me. I had a good laugh after she disconnected the call, then refocused my energy. Jinx would hook the phone up to the supercomputer she designed and built from scratch. The beast not only analyzed data, but it even had the capability to think like a human when it had enough facts and data to analyze. It might not have been the first supercomputer in the U.S., but I suspected it was as good, if not better, than anything the CIA or FBI used. Jinx was sitting at her desk with 2 cups of coffee when I arrived. She handed one to me, and I sniffed for signs of poison. She snorted and shook her head.
Love, Vixen doesn't have to slip a potion into your coffee to kill you. She only has to make the coffee. I heard that,
Vixen said when she entered the office.
I'm about this close.
Her thumb and index finger were an inch apart.
To finding ways to hurt you without killing you, though.
I am sorry, I said. This could be life or death, Vix.
Whose?
There was another vampire slaying tonight.
Shit is getting real, and I have a feeling that I'm being set up to take the fall. Someone wants me dead.
What?
They both asked. I explained the series of events from that evening, minus the hot kiss. I'm hoping Bryson's phone will reveal some information. There's no way Chaucer isn't aware of the vampire slayings and isn't investigating this too. I thought that's what Bryson wanted to tell me.
Okay, let's plug the phone into Amazing Grace. It could take a few minutes, a few hours, or even days to crack the code. She'll have to go through every possible combination. Unless you know personal details about him, like his birth date or shoe size.
I shook my head. His dick is about 8 inches long and slightly curves up when fully aroused. That's all I really know. Both Jinx and Vixen looked at me in stunned silence for a few seconds. I wasn't one to share my personal life, even with them, so I understood their surprise. Fuck. I was even stunned I'd said it. But I needed to find Bryson. Who knew what the man used for a passcode?
I'll plug that number into Amazing Grace as a point of emphasis to focus on,
Jinx said, even though I knew she had a lot of questions.
She can try any combination with the number 8 first. These new 6-digit passcodes take longer to crack.
She hit several keys on the keyboard, and the supercomputer fired to life. I once asked her why she named her computer Amazing Grace. She told me about Grace Hopper, who was a pioneer in computer programming, had invented one of the first compiler tools, and who became a rear admiral in the United States Navy.
She was born in 1906. Women didn't have many rights back then, so her accomplishments are even more impressive,
Jinx had said. We all stared at Amazing Grace as hundreds of number sequences appeared, all of them including the number 8 in some configuration. The computer kept scrolling through possibilities while Jinx opened her laptop and tried to find more info on Bryson.
Give me the number for the phone, and I'll hack the phone company to check the pings from the cell towers. Maybe you can trace his steps backwards to find where he was staying. You could find the mother lode of information.
His CI laptop would have more protections than just a passcode, I told her. It would have a fingerprint or ocular scanner.
All Amazing Grace needs is time, she said confidently.
I knew she was dying to get her hot little hands on a CI-issued laptop. I didn't think Bryson would be that careless, but I didn't know him that well. I gave her the phone number to his burner phone and let her go to work. After only a few minutes, she had reached the phone company and was scrolling through the pings and tower locations.
This isn't an exact GPS, but it will give you an idea of the area where he was and what time he was there. Let's print them off and backtrack and compare. We can easily find the tower closest to where he's staying. That's going to be the location that pops up the most.
His last ping was from a tower near the alley he was abducted from, I said. Looking at the information, Vixen pulled off the computer. We need to develop a search radius.
We can do that once we find a specific location to hone in on. We'll pull up the city maps to narrow down the places you'll check first,
Jinx told us.
I think I found it, Vixen said. This location here shows up every day and sometimes doesn't move. I think it's a safe house or something. He probably leaves the burner phone there so he's not caught with it.
Where, babe? Jinx asked her. As soon as Vixen rattled off the location of the tower, I knew exactly where I was going next. Not a safe house, I said with a snort. Unless what you're hiding is your sexuality from Chaucer.
Oh,
Jinx said.
Well, at least you know where to look for the clues Mr. 8 Inches left behind.
I stood up and headed for the door. I'm on it. Call me if Amazing Grace comes through.
When? Not if,
Jinx called after me. I can't believe I didn't think about this place on my own, I groused. Fucking vampire kiss rattled my fucking brain. Bryson used the apartment over an auto body shop as a fuck pad. I'd been there a few times myself. The lights were off in the body shop as well as the businesses in the surrounding area, so I didn't bother with trying to be discreet when I jogged up the steps in the rear of the building. I turned on the small flashlight and stuck it between my lips so I could use both hands to pick the door lock. I could have easily kicked it in, But I didn't want to make things more difficult for Bryson after I got him back. If the person who took Bryson wanted him dead, then they would have killed him after he made the call. They took him because they weren't done with him. I just needed to locate him before he outlived his usefulness. I couldn't do that if I didn't believe in myself or my team. I shut the door and turned on the overhead light once I was inside the small windowless apartment. The space worked well for fucking, but I couldn't imagine living without sunlight streaming through a window. The place hadn't changed much since the last time I was there, and it didn't smell much better either. Sex, sweat, and the smell of motor oil from the garage below wasn't much of an aphrodisiac. I must have been really damn desperate, I said, looking around. That was when I noticed Bryson had taped a bunch of stuff on the wall. It resembled a murder board that detectives used to solve a crime. "What do we have here?" I asked, crossing the small room. At the top center was a picture of a Chasseur Institute wanted poster of Sahil Rashad. If the situation weren't so dire, I'd laugh at how closely the poster resembled the ones in old Western movies. There was nothing funny about Bryson missing or the vampire deaths, and the frantic writing on the notes around the wanted poster reeked of desperation. I leaned in for a closer look and saw the Chasseur Institute Blessed Weapon Registry was tacked to the wall. A sword very similar to mine was highlighted, and the owner of the weapon was listed as Sahil. In addition, there were notes scribbled about the vampire slayings. It mostly looked like dates, times, and locations. It appeared to me that the Institute suspected Sahil of the vampire slayings. I took down every piece of paper that Bryson had thumbtacked to the wall and collected the 2 laptops and a tablet I found on the small desk in the corner. There had to be a reason why Bryson was hiding these things in his fuckpad. I knew the answers we needed were inside these notes and gadgets, but it would take time to solve the riddle. Time that we might not have. I called Jinx once I got back in my car. "I have more goodies for you. 2 laptops, a tablet, and notes and printouts from the CI's investigation into the slayings," I told her.
"Awesome," she said excitedly. "Amazing Grace hasn't spit out the code for the phone yet, but I'm willing to bet the code for the phone is the same as for the other gadgets."
"If they all belong to Bryson," I said. "I can't tell if Bryson is investigating Sahil or trying to prove his innocence by poking holes in CI's theories. My gut tells me that it's the latter, since Bryson squirreled this stuff away."
"Bring it home to Mama, and we'll see what I can do."
"Thanks, Jinx. See you soon." After I hung up, I knew there was one more call I had to make. My body fired to life just thinking about hearing his voice through the line. I tried to talk myself out of it by saying I didn't have anything concrete yet. But I did. I knew the CI had a suspect and the type of weapon they thought committed the crimes. Just a kiss, just a kiss, just a kiss. I repeated it the entire time I waited for my call to go through to the vampire's phone. Just a kiss. "Hello, Romeo," Lorcan said in a voice that was as smooth as satin. It made me think of tangled sheets, sweaty bodies, and the feel of his fangs piercing my body while my dick was buried deep in his ass. "Don't call me that," I snarled, more pissed at myself than at him. "Only blonde, bendy guys get to call you that?" he asked with a slight pout to his voice. "I'm very bendy." "I have information about the case," I told him. Lorcan sighed dramatically and said, "All work and no play means we solve the case and get on with our lives. Christian, I think we both know that our lives will never be the same." I opened my mouth to argue, but the vampire cut me off. "I'm willing to cut you a little bit of slack for now. Tell me what you know." Chapter 9. Lorcan. I listened to Christian tell me what he had discovered since we parted earlier. I had to focus harder on his words because the sound of his voice was doing things to my body that had me thinking about him naked, grinding against me. Something was definitely going on between us. This was past normal attraction. I've experienced regular attraction to other men. This wasn't it. This felt like the universe wanted us together. I'd been alive long enough to know something special was happening between Christian and me. I mean, for fuck's sake, I wasn't some lovelorn teenager that could pop an erection at any given moment or cream his pants the first time some hot guy looked his way. I was over 150 years old. I was no stranger to sex. But Christian, being around him, made me feel like a spontaneous teenager whose heart went aflutter at the sight of his crush. I needed to get myself together. "Did you hear what I said?" Christian asked. I guess I'd been too silent, lost in my own thoughts for too long. I did. I would have liked to have been notified by the Institute the moment they suspected one of their own as the murderer. Your boy, Bryson, was my contact, and when I asked him about it, he flat out lied. Can't say that helps with my confidence in the Institute or our alliance, I stated. I'm guessing he lied to you because he didn't want you hunting for Sahil, when Bryson didn't think he was the one who killed the vampires. Christian said in his lover's, or was it his ex-lover's defense? Ugh. Just the thought of another man having the chance to have Christian between his legs nearly made me growl in envy. I had to keep my temper in check. Meanwhile, vampires are dying while Bryson was protecting his friend. We need to find Sahil before he kills any more vampires, I said. I'm not so sure Sahil is the one killing vampires. Oh? Why not? I asked. I don't know Sahil all that well, but I do know Bryson well enough that if he thinks Sahil is innocent, I'm willing to look into it. Bryson has a sense of honor, and he wouldn't be supporting or trying to hide a rogue hunter who's going around killing vampires and breaking the treaty we have. Christian said. But you said he was kicked out. Maybe killing vampires is his form of sticking it to the Institute, so to speak. I pointed out. That is a possibility, but I'm still not willing to think that happened. Bryson didn't either. He was conducting his own investigation that looks like Sahil went missing too. Christian said. Missing or just hiding? That's what we need to find out, Christian stated. So, I've told you what I know. What do you know? I have some photos for you to look over. Also, I wanted to discuss something with you. Why don't you come to my club? I said, wanting to see him again. Why can't you just tell me over the phone? Damn it, making shit difficult. Because I have photos you need to see too. Can't you just send them in an email or through Messenger? Jesus Christ, it's like pulling teeth. The files would be too big to send. Just come to my fucking club, for crying out loud. I'm not going to bite you. I heard him sigh as if he was hoping to avoid the contact, but was finally giving in. Fine, I'm on my way. I'll make sure my security is looking out for you. I hung up after that before he changed his mind. Truth of the matter was, I could have sent all the information to him through modern technology. But I wanted him where I wanted him, within my grasp. My cock had been hard the moment I heard his voice flowing through the phone, and it was time I made a move. That kiss? Damn, that kiss. It was seared into me like a brand. I could still taste him on my lips, and I wanted more. Sure, I was an immortal being, but even with unending time on my side, I knew nothing was like the present. Are you sure you want me to make the switch? Alex asked me, pulling me from my sexy Christian thoughts. The phone call I'd received from the hunter had interrupted the conversation I was having with my brother. I turned to him, smiled, and nodded. I do. It's time. I don't want to be the one standing in the way of your happiness, Alex. Shyla will do well here. I haven't told her yet, but I will tonight. I'll make sure she comes to your side this morning, Alex said. And you may take Stefan with you. Can I ask you, why now? Alex asked. He was sitting on my sofa with one long leg crossed over the other. His brown eyes were studying me in a way only a brother could do. He knew more about me than anyone else, and I him. Because it is time. I thought you two would make the move eventually, but you never did. I ignored it because I enjoyed Stefan's company, but I realized I was the reason for you two never seeking the other out. I can't be selfish, not when it comes to you or Stefan. So, that's why, I said. I was feeling pretty good about my decision, and at the same time, upset that I hadn't made it sooner. But better late than never, as they say. Alex smiled and shifted on the sofa, lowering his leg. Well, I'm not complaining. I'm also not going to pretend I haven't been looking at Stefan's sexy ass for decades, or wondering what it felt like to be inside of him. So for this, I thank you. I chuckled. Yeah, I bet. He's definitely your type. Speaking of types, big brother, don't think I didn't catch the chemistry brewing between you and that hulking hunter. Even over the phone, I could sense it, Alex said, his grin widening. I cocked an eyebrow. What do you think you know? I wasn't going to hide anything. I'd already set my sights on Christian and was planning to make a move on him tonight. That kiss he gave me told me everything I needed to know. He may have a hatred of vampires, but he totally had a thing for me. I was willing to bet I'd been on his mind, just like he'd been on mine, since our very first encounter in this room. Alex scoffed. You want to fuck him? And more than once, too. Yes, I confessed. Alex shrugged. I can see why. The man is right up your alley. He's very handsome, but it's the personality I see drawing you. You've been around handsome men before, and I've never seen you look at them the way you looked at him. Just be careful, brother. He's a hunter. I'm fully aware of who and what he is, just as he's aware of who and what I am, I said. One thing I didn't need was for my little brother to tell me to be cautious. I was a regent for crying out loud. Alex held his hand up. I meant no disrespect, brother. I sighed. I know. As for what we know, I need to make some phone calls, so... Alex rose from the sofa. Yeah, I get it. You've got shit to do. I need to feed anyway. I waited until he left, closing the door behind him, before I contacted the regent of Sector Trios, because the latest vampire found happened to come from his neck of the woods. I called Roland, and he answered on the fourth ring. I was just about to contact you, Roland said in his thick, upper-crust English accent. He was well over 900 years old, and unlike the other regents in this area, we got along. He wasn't jealous of the fact that I was less than 200 years old and in control of one of the most popular sectors in the city. He was also one of the few men whose bed I did enjoy being in. I cleared my mind of the last image and focused on the situation at hand. But yeah, I had to admit, I was horny. Roland, I believe I found one of your vampires in my sector of the city. He sighed, and it was one that was full of stress and frustration. Dead. Jess, killed by a blessed weapon. There have been 2 other murders with the same weapon and all in my sector. I'm going to send you a photo of the vampire. Maybe you can tell me who he is. I said, then sent him the image. Do you have any idea who is doing the killing? Roland asked.
I've managed to eliminate a certain hunter whom I had suspected of killing these vampires. So now I'm back to square one, I said. When you answered, you said you were about to call me. Why?
A master vampire came to me unable to contact his child. When neither of us could find him in my sector, I contacted Susanna of Sector Unos, and she was also missing a vampire. I then contacted Makar, and like Susanna, he was also missing a vampire. So that made me curious about you. I was going to inquire if you were missing any vampires.
3 dire vampires in my area, and not one of them are from my sector. Makes me wonder if someone is trying to set me up, I stated. I didn't like this shit even more now. What the hell was going on?
Well, either someone is trying to set you up, or you're next to lose a vampire from your sector. I guess we'll see,
Roland said. I hope you don't think that I have anything to do with this.
Me? No. But Makar and Susanna don't share my high opinion of you,
he said. I snorted. Of course they don't. Makar is still jealous that I was given this sector when he wanted it. I don't have time to concern myself with such petty issues. I need to find out who's killing vampires and dumping their corpses in my sector and why. The Sovereign has put all of this on my shoulders, and I will get to the bottom of it. As soon as I find something out, I'll let you all know. As for what you can do to help me, can you give me any information about the vampire from your section?
His name is Jonathan Ballon, and he was only a vampire for about 7 months,
Roland said. Young. That makes sense. I bet all the vampires killed were probably only months old. Not to say a hunter couldn't take out an older vampire, but there would be a struggle. Enough of one to see signs of it. Blessed weapons don't leave scars on us, but the wounds are slow to heal. If a vampire encountered a hunter using a blessed weapon, there would have been more wounds from a battle, other than the one stab wound to their chest. The one stab wound proves that the vampire didn't even put up a fight. Either he never saw it coming, or he was extremely inexperienced. Can you tell me if he'd been with anyone the night he disappeared? I asked.
He never returned home last night, and tonight his master came to me for help. Of course, we knew he was dead because his master couldn't sense the link anymore. He just wants to know who and how,
Roland said. So there's nothing you can give me?
I'm afraid not. But if I learn anything more, I'll call you.
That will have to do, and I'll do the same. Oh, by the way, you can have the master retrieve his child's body. It's located in Lee's morgue. I'll let Susanna and Makar know to do the same.
Thank you. I'll let him know. Take care, and watch out for yourself,
Roland said, making him the second person to give me advice on caution in one night. You too, I said. Then we ended the call. I took a few moments before I called the other 2 regents. I asked my questions and got just about as much information about the other dead vampires as Roland could give me. As expected, there was ridicule from Makar about how I had lost control of my sector. I, of course, reminded him that it was his vampire that was murdered, and for him to not throw blame or accusation about who lost control of their sector. Needless to say, the conversation ended abruptly after that, but at least I knew who each dead vampire was. Edward Marsh from Susanna's sector was also young at 3 months, and Adrian Da from Makar's sector at 5 months old. Why were these specific vampires killed? Is Sahil behind all of this? If so, why? And if not, then who is? Fucking hell, I really hated drama.
This was more complication than I cared to be bothered with. My cell rang, and the display lit up, showing me it was one of my guards. I answered, and he informed me that a certain hunter was downstairs. After my phone conversations, I'd forgotten he was coming over. And for the first time tonight, I was looking forward to something. Well, make that the second time. Sending Stefan off with Alex was my first joy of the night. I was hoping getting a chance to see a sexier side of Christian would be my second. Send him up, I said, then hung up. I quickly looked over myself in the mirror, making sure several buttons were unbuttoned on my shirt, exposing a portion of my chest. My pants were tight enough for him to see the imprint of my cock, and they hugged my ass like they were holding on for dear life. I wasn't wearing any shoes or socks, because I didn't want to have to take off a lot of clothes if I got lucky. The knock on my door let me know Christian was waiting on the other side. I stood in front of the door and took a deep, calming breath. Jesus Christ, why was I so nervous? I'm over a century old. Why was I acting like some schoolboy meeting his first crush? It was ridiculous. I silently chastised myself for being a dolt and opened the door. Ah, there he stood, in all his handsome glory. He was looking at me with eyes that held desire and curiosity. There was also a bit of agitation in his expression. Well, let's see if I could get rid of it and help him focus more on the desire and curiosity he was harboring. Come in, I said, opening the door wider. He stepped inside, and I closed the door, locking it. Okay, I'm here. What did you need to show me that you couldn't send over the phone? He asked, getting right to business. Okay, here was the dilemma. Do I show him what I know and risk killing the mood I was setting up? Or do I just pounce on him, rock his world, and then show him what I discovered? Decisions. I decided to make my move. I walked over to him and pushed him into the chair. He fell into it, legs flying up from the impact. I didn't give him a chance to recover before I was climbing into his lap. I grabbed him by the back of his head and kissed those lips I'd been thinking about all night. I thought he would push me back, but he didn't. At least not right away. He was kissing me again, giving me the same fire he burned me with in the alley, and I was melting in response. I felt his arms embrace me as he kissed me harder, more passionately, as if he couldn't help himself. I caressed his bearded cheek as I relished his tongue in my mouth. Even the taste of him was intoxicating. I wanted him. Just when it was getting extra hot, he must have found the wherewithal to hit the brakes, like we needed him to do that. He pushed me off him, and I landed with a hard thud on my ass. His muscular chest heaved as he sucked in deep breaths of air, attempting to gather his senses. He was staring at me now, his gorgeous blue eyes clouded with lust. It was what we both needed, and I wasn't about to let his hatred of vampires ruin the moment I knew we both wanted. "What the hell are you doing?" he asked. "What we both want?" I said, then climbed back into his lap and pressed my lips to his again. That time, he didn't try to push me away. Instead, he began ripping off my shirt, sending buttons flying in every direction. Sure, it was a designer garment, but I was willing to sacrifice it to get Christian in my bed. I helped him take my shirt off me. Then I leaned back just enough to snatch his jacket and shirt from his body. Oh, yes, sweet baby Jesus, yes. His chest was covered in dark black hair. Not too thick, but perfect for running my fingers through. That's just what I did too. I started from the trail, leading to his treasure trove, and worked my way up to his nipples, letting my fingers glide through his silky hair and over his smooth skin. I hadn't been this aroused in I don't know how long. I saw his lips again because they tasted so damn good.
While I was lost in the pleasure of his mouth, I kept my hands firmly on those muscular pecs I'd been wanting to touch since I first saw him. His hands were all over me, stroking my back until they reached my ass, and he gripped both cheeks, giving them a nice squeeze. I moaned as I broke the kiss and started sucking and licking his neck, making my mark. He was moaning too, and if I didn't know any better, it would seem he was trying to seduce me to bite him. He turned his head, exposing his neck to me, and his natural scent floated up my nostrils, calling to my hunger. There was something special about the blood of Institute hunters. The scent of it was more intoxicating than any other being I'd ever smelled. I always wanted to know what it tasted like, and my mouth began to salivate at the possibility. I wanted to bite him, to taste his essence, the fluid that made his heart beat and his cock hard. I wanted his blood to flow into me just as his semen flowed into me. Soon, my love. I held my fangs in check, and only sucked gently at the tender flesh of his neck just below his beard. I rubbed my cheek against his, enjoying the rough hairs lightly scrubbing my face. In that moment, everything that had been bothering me seemed to disappear, and all that mattered was Christian. I had to have more of him. I moved on, kissing and licking his chest, sucking his perky nipples. I didn't stop there. We both raced to undo his pants and pulled them down and off. Finally, I got to see him fully naked. And what a beautiful sight he was. I let my eyes trail over him slowly, and they widened when I got to his erection. He was huge, bigger than any man I'd ever been with. Great holy moly! I should have done some squats and stretches before he came over to prepare for this beast. He looked at his cock, then back to me. "Don't tell me you're afraid of this." He gestured to his monster member. "Let me show you just what you do with something that big," I said. Then I dived down on it, taking him deep inside my throat. Oh, shit," he gasped, and I knew I caught him off guard. I wondered how many men he'd been with, who took one look at his cock and decided it was too much for them. Then I wondered how many could take him all the way to the root. By his reaction, I was willing to bet I was the first. His hands were entangled in my hair as my head bobbed up and down on his lap. I sucked him for everything he was worth, and it was a lot. I licked up and down his shaft as I stroked his hard flesh. I loved watching his veins pulse with the beat of his heart, and I made sure to lick them, which excited Christian even more. I swirled my tongue over his crown, making sure to tickle that sensitive ridge, then dipped the tip into his slit, lapping up his delicious nectar. "Holy shit! Fuck!" Christian purred, his eyes fluttering, then rolling inside his head. "Yeah, baby, I know what feels good." I deep-throated him again and was delighted when I felt his cock swell and harden even more in my mouth. Christian moaned louder and louder, and his grip on my hair tightened as he began to pump his hips against my face. "Yeah, give it to me, star." His breaths came quicker as his muscles began to tense. Then he roared. I swallowed fast as his cock unleashed his load in my mouth. It was thick and delicious, but more importantly, it was Christian's. I savored every drop he gave me as he spasmed, and only released his cock once it was soft in my mouth. I pulled back, licked my lips, then grinned at the hunter sitting slumped in my chair. "I'm not done with you," I said. Now that we got the first nod out of the way, I was ready to feel him inside of me. I stood up and began to undo my pants. Christian reached over, stopping me. "I don't know what just happened, but it can't happen anymore." I blinked twice before I could respond. "What just happened is that I sucked your cock, and you wanted me to." He shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't. I don't know what is happening between us, but I'm putting a stop to it now." Oh, I didn't like this shit at all. For one thing, I had a raging hard-on, and for another, I knew it was all bullshit.
He wanted me. I could sense it, feel it whenever I was with him. There was something between us that was beyond passion. Why was he trying to deny it? I slapped his hands off me. Are you denying that you want me? He licked his bottom lip. Oh, those lips. And shook his head. Look, we just need to focus on finding the killer. He ran his hands through his hair and sighed. Why is this even happening? Weren't you trying to kill me earlier? I rolled my eyes. I wasn't going to kill you. I was just going to render you unconscious and take you home, tie you up and question you. Big difference. Besides, you kissed me back in that alley just as hungrily as you kiss me now. I knew in my heart that him kissing me wasn't a mistake. This, right here, us being together, wasn't a mistake either. A part of me regretted letting my anger take over when I saw him standing over that body. Having left Nero's home and narrowly dodging his advances had me in a sour mood. It was looking like my actions were backfiring. I know you want this, Christian, I said, trying to reason with him. He shook his head, and it was the weakest display of denial I'd ever seen. No conviction. You're a vampire. I'm a hunter. This can't happen, ever. I was so agitated by his behavior, I turned away from him and ran my fingers through my hair in frustration. I wanted to tear at the strands, but I wasn't into self-mutilation. That's the problem with you humans. What? He asked, with a bit of attitude. I turned to face him. You're afraid to give in to your desires. Why? Because you're a fucking vampire, he snapped. I was a vampire when you kissed me in the alley. I was a vampire when I sucked your cock. I snapped back, my voice rising in my ire. He stood up and snatched his pants from the floor. He shoved one leg in, then the other, and pulled them up. I was seeing my perfect plan unravel, and for the first time in a long time, I felt heartbroken. I walked over to him, stopping him from zipping them up. Christian, I can't help what I am, just as I can't help how I feel about you. I don't know why I have this strong attraction to you. All I know is that I don't want to fight it. I'm too old to lie to myself, and I don't want to lie to you. I want you, and I know you want me. He was taller than I was, so I had to reach up to take him by the back of his head and kiss him again. When I pulled away, he was looking at me with those eyes that held nothing but desire and... What was it this time? I couldn't quite put my finger on it. His lips parted, but he seemed to struggle with words. I placed my finger over his lips. Don't act on your thoughts, but what you feel. Do you want me? He was studying me hard this time, and his breathing began to quicken. I yelped in surprise when he lifted me in his arms and slammed me against the wall. His mouth was on mine again, and it was like we were back in that alley, rolling around without a care in the world. He was kissing my neck now, sucking and licking and growling the whole time. I was so turned on by him that my fangs extended all on their own. He pulled back and looked at me, his eyes focused on my mouth, and I realized what he was looking at. I pulled my fangs back, and he frowned. I want to see them. Don't hide them. That was a request I didn't see coming. I let them grow again, and he let me down to reach up and touch them, his finger gently stroking one of my fangs. Don't worry, I won't bite you. I can control myself, I said. I didn't want him to fear me. Vampires, despite the popular lore, were mindless monsters unable to control their bloodlusts. Fledglings had some trouble, but with the proper training, they adjusted just fine. Show me that you can control yourself, Christian challenged. Then his hands went to the waistband of my pants, and he slid them off me faster than I was expecting. I had to remember these hunters were stronger than your average human by far. I stepped out of my pants, and he stood up, keeping his on. Tell me, how do you see this going? I sheathed my fangs and smiled. Are you asking if I'm a top? I asked. Many would make that assumption, but they'd be wrong. He nodded and cocked an eyebrow. The little gesture made him look even more sexy. My cock was already hard and aching for release. He was everything that got my blood pumping and more. I leaned into him, close to his ear. I want your cock inside of me. Make me scream your name, I whispered. With another growl, he hoisted me up. I wrapped my legs around his waist as he reached into the front of his pants, pulling his hard cock free. He spit into his palm and rubbed it all over his cock. You're going to need a little bit more, I told him. He smirked and added some more saliva, then aimed the head of his massive cock at my hungry hole. Yeah, my ass was starving for his prime grade A beef. He pushed into me just as I sat down on him. I gasped, wincing a little from the pain of being stretched wider than I ever was before. Christian moaned as he slid deeper inside of me. Then he pulled back, running the length of his cock along my prostate, and my eyes rolled up inside my head. At that moment, I felt something connect between us. It didn't feel physical, more like spiritual, emotional. I can't explain it. Suddenly, I felt closer to Christian than I did any other soul. Both of our eyes widened as we stared at each other. Neither of us moved for a few seconds, and time didn't seem to matter. Did you feel it too? I asked. I ran my fingers through his dark hair as he looked up at me with a mixture of confusion and happiness. It was as if he was lost in his emotions, and I was just trying to understand what it was that I felt. Don't talk. Not now, Christian whispered and held me closer. I nodded and he kissed me. That kiss made me want to give myself to him all the more. I tightened my thighs around his waist and wrapped my arms around his shoulders as he worked his body against mine. I moaned and panted with each thrust, lost in pleasurable sensations of everything he was giving me. I could hear the sounds of our skin smacking as he pounded himself into me with abandon. I held on to his wide, powerful shoulders as he supported both of us. While he fucked me, his pants fell down to his thighs, and I could feel his firm ass cheeks with the heels of my feet. It had been so long since I'd given myself to a man. This was no simple choice, but it felt completely like the right one. My fangs sprang to the forefront again, and I didn't hide them as I panted in ecstasy. With every stroke of Christian's cock, I grew closer to my own release. Christian did something I didn't expect. He kissed me, slipping his tongue between my fangs to caress my tongue. If I didn't know any better, I would think he was more curious about my fangs than he wanted to let on. Maybe I would give him a taste of them. Just a taste. Time seemed to stand still as he pounded me into the wall. I loved how he took control of me and gave us both what we wanted and needed. I was about to explode, and I knew he was too. Our moans grew louder as the pleasure mounted. I was going to come, hard. I could feel it building in my toes that were curled so tight it almost hurt. Christian looked at me, then tilted his head. Was this an invitation? Did he trust me this much? Or was this a challenge? I waited until I felt my balls draw up, and then I struck, burying my fangs into his flesh. I heard him cry out from the sting of my teeth breaking his skin, but it didn't take him long to shudder with utter bliss as I began to drain him. My mouth filled with his blood, and I swallowed. Oh, Christian's blood. It was everything I hoped it would be and more. I felt closer to him, like we were becoming one. Oh, God! He growled as he came, both of his fluids filling and warming me. He quaked hard. His knees buckled and we fell to the floor. I knew he was enjoying my bite. His body convulsed in ecstasy the whole time he climaxed. I was lost in the pleasure of his blood. It was the sweetest elixir, and I hated to relinquish it, but I had to. I pulled back and licked my lips, making sure I didn't spill a drop. I took just enough to increase the pleasure of his orgasm and my own. We stayed in a tangled heap of flesh on the floor for a few minutes, him lying against my chest and me leaning against the wall. He was still inside me, and it felt very comforting. I never experienced sex that felt so. What was the word? Divine. Like it was meant to be. Fate. I have to use the bathroom, Christian said out of nowhere. It's down the hall to your left, I said. He rose up. His gaze settled on me, and he looked as if he couldn't believe what had just happened between us. I didn't know whether to fear that look or not. He pulled out of me, and I sat down on the floor, continuing to watch him. He rose, pulling his pants back up. He didn't say anything more, just turned to go to the bathroom. Okay, now I was a little bit nervous. Did I go too far when I beat him? Did I read the signs wrong? And what the hell was up with that sensation I felt when he entered me? Shit. I looked down at my chest to see it covered with my semen. It was a beautiful sight to me, and I was hoping to see it many more times, courtesy of Christian. I decided to pull my pants back on. I used the tattered remains of my shirt to clean my stomach and chest off. A few minutes later, Christian came back into the room. "Do you have anything regarding the case?" he asked. "Oh, that was cold. Mood swings much. So, we're not going to talk about what just happened between us?" I asked. A momentary lapse in judgment. "Don't give me that bullshit, Christian. You let me bite you. You wanted me to do it. And what about that feeling that came over us when you were inside me? What was that all about? Look, can we not have this conversation? I need to process it on my own. I just need to focus on the case." He was conflicted. I got that. But so was I. He was a Honor, and I was having feelings for him. I'd killed Honors before who threatened my life. Did he think what happened was easy for me? I was starting to wonder if I'd made the mistake of acting on my feelings instead of burying them. Fuck it all to hell. I stormed over to my desk with the files and photos on it and walked back over to him, practically shoving them in his hands. "Here, this is everything I've gathered so far." I told him about the vampires who were killed, their names and sectors they came from. That was all I knew about them. My guy, Lee, determined that the sword wasn't like Chris's, who uses 2 wakizashi swords. This was a much longer blade, and Lee determined it was closer to an odachi. "I think that was Sahil's weapon," Christian said. "I can't be too sure until I check the Institute's weapon registry again. I only looked at it briefly while it was on the wall in Bryson's apartment before you called me." "Well, you do that then," I snapped. Christian sighed. "Lorcan, I just need time. You have no idea what all of this means to me, what I'm feeling toward you. I can't believe we even did it, but that's not to say I regret it. Just give me some time to process it all. Please." I looked at him for a few seconds and tried to see things from his perspective. I knew about his family, how they were killed. I never knew why, though. But it couldn't have been easy for him to lose his family at such a young age. Plus, I couldn't forget the training he'd received from the Institute, teaching them that vampires were evil. I nodded. "I understand. Take all the time you need." Those words weren't easy for me to say, because I wanted him again. This time in the comfort of my bed where we could roll around in my sheets and fuck until the sun rose. I was immortal, but this was the first time I felt time. When would I see him again? Would he be warmer to me or cold as ice? I just didn't know, and that scared me. God, why was I having these feelings? "Thank you," Christian said. He put on his shirt and jacket, then left, And again I felt lonely. I wasn't lost in my feelings too long before my cell rang, and I answered without looking at the caller ID, hoping he was Christian. But it was Nero. "What have you discovered?" Nero asked, getting right to the point of his call. "Not much, my liege," I said, then began to tell him what I'd found out thus far. "Bring me the hunter," Nero demanded. "Christian? Of course. But, my liege, I've ruled him out as the culprit. We are working together on this case. He cannot be trusted. Do as I have commanded and bring me the hunter," Nero ordered. "My liege, doing so would breach the treaty we have with the Institute." I felt like I had to remind him of the repercussions of such an action. "Their hunters broke the treaty first by killing my vampires. I will not tell you again, Lorcan. Bring Christian to me or face my wrath. I have issued my command," Nero said. Then he ended the call. Great. Just fucking great. I didn't need this shit in my life. If I brought Christian to Nero, he would no doubt kill him or imprison him. Either would not be good for our treaty relations. Not only that, I didn't want to give Christian to him, but could I disobey a command from my sovereign? Shit! What do I do? I needed to find out who was really behind the murders. That was the only way to truly clear Christian's name. I closed my eyes and forced myself to calm down so I could think clearly. I could still taste Christian's blood on my tongue, and what a delicious flavor it was. I did notice something when I fed from him. I didn't get any visions as I do when I feed from normal humans. I only sensed emotions, and his blood was full of passion. Passion for me. Why was he denying it? Fucking humans always had to make shit more difficult. I had to clear my thoughts of Christian's hands caressing me, supporting me as his cock took me to heaven. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wanted us together, something that surpassed my understanding. The sensation lingered, and there was an ache in my heart that I couldn't shake at having been rejected. I knew Christian said he needed time to process what took place, but I couldn't help but feel like he was going to try to push me away. God, I didn't need this. Christian's behavior, Nero's decree, and whatever the hell was going on inside of me that made me want that honor. Whatever the case, I had to get Nero off Christian's scent, and I needed to think of it. "That's it," I exclaimed as the perfect solution hit me. "A seance," I said to myself. I needed to go back to Lee's to get something from each vampire. I can get an article of clothing from them, and maybe that witch who works with Christian can perform a seance so we can talk to one or all of their ghosts. That would be the best way to clear Christian's name and find out who the real killer was. I ran to my closet, snatched a pullover off the hanger, and slipped it over my head. I put on some socks and shoes and ran out the door. Stefan was with Alex now, and Shyla would be with me before sunrise. She could meet me at Lee's. I didn't want to wait for her to get to my home. I texted her my destination and received her confirmation. Time was of the essence, and I wasn't about to waste 1 second. "A seance, sir?" Lee asked as he handed me a clear plastic bag with some items from the 3 vampire victims. "I want to find out who's killing these vampires. Having the opportunity to speak to their ghosts might give me the answers I'm seeking," I said as I took the bag. I looked inside to see a watch, a shoe, and an empty wallet. Lee shrugged. "Not sure if those items will be personal enough to open that portal to the other side. You might need something else more sentimental to them, sir." He might be right. The watch might be enough to do it, but if it wasn't, then I was going to need the regents of their sectors to deliver me something that might work. First, we'll try these items. I just hoped Christian's witch friend could work her magic. I didn't particularly care for witches. Human though they may be, they were powerful. And the more magic they could manipulate, the more powerful they became. Some grew to be corrupted by that magical power, and even hunters couldn't take them out. At least not a regular hunter. There was only one I heard about that was immune to magic, and he was up in age. Bottom line for me, I avoided witches. But to clear Christian's name, it was time for me to cross that line. I left Lee's lab and was about to call Christian when I realized the sun would be rising soon. Perhaps we can do the seance tomorrow night. I did decide to call Christian to let him know of my plan. He didn't answer the phone, and I wasn't sure if he was avoiding my call or if he'd honestly just missed it. Still, regardless of which one it was, I left a message letting him know about the seance I wanted to do. I held off on telling him about Nero's order for me to bring him in. If I could prove he wasn't the killer to Nero, then that order would be rescinded. I did tell him that he needed to gather the necessary items for the seance. He could gather them during the day, since providing the daytime work was part of our agreement. I ended the call and drove back home. My club was just closing, and people were pouring out. Some staggered, but all were exhilarated after a long night of dancing and drinking. I was sure there was some fucking going on, as there always was. I took my private elevator to my home, and as soon as I entered, I could smell the scent of Christian's cologne, his sweat and his natural musk. It was an exotic aroma, and went straight to my cock, awakening it. I needed to take a shower to get his scent off my body. I could still feel his seed inside of me. I really hoped he could process what happened, because I really wanted to see him again, and not have it be awkward. What are you getting yourself into, Lorcan? My mind was telling me to leave it alone, to forget about him. But everything else was urging me to not let Christian go. I didn't know which voice to listen to, my mind or my heart. You'd think that after being alive for 167 years, the choice would be simple. It wasn't.
Chapter 10. Christian. When I returned from Lorcan's club, I went straight to Jinx's office to check on the electronic devices I found at Bryson's. I desperately wanted to focus my brain on anything other than what happened between the vampire and me. Unfortunately, Amazing Grace was still spewing lines of codes, which meant she was still working. Just in case I didn't already know, Jinx put a sticky note on top of the devices that said, "Do not touch." I thought her bold capital letters would have been enough to get the point across without underlining them and adding 3 exclamation marks on the end, but Jinx never left anything to chance. Her shenanigans momentarily yanked me out of my funk, but it wasn't the distraction I needed to take my mind off what I'd just done. I should have been exhausted, but my brain was too amped up to sleep. I tried playing video games online, but not even annihilating my enemies made me feel better. So I changed into workout clothes and headed to the gym. Cognac and citrus. I smelled it on my clothes when I took them off, but I caught myself before I held them to my nose and took a deeper whiff. I dropped the discarded items in the hamper, disgusted by my reaction. Why the hell couldn't Lorcan smell like something gross, like decaying flesh? I did an insane circuit of cardio, weightlifting and core strengthening, and still wasn't tired. I had hoped exhaustion would claim me, but all the exercise seemed to do was escalate my testosterone and anger. Horny and pissed off was an interesting combination, and the opposite of what I hoped to achieve when I'd gotten to the gym. I decided to give the steam room a shot, but the only thing it did was relieve the anger, leaving me with just horny as I stripped off my clothes and sat on the wooden bench. The heat reminded me of the fever that raced through me when I fucked Lorcan. I fucked a vampire, and I liked it. Fuck, I more than liked it. I fucking loved it. I'd always associated coldness with a vampire's body, but Lorcan was warm when he pressed his body against mine.
and he got warmer as he drank my blood. And when my dick was inside him, we burned hot enough to scorch everything around us. I'd had fevers before, but what I felt with him was way more intense, volatile even. Heat and fire raged through my body like molten lava in my veins. I wanted to blame my reaction on vampire venom or some sort of trickery. But I knew in my heart that wasn't the reason. There was more to it. A deeper connection I didn't understand, and didn't want to examine too closely either. I had an even bigger problem in my inability to get tired. My dick. It didn't care that I'd had 2 powerful orgasms. It wanted more. How? There couldn't be anything left after I shot 2 loads into Lorcan. I had a hard time choosing what felt better. Lorcan on his knees swallowing my cum down his throat, or me filling his sexy ass as he bit my neck. Who was I trying to kid? There was no contest at all. My dick twitched when I recalled those fangs piercing my skin and the euphoria coursing through me when he started to suck my blood. I'd never busted a nut like I did with him. Yet my dick rose proudly from my pelvis and was throbbing like it hadn't seen action in 2 years. Needy bastard, I growled, fisting my cock and stroking it. I could jerk off to memories of other guys, or recall my favorite porn scenes. I didn't want or need Lorcan or memories of our time together to get off. Somehow, remembering the hot elevator sex I had with a guy I picked up in Las Vegas after a successful shapeshifter hunt wasn't enough. The blonde-haired beauty with the pouty lips turned into my dark-haired tormentor with his sharp fangs. Behind my closed eyelids, I no longer saw the mirrored interior of the elevator. Instead, I saw satin sheets and Lorcan's lithe body riding me slowly and sensually. My hands weren't pushing him away. They were sliding all over his torso, feeling the skin that burned for me. I leaned my head back against the wall and stopped fighting my need for Lorcan, allowing myself just to feel. The shame would come later, but right then I needed to at least accept my attraction was real, and it didn't look like it was going away anytime soon. I came, hard, and even though it lacked the punch I had experienced with Lorcan, it was exactly what I needed. I felt exhaustion moving in fast, so I propelled myself to my feet, cleaned the spunk off myself with my dirty clothes, and wrapped a towel around my waist for my trip back to the bedroom. I must have been in that gym and steam room longer than I thought, because dawn had already arrived. I was asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow, but not before one final thought drifted through my mind. Cognac and citrus.
Romeo, it's time to get up!
Vixen's voice sounded disjointed, like it was coming from miles away. Something small, round, and cold bounced off my forehead and fell onto my pillow.
You better hurry. Jinx sent me up here because Amazing Grace has finished running her programs.
I shot out of bed faster than a kid on Christmas morning, not caring about my nude state. I had a feeling the information inside the phone, laptop, and tablet could be just as thrilling as any gift I ever received. "Be right down," I said, pulling on a pair of sweatpants. No response came because Vixen had already left and closed the door behind her. I stopped long enough to brush my teeth before I went to Jinx's lair. I saw through the window that dusk was encroaching and realized I'd slept all fucking day long. "What do you know?" I asked in a rush. Jinx glanced up away from her supercomputer and looked at me. Then she did a double-take and studied me from head to toe. "Something's different."
You noticed that too?
Vixen asked, entering the room with a cup of coffee.
Maggie made it.
She added when I only stared suspiciously at the mug in her hands.
Who was it that kept you out until the wee hours in the morning?
I took a sip of the delicious brew to buy myself some time and wipe any emotion from my voice or facial expression. "I was chasing down leads."
That clearly led you to someone's bed,
Jinx said.
Or a bathroom stall, or perhaps a hidden alcove in an alleyway.
Vixen added.
I haven't seen you looking this relaxed since you returned home from your solo mini vacation in Bali last freaking year with the swagger of an alley cat.
I couldn't stop myself from stiffening when she mentioned alleyway, nor could I stop my brain from recalling the way Lorcan's lips felt pressed against mine. Nonsense, I growled.
Oh, there's further proof, Jinx said to Vixen. Christian's never gone into details about his excursions, but he never bothered denying them. Why not own it, Chris?
Oh my God! Vixen's exclamation was loud enough to make me cringe. I felt like I had a fucking hangover without the massive quantities of alcohol making me drunk first. It was probably residual side effects of letting a vampire drink my blood.
Now I'm the one getting all kinds of ideas, Jinx said, waggling her brows at her girlfriend.
You fucked the vampire, Vixen said accusingly, pointing a finger at me.
You're jonesing for more, too. I can tell.
No way, Jinx said, shaking her head.
Christian hates vampires. There's no way he'd become a fang whore. Right, Chris?
I just stared at her through unblinking eyes. I would neither confirm nor deny. I'm sure you didn't wake me up by shouting my name and bouncing something off my head for this. Getting my days and nights turned around made me feel disoriented and grumpy. The last thing I wanted anyone to know about was my momentary slip-up. What I'd experienced with Lorcan was something I would never allow myself to repeat.
Babe, you bounced something off his head,
Jinx asked Vixen.
He was sleeping really hard,
Vix replied.
I knocked on the door, but he didn't answer. I thought maybe he woke before us and headed back out, or perhaps hadn't even returned home. I opened the door to check, and he was completely out of it. He didn't even hear the door open, and you know that's not like him.
I was a light sleeper most of the time, especially on a hunt. But I would crash hard and be dead to the world on rare occasions.
Rather than risk one of his meaty fists to my jaw, I stayed in the doorway and called his name a few times before I took a grape out of my bowl of fruit and launched it at his head.
I wanted to assure her I'd never strike her, but the truth was I did wake up swinging whenever someone jerked me from those deep sleeps. I'd hit D'Angelo more than once. Of course, I felt horrible each time, but he just laughed and hit me back. I would die if I ever struck any of the ladies in my life.
Ah,
Jinx said.
Sex with the vampire must have really worn him out to put him into one of his trance-like sleeps. Hell, he's even keeping vampire hours. Congrats, buddy,
Vixen added. Jinx, what did Amazing Grace discover? I wasn't discussing anything about my Lorcan situation with anyone, especially not the two women who thought everyone should be in love like them. What I felt for the vampire was nothing more than lust. Searing lust that burned me from the inside out, but it wasn't love.
Okay, so I'm processing all the data she was able to pull from the devices, but I found a few things you can check in the field while I decipher all of the information. First thing I know for sure is that none of these are Chaucer Institute-issued devices. Getting beyond the security and encryption was just too easy, so we're looking at personal devices. Don't get discouraged, little campers, because there's a shit ton of data here.
Vix and I exchanged wry smiles. How much is a shit ton? I asked Jinx.
A lot,
she simply replied, rolling her eyes.
Here's an overview of what I know from cross-referencing the notes you found tacked on the wall to the information I pulled from Bryson's computer. Sahil was supposedly kicked out of CI for breaking rules, but Bryson believes they discovered Sahil is gay. Sound familiar?
Very, I growled.
Not long after Sahil is booted, he disappeared, and someone starts slaying vampires with a longsword that sounds a lot like his.
Jinx pointed at me.
And yours. Sahil goes on the CI's most wanted list, and they assign Bryson to track him down, since he was Sahil's closest friend at the Institute.
They trusted Sahil's friend to apprehend him? I questioned.
The same friend who just happens to be your Institute connection,
Jinx replied.
And who is now missing too,
Vixen added. Surely you guys don't think Chaucer is behind this. Why would they break the accords and start killing vampires? Then what? Make their gay cast-off the scapegoat? It wasn't that I thought them incapable of treachery. It was that I wanted to believe that some good still existed behind those exalted stone walls.
I'm not saying that for sure, Chris, Jinx said softly. I'm just pointing out the red flags as I see them.
Fair enough. What do you need me to do?
Sahil's gift is being able to reach beyond the veil and communicate with ghosts and spirits, Jinx informed me. According to Bryson, there is one ghost in particular he can't seem to shake. This ghost, Magnus, is his constant companion and would have seen what happened to Sahil. If we can find a way to communicate with Magnus, we might get a lot of answers.
Oh, is that all? I asked. I'll just summon Magnus as soon as I finish this coffee. I sounded harsher than the situation required, but I was groggy and grouchy after a hard sleep. So far, Jinx hadn't told me anything that justified waking me up.
Okay, I don't think he fucked the vampire after all,
Vixen added.
Too grouchy.
Yeah, I guess so.
Vixen agreed. Ladies, I growled. Can we please stay on point?
Sorry,
Jinx said sheepishly.
Neither you nor I can summon Magnus, but I bet we know someone who can.
Who?
Vixen and I asked at the same time.
You, my lovely witch,
Jinx said to Vixen.
According to Bryson's notes, Sahil needed an object that belonged to the spirit to summon them. He said that Sahil had come across a pocket watch in a pawn store that he really liked. After he purchased it, he woke up in the middle of the night to find Magnus sitting on his bed watching him sleep.
Yikes,
Vixen said while I mentally shuddered.
Right?
Jinx said before she continued.
Apparently nothing Sahil tried sent the ghost back to the other side of the veil. They formed a reluctant friendship that grew into a tight bond. If we can find that pocket watch, Vixen can cast a spell to summon Magnus.
I've never attempted a summoning spell,
Vixen said softly.
I'll look through my grimoire to see if I even have that spell.
I believe in you, baby,
Jinx said softly. To me, she said.
Bryson's notes indicate that he searched Sahil's apartment after it went missing and found the pocket watch. Sahil was never without it, and that's when he knew something was wrong. Everything we know so far traces back to Sahil and his disappearance. I need you to go back to Bryson's place and look for that pocket watch. Magnus might be able to break this case wide open. Vix, you need to find a summoning spell. While you two are doing that, I'm going to probe deeper into this information.
On it, I said. I'll be back in less than 30 minutes. I took the last swig of coffee and headed for the door.
What makes you think you'll recover it that fast?
I saw a box of pocket watches on Bryson's desk. I didn't think anything of it, except that he collected them. Looks like Sahil is the one who collected those watches. I'm going to retrieve the box, and you, I pointed to Vix, get to figure out which of them is enchanted or whatever. I turned and headed for the door.
Great,
Vixen said sarcastically.
Oh, hey, Chris,
Jinx called out before I made it out of her office.
Would you like some concealer to cover up those fang marks on your neck?
Fuck. I hadn't even thought about Lorcan leaving his mark on me. How the fuck did he manage that? As a hunter, his fang mark should have healed without leaving any evidence behind. It was one of the reasons I'd allowed him to bite me. Hell, who the fuck was I kidding? I wasn't thinking about anything in the heat of the moment because I was too busy craving. I'd ask to bite me someplace less obvious next time. Someplace less obvious. Next time! I didn't stop or acknowledge them, but they must have seen me stiffen because their laughter followed me down the hallway. By the time I retrieved my phone, my worry over the fang marks took a back seat to the message I had on my phone from Lorcan. He decided a seance was in order and wanted Vixen to perform it. He also provided a list of herbs and items we would need to pull it off. Lorcan was bringing a personal item that belonged to one of the vampires so we could contact him. Fuck! Lorcan wouldn't have expected me to sleep all damn day like a... Not even going there. I caught up with Vixen in her quaint office. Her workspace was the exact opposite of her girlfriend's high-tech one. Vix used antique furniture with warm fabrics and an ornate desk, where I found her looking through the grimoire she took from the witch, whose power was contained in the amulet she wore around her neck. Behind her was a huge antique apothecary that held spices, herbs, and other things she used for spells. Sorry to interrupt you, Vix, but there's been a slight change of plans. Vix looked up from the ancient leather book.
What's wrong? You sound upset.
Not upset, exactly. I just don't like last-minute changes, and I'm pissed I slept all fucking day.
What are the change of plans?
I had a message from Lorcan on my phone. He wants to do a séance to speak to the spirit of one of his vampire victims. He provided a detailed list of everything we would need. It's getting late, and now I need to hunt these items down on short notice.
Hold up,
Vixen said, raising her hand to stop my rant.
I probably have what we need here. I am a witch, after all. What I don't have, I can easily procure by making a phone call to a witch in the city who frequently visits New Orleans to get the good stuff. So, where's the list?
I didn't write it down. It's in my voicemail. Vixen pulled out a notepad and pen from the middle drawer in her desk.
So play it back for me. Oh. Does the message contain dirty talk between you and your lover?
She teased. We don't have time for teasing, Vix, I replied. I wanted her to stop from probing into my relationship with Lorcan, but it didn't make my words any less true. Which meant I had to stop dragging my feet. I played the message back for her, and she began taking furious notes. I braced myself for the reaction when she heard how Lorcan ended the call. I'll see you later, big bad wolf. Vix looked up with a huge smile on her face.
That's so fucking cute.
No, I said, shaking my head. What on that list don't you have? She stood up and checked her inventory against her notes and looked inside an old trunk in the corner.
I have everything but one herb. Let me make a phone call, and I can have it here in 30 minutes.
They deliver?
Hey, if Grubhub can deliver Chinese food in under 30, Selena can surely get the ash from a scarlet oak tree. I got us covered, Tiger. You head on over to Bryson's and grab those pocket watches so we can try to communicate with Magnus.
I'm never going to live this down, I mumbled as I left her office.
No, you're not,
she confirmed. Fucking Lorcan and his alluring smell, sexy voice, and fangs that could leave a permanent mark behind on my skin when nothing else can. Chapter 11. Lorcan. I opened my eyes to the darkness of my bedroom. The first thought that popped into my head was Christian's lips on mine, his hands all over my body. God, why was I so horny? I'd just woken up. Then I felt it. Something that doesn't happen to vampires. Not unless we fed. An erection. I turned the lights on, even though I could see pretty well in the darkness once my eyes adjusted. I needed to see this miracle in the light. Once the nightstand light was blazing, I lifted the sheets to see my cock, rock hard and oozing pre-cum. There was a stain on my sheets where I'd been soaking the fabric with my pre-cum all day. Jesus! How in the hell did this happen? I fisted my shaft, and my skin was hot to the touch, another anomaly. Vampires were cool until we fed. Human blood warmed us. It pumped through our veins and made us hard between the legs when aroused. This was something I wasn't used to, not at all. But I can't say that I didn't like it. It made me feel almost human. Wait a minute. I'd fed on Christian's blood. Could that be the reason I was feeling this way? His blood was so delicious, and it flowed into me, lighting me afire like a fever. God, these things that man did to me. I couldn't help myself. My cock ached and begged for my touch. Or was it really begging for Christian's touch? I know that's what I wanted. I closed my eyes and let my memories take me back to last night, or early this morning when my mouth was taking him to heaven. I let my hand coax the pleasure from my flesh as I relived one of the best times in my life. Christian coming in my mouth. And even more sexy, him filling me with his load as he roared in his release. He was everything I ever wanted, needed. Oh, God! I cried out as cum squirted from my cock all over my stomach and thighs. My back was arched high as I trembled from the pleasure of my orgasm. My bedroom door flew open as Shyla came barging into the room.
Sir, are you... Oh my God! She exclaimed as she witnessed what I'd been doing. I'm so sorry. She backed out of the room, closing the door behind her. I was far too relaxed after blowing such a powerful load to care that she'd seen me masturbating. I sighed pleasantly and looked at my comb-covered hand. I smiled, because this was a sign to me. A sign that I needed to not let Christian slip through my fingers. We may be opposites, but hell, opposites attract, right? My smile faded when I remembered Nero's command. Shit. What a fucking mood killer. I climbed out of bed and took a quick shower, and then got dressed in one of my suits, minus the tie. When I found Shyla, she was sitting in the living room, reading a fashion magazine Stefan had left behind. She looked up at me and placed the magazine on the cocktail table. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to barge in on you. Then why did you? I knew why. I mean, I had been screaming, and she didn't know I was having one hell of a climax. Vampires didn't do that at first rise. But I still wanted to tease her. Sir. She was blushing, and it was cute. I could see the blood rushing to her cheeks in spite of her gorgeous, dark, Nubian complexion. I had you screaming. I panicked. I tried to keep my expression stern, just to fuck with her, but I couldn't. I laughed. Got quite the eyeful, didn't you? She lowered her head, bashfully, and smirked. Yeah, but it was a nice eyeful, sir. Again I chuckled. It was strange for me, too. I woke up like that. She frowned. With a hard-on, sir. I nodded. I know it's unheard of, but it happened. Let's keep that between us, shall we? She smirked. Of course, sir. Good. The last thing I needed was rumors of that getting out in the vampire circles. I had enough rumors spreading around about me, especially by vampires jealous of me and the position I held. Most thought it was because I fucked Nero, as if fucking Nero would be all that one would need to do to be a regent. No, it was because I controlled fire. I could create it, and fire killed damn near everything. Everything but me, because I was immune. No one knows why I have this ability. No other vampire did. I snapped myself out of my thoughts and focused on the matter at hand. I'm going to run some errands tonight. She rose from the chair. I'll be by your side, sir. Get some rest, Shyla. I can tell you're exhausted. Besides, I'll need you to watch over me at sunrise. I can take care of myself, I said. She lowered her head a little, as if I'd just insulted her. Shit, maybe I had. That wasn't my intention. Sir, I am more than capable of serving you whenever you need me. I smirked as I raised both eyebrows. Oh, I don't doubt that. If I did, I wouldn't have requested you, let alone trusted you to watch over my little brother all these decades. I know how capable you are, Shyla. You've more than proved it. For now, rest. I walked over to her and kissed her gently on the forehead. I will, sir. Thank you, she said with a smile. Oh, and call Alex. Have him tend to the club for tonight, I said. She nodded. Yes, sir. With that last command, I left and climbed into my vintage black 1969 Camaro. I had other cars, some fancier and more expensive, like my Maserati or my Bentley, but my Camaro was my favorite. I called Christian. The bastard better answer this time. The phone rang for a while, and just when I thought he was about to ignore another one of my calls, he answered. You're up and about, I see. It's nightfall. My time to shine. Did you receive the message I left you? The one about the seance? Yeah, that one. We need to do it tonight. I guess we're on the same page.
My colleagues and I had already decided to perform a summoning spell before I heard your message, he said. Summoning spells, from what I know, are more volatile. In both cases, the veil between both worlds are open, but with a seance the spirit speaks through the conduit. But that conduit remains in control. With a summoning spell, you open the veil wider for the actual spirit to come through. That means they can possess a person who is open, and it's hard as hell to get them out. Requires an exorcism. However, in both cases, we hope the spirit speaks the truth. A summoning spell, where the ghost is present, does yield to better, more accurate results, but I wouldn't recommend it if your witch doesn't have the skills. I said. We can try the seance first, if you think that's best. And the summoning spell if we need more, I added. Yeah. I want to stop the next murder before it happens, he said. That's my goal, too. So I was going to head over to your place. This better not be some elaborate plan to get into my home, he said. Did you really just say that? To me? After what we did? What we shared? Is this your idea of processing? I'm sorry. It's habit for me to be distrustful of... His voice trailed off, and by his somber tone I could tell he didn't mean to offend me, even though he did. Normally, comments like that didn't bother me. Coming from D'Angelo, I paid them no mind. But coming from Christian, yeah, they held weight and it hurt. I took a deep breath because I had to remember what he'd been through with my kind. Vampires. I must be an enigma to him, and after having sex with me, he's probably more confused than ever. I had my own questions, but I knew what I wanted well enough to know I wasn't about to let him go. So, patience will have to be my virtue. Never mind. Did you manage to get all of the items needed for this seance? I did, but... No buts, Christian. We are in this together. If it makes you feel better, renew the wards in your humble abode after I leave. I need to be there for this seance, I said. I didn't want to hear about him not trusting me in his home. Just this one time, fine. Come on over. I'll be there shortly. I hung up because just that little exchange annoyed me. I knew I was going to need a lot of patience dealing with him. That didn't mean it was going to be easy. Man, why did he get under my skin like that? I was normally cool as a cucumber around anyone else. No one affected me the way he did. I sped to his home, and with every passing minute, hell, second, I was growing more excited to see him again. To smell him, touch him, and if I was lucky enough, taste him and fuck him. I parked on the street, grabbed the bag with the vampire's belongings, paid the meter, and walked up to the front door of the nice and unassuming little antique shop. Christian opened the door a few minutes later, giving me a good strong whiff of his cologne and his natural scent. Both nearly had me swooning. My cock twitched to life in my pants, and I had to clear my head before my other head decided to take over. So, I paused and gestured to the building. Can I enter without being zapped back? Christian smirked and stepped to the side. Come in. I walked past him and purposefully brushed along his body while doing so. I heard his heartbeat quicken as his breath caught in his throat. Yeah, it would seem he felt our attraction just as potently as I did. I turned and looked up at him as he closed the door. I wanted to grab him and kiss him, but, damn it, should I? As I took him in, I noticed the faintest scars on his neck where I'd bitten him, which was surprising. I thought those would have healed long before now. They looked like tiny bruises. I reached up, touching his neck. My marks. He brushed my hand away gently, then rubbed the spot where I'd bitten him. They're almost healed. I can see that. I wonder why it's taken so long, I said. He shrugged. I can't worry about that now. His blue eyes were watching me as I stood by the door, as if waiting for me to do or say something. Maybe that was the sign I'd been looking for to claim him for myself once again, like I'd done when I beat him. I made my move, taking him by the back of his head. I kissed him. He took control and slammed me back against the door, pinning my hands to the wood frame. Our lips were locked, and his tongue was working its magic on me, making things rise to the surface. God, I wanted him. He was in my system like I was breathing him in. But was he a virus that would break me down? Or the very thing that could make me live life to the fullest again? I lifted my leg, rubbing his thigh with my knee, letting him know I was more than ready for a repeat of last night. Suddenly he stopped and pulled away, taking several steps backward, and looked at me in what appeared to be pure surprise. "What?" I asked in my confusion. I don't know," he stammered, and blinked several times as if he didn't know where he was. I lowered my hands and approached him, touching his arm. "Christian, we don't have to rush this," I said, even though I wanted to forget about all the drama and just open myself up to him. He took another step back out of my reach and stared at me, like I was some kind of alien he'd never seen before. Why can I hear your thoughts?" he asked, as if I had the answer. I shook my head. "You can hear my thoughts. Can you do that with all vampires?" He shook his head. "Never before. Your minds are closed to me. One of the reasons I don't trust your kind." I rolled my eyes at that and then sighed. "You can read my thoughts. Okay. What am I thinking right now?" I was thinking about tying my shoes, something simple. He frowned as if he were straining, then shook his head. "I can't see it. But before, when you were thinking about how much you wanted to fuck me, how you wanted to open yourself up to me, I saw the image you had in your mind of us together." I blinked. Twice. Then I snapped out of whatever stasis I slipped into in those few seconds. I knew how to block my thoughts, and had been. Not to mention, that thought was buried pretty deeply. How in the hell did he see it? "A lot of strange shit has been happening to me since we had sex," I acknowledged. I still had no idea why, or what any of it meant.
I knew it.
We both turned to see a female standing by the elevator with a purplish and silver pixie cut and a big grin.
"You two did have sex last night."
Christian huffed. He seemed agitated by the fact that she now knew about us, killing all suspicions. "It was a mistake that I will not be repeating." "Was it a mistake, Christian?" I asked. "Lorcan, you came over to do the seance, right? Let's do it then," he stated. I didn't like that he was brushing off all my concerns just because he was having a hard time coming to grips with his emotions. Something was happening between us, and I don't think it's something that either one of us can ignore. I let him walk toward the elevator, then followed him. The three of us rode up to their home above the shop, and when the doors opened, I got a nice view of their sanctuary. It was very nice. Modest for the most part, with a long hallway that had several doors on either side. I guess those led to bedrooms and other things. I was able to see the modern kitchen with its granite countertops and stainless steel appliances, as well as the adjacent dining room with the sparkling chandelier where everything was set up for the seance. Sitting at the head of the table was another female with shockingly scarlet hair and a pixie-like face. Both females were darn cute, and I could tell they were a couple. Each woman had the other woman's scent all over her, and earlier they'd had sex. I could smell that too. I took a gander at the herbs that were placed strategically on the table between the candles that formed the points of a pentagram. I had the items I'd taken from the morgue with me, and I handed her the plastic bag containing the watch. The other items I kept just in case we needed them, but hopefully the watch would be enough. I do hope you can make it work with this. I pointed at the watch she was now holding.
Watches all around, then,
She said, then looked up at me.
I'm Vixen, by the way, since Prince Charming here didn't bother to make introductions.
She nodded at Christian and held out her hand towards me. I was going to. Christian stuttered, because apparently making the introductions had slipped his mind. Perhaps he was still reeling from being able to read my mind. Actually, that had me pretty curious too. Just more questions that needed answering. Anyway, I took Vixen's dainty hand, turned it over and kissed it tenderly. Charmed, I said, pouring it on. Then I released her hand and turned to the other female, who was blushing. She held out her hand, wanting the same treatment. I'm Jinx. I happily obliged. Charmed, I said, and she giggled. Okay, that's enough of that slick vampire shit, Christian said, as he pulled her hand away from mine like a jealous boyfriend. Jinx and I both smirked, as if we shared a secret. What? Christian asked, as he looked from her to me. We need to get down to business.
Don't want your boyfriend's lips on nobody but you, I see. It's okay, I get it.
Jinx taunted. Then she sat down in the chair next to her girlfriend. Christian sighed, but didn't say anything. Maybe he kept quiet because there was some truth to that statement. Christian and I each took a seat at the other end of the table. Have you done this before? I asked Vixen.
Well, no,
she said. I sighed and looked at Christian. I was under the impression that your witch was capable.
Hold the hell up! Are you implying I'm incompetent?
Vixen asked. An angry frown replaced the charmed one she had been wearing. This isn't child's play, Vixen. If one thing is done wrong, there's no telling what can happen. You'll be breaching the veil between life and death, their world and ours. You'll be lucky if the spirit is in a state of unrest, because you won't have to search for them long. If the spirit moved onto the plane of heaven or hell, then you really have to work some mojo to reach them and bring them forth. And you must have the skill and power to keep them on our plane long enough to get answers from them. It'll be hard, because their plane will be pulling them back. Now, can you honestly tell me that you have those abilities? I asked her. She swallowed hard and looked at Christian, then Jinx.
I don't think I can do this.
Girl, fuck him, you're an amazing witch, Jinx said. This isn't the time to be trying to pump up your girlfriend's self-esteem, Jinx, I said. Lorcan, ease up, Christian said, a slight frown on his face. I guess he was chastising me. Perhaps he disapproved of my tone, but I was serious about this situation. You all need to pay attention to what I'm saying. I looked at them, my expression stern, because I wanted them to understand. I've seen what could happen when one of these seances goes wrong. The witch who performed it ended up getting taken over by this spirit because she opened the veil too wide and lost control of it. She's dead now. The spirit ravaged her body, and by the time it had been exorcised, the damage had already been done. I'm trying to save you from making her mistakes or worse. This isn't about your feelings. This is about making sure we don't make matters beyond repair, I said, being as blunt and honest as I could. The room was silent now. Each person was looking at the other, and I could tell they were really thinking about what I was saying. I have to question your skills, Vixen, because it could mean your life, or even the life of Christian or Jinx, I said. I certainly wasn't going to let anything bad happen to Christian, not if I could help it.
As much as it may bruise my ego, I have to admit now that I know what could happen, I don't feel comfortable performing this seance.
Vixen said.
Yeah, now that I think about it, me either.
Jinx added. Wise decision, ladies, I said.
But we still need to do this. Who do we know who can help us?
Vixen asked. Again the room was silent. I didn't know any witches personally, only by name, and they weren't too keen on helping vampires. And the most powerful ones didn't care to get involved in anything that didn't benefit them. I know someone who might help, Christian said, breaking the silence.
Really? Who?
Vixen asked. Christian sighed and rolled his eyes. A real bona fide son of a bitch. His name is Silas, and he did me a solid when I had to go to Asia to track that Nephilim. Do you think you'll come? I asked. I'd heard about Silas, and Christian wasn't exaggerating when he called him a son of a bitch. I'd only met the warlock in passing at a party thrown by the demon Ciara. That was a wild night, and though Silas is what wet dreams are made of, his attitude equates to shit. People call me arrogant. He's the king. Magic users like him are why I don't particularly care for witches and warlocks. Christian shrugged. All I can do is ask. Well then, you need to ask him, I said. I knew about the clock ticking away over my head, the one that meant I had to bring Christian to Nero. I knew my liege would not be patient, and I wasn't going to do what he asked. So time really was of the essence to me. He looked at Vixen. I'm sorry, sweetie, but Lorcan is right. I don't want anything bad to happen to you.
Oh, I'm all right with this switch, because I don't want anything bad to happen to me either. Or anyone else. Shit, as a matter of fact...
She stood up and started blowing out the candles she lit in preparation.
There. That's better.
Christian pulled out his cell phone and started dialing. The warlock answered on the fourth ring. I could hear everything, so I listened. Hell, why not? Wasn't like Christian was trying to keep this conversation a secret. Silas, I'm not going to waste time. I need your help performing a seance, or maybe even a summoning spell. Christian got right to the point. I'm busy, Silas replied. Busy doing what? Fucking. Christian rolled his eyes. This is serious. Believe me, I wouldn't have called otherwise. How do I know that? Maybe you get off on bothering me like you did before. Son of a bitch, why are you being difficult? Please, I'm asking you to help me, Christian said. I could tell he was close to begging, but for some reason he held back. Oh, I don't know. I'm like 12 hours away if I take the plane. You're powerful enough to teleport, Silas. Only when I'm alone. I can't teleport with my lover, he stated. Then leave him there. We only need you for about an hour of your precious time. An hour that I could be fucking. Jesus Christ. Christian huffed, exasperated. What is this about, anyway? Silas asked. Christian told him. Now, will you help us? For fuck's sake, I will now that I know you have a novice trying to breach the veil. Thank God you called me first. I'm on my way. In 10 minutes, lower your wards. Thank you, Silas. I owe you. Christian, you owe me too. 2, fine. See you in 10 minutes. Christian ended the call and sighed. Well, that was an interesting conversation, I said.
We could only hear your side of it, but it sounds like this Silas guy is a real asshole,
Jinx said. Christian nodded. He is that, in spades. I was willing to deal with an asshole and a warlock, even if they were one and the same, if it meant saving Christian and solving this case. So, bring on Silas, and let's get this seance rolling. Chapter 12. Christian. Silas's sudden appearance was as dramatic as I'd expect from the pompous and flamboyant warlock. He arrived in a puff of purple smoke, wearing a perfectly pressed and very expensive-looking black suit with a crisp white shirt beneath it. The black eyeliner he wore made his brilliant blue eyes look even more exotic as he looked around the room disdainfully, while making sure his long, silky black hair wasn't out of place. Silas didn't just walk towards us. He practically floated over in smooth, seductive strides. He wore an aura of power and arrogance like I'd never seen on anyone else. Not even the powerful vampire that made my heart race. The warlock shook his head and ran a finger over a dramatically arched brow. What the fuck is this setup? Who is responsible for this near disaster? The disgust dripping off his tongue raised my hackles. We desperately needed his help, so I urged myself to remain calm. Unwilling to throw Lorcan or Vixen under the bus, I said, "What's important is that we contacted you for help when we realized we were in over our heads." Silas harumphed and walked to the table. "These candles are overkill. For a seance, you need 3 candles, or at least a number that is divisible by 3. What's with the pentagram shape? A seance isn't about magic. It's about passing through the veil to communicate with the spirit world. That requires someone with psychic ability. Which of you possesses that skill?" "No one present," I admitted. Angel was psychic, but I had no idea if he could communicate with the dead. Angel's ability seemed to be evolving, and he was still learning all the nuances. "What's with these herbs? This isn't a summoning spell. Whose idea was this again?" "Mine," Lorcan said through gritted teeth. "I've been to a seance before, and these things were used." Silas snorted. "It seems to me that someone has confused a summoning spell, which requires magic, with a seance that does not. I only need 3 things. 3 candles, psychic ability, a food offering, and an object belonging to the spirit you wish to engage. Admittedly, there is always more than one way to do things, but that doesn't make 'em right. My way is the right way. Therefore, it's the only way that matters." "Food offering?" I asked. "Something specific to the spirit, or anything?" Silas released a long, low, suffering sigh. "Bring me a damn glass of wine." "Happy to quench your thirst, but if you can answer the question about the food," I asked. "The deceased is a vampire, so if we need to procure blood, then—" "Silence!" Silas commanded. "The wine isn't for me, it's for the spirit. I doubt your wine would meet my particular tastes."
"Someone's awfully full of themselves," said a new voice entering the room. "I didn't realize we had company."
Maggie eyed Lorcan before she turned her attention to Silas.
"Who the hell is this pompous jackass?"
Silas turned his head quickly to see who dared speak to him in such a manner. His eyes widened in surprise. Then he raked them over the petite redhead from top to bottom. "Put away your claws and come closer, kitten." Maggie rolled her eyes, but she crossed the room to stand in front of him. "You are remarkably beautiful. Do you have fey blood?"
"Nope, Irish and Scottish."
Silas leaned toward Maggie, closed her eyes, and inhaled her scent. "Intoxicating. Try awkward. Where do you think fey origins began? There's more to you than you realize, kitten." "Can we get back to the seance?" Lorcan asked, sounding as irritated as I felt. "Kitten, will you please bring us a glass of wine to use as a food offering?"
"Only if you call me something other than kitten."
"Oh, but my love, I bet you hiss and claw in bed just like a feisty kitten." Silas smiled lecherously at Maggie, and her face turned red with embarrassment. "Look at that flawless ivory skin." Anger raced through my blood because no one disrespected the ladies of the house. "Silas, we asked you to help us with a seance and possibly a summoning spell. If you're only interested in insulting our intelligence and harassing our friend, then I'll have to ask you to leave. I felt Lorcan stiffen beside me. Let's all just calm down a minute and let cooler heads prevail here. Why was he pandering to the asshole warlock? I knew he wanted to solve the case, and I did too. But something felt different about Lorcan. I detected a hint of desperation that wasn't present before. What had changed? And why wasn't he sharing it with me? I tried to tune into his thoughts like I had when we were kissing, but I couldn't detect anything. It was like I could feel him blocking me. I turned to look at him, but he kept his eyes trained on the warlock. I knew he was deliberately avoiding my gaze, just as I was sure he didn't want me inside his head.
"I'll go get the wine and leave all of you to do your thing,"
Maggie said, sounding grateful for a reason to leave the room.
"I truly am sorry that I interrupted."
She turned and left the room as quickly as she appeared.
"I'll go with you, Maggie,"
Jinx said, then followed her. Maggie really didn't need Jinx's help, but I knew my friend wanted to make sure Maggie wasn't as rattled as she seemed. Maggie was a very bold person, one who made me blush a time or two. I'd never seen her blush under any circumstance. Plus, with Jinx going, she could bring the wine back and not have to subject Maggie to Silas's unnerving scrutiny. "Back to the séance," Lorcan prodded. "Who are we contacting, and what do we wish to accomplish?" Silas asked. Lorcan spoke up first. "I have identified the most recent vampire victim as Jonathan Balin. I would like to know if he can identify his killer. We also need to contact a ghost by the name of Magnus, whose ex-Chasseur Institute companion is missing. The Institute thinks Sahil is the only one committing the murder since it appears his sword was used to kill the vampires. The agent assigned to him is also missing. We hope Magnus can tell us what he saw, and if we're lucky, he'll lead us to where Sahil and his friend Bryson are being kept." "What makes you think they're still alive?" Lorcan asked, looking at me for the first time since the warlock arrived. "They're alive until I have evidence to believe otherwise." I was pissed that he was shutting me out, even though it was irrational. Green eyes narrowed at me, letting me know how displeased he was with the tone of voice I'd used to speak to him. "Wait, you want me to contact two different spirits?" Silas asked incredulously. "Is that beyond your ability?" I asked snidely. Silas chuckled darkly. "Not at all, mortal. I'm merely racking up the favors you will owe me." "The count remains at 2, I rebutted. "It's now at 4, Silas countered. "4? How do you figure that?" Lorcan asked. "One for the additional spirit I must channel, and another for providing the training this witch needs." Silas gestured to Vixen, who'd grown eerily quiet. I hated the look of uncertainty on her face, and I couldn't help but feel responsible. D'Angelo was way more cautious about Vix using her magic where I pushed to see where it could take her. My poor judgment could have resulted in her death, and that's not something I could live with.
"I think that's Vixen's decision to make, isn't it?"
Jinx asked, returning with a bottle of wine and a few glasses.
"One of the glasses is for me, since I won't be participating in the actual séance, but recording the information we glean from the spirits."
Jinx set a glass of wine on the table, and filled one halfway, then filled the other to the brim. She carried the full glass and the bottle to her little makeshift desk with her laptop on it.
"I want to learn,"
Vixen said softly.
"I want to push myself to learn what I'm capable of. But I want to do it in a way that doesn't harm people I care about. I'd be honored and truly grateful to have a warlock such as you train me to use my ability to my fullest potential."
"We'll start next week," Silas said. "On one condition," I said. Silas raised an arched brow once more. "Leave Maggie alone. She's off limits to you." "I believe the fair Maggie can speak for herself, Christian," Silas said. "Shall we begin?" Silas didn't wait for us to answer. He arranged 3 candles in the center of the table and made a shooing motion for us to remove the others. While Vixen grabbed them, Silas lit the candles and incense, then placed the glass of wine and Jonathan's wristwatch beside the candles. "Dim the lights, shut the door, and we need to gather around the table to form a circle." Jinx shut the door and dimmed the lights while we gathered around the table. Lorcan sat to my left, Vixen sat to the right, and Silas sat across the table from me. "Make sure you lower the light on your computer, Pixie," Silas told her. Jinx snorted, but she did as he requested. "Now, join hands, and don't let go until we want to break the connection," Silas said somberly. "Chant with me. Spirits of the past move among us. Be guided by the light of this world and visit upon us. Jonathan Balin, we call upon your spirit to speak to us." Silas kept repeating until all of us had it down and said it with him. After the second time, Silas jerked slightly, then stilled. His eyes stared ahead like he was looking off into space. In the movies, the air would have stirred dramatically and the candles would have flickered to give an obvious sign that the spirit was in the room with us. During our séance, the air didn't move, but an eerie feeling washed over me like we were being watched. Goosebumps creeped along my skin and made me want to recoil. Lorcan must have felt my reluctance because he squeezed my hand tighter to remind me that we needed to stay connected. "He's here," Silas said. "Hello, Jonathan. We want to find out who killed you and are hoping you can help." "Wait, slow down there," Silas calmly said to the spirit only he could hear. "You're understandably angry. We want to help you. Did you see the person who killed you?" "A man? Okay, that's a start. Can you tell me if he was tall or short?" "Average height." "What about hair and eye color?" "Black hair and eyes just as dark." "What about his race?" "You believe he was Middle Eastern?" Silas said, repeating what Jonathan said. My heart sunk. Could Sahil really be responsible for the killings? If so, would we get the truth from his ghostly sidekick? "Did you see any tattoos or marks that might help us identify him?" "Okay, I understand that it happened too fast to be certain about those types of details. Did this man act alone, or did he have someone with him?" "Alone." "You've been very helpful. Rest easy, Jonathan." Silas's eyes refocused on mine. "We can let go of each other's hands now." I pulled my hand back from Vixen's, but Lorcan tightened his grip on my fingers like he didn't want to let me go. I was momentarily too caught up in my vampire lover's eyes to pay attention to anyone else in the room. Yeah, I acknowledged that whatever we had between us wasn't over. An image popped into my head of the two of us again. But we weren't tangled up in satin sheets like in my fantasy. I thought a fancy man like Lorcan would sleep on fancy sheets too, but they looked like ordinary white cotton. That wasn't what shocked me the most, though. It was the image of Lorcan between my legs, sinking his fang into my inner thigh. I gripped his hair and writhed on the bed, but the pre-cum leaking from my dick showed me how much I liked it. My dick swelled until it was painfully hard, and my thighs tingled where I wanted to feel his fangs tear through my skin. "Do the two of you need a break, or can we continue?" Silas asked irritably. I broke eye contact with Lorcan and looked around the table. Silas wore a mask of indifference, but Vixen was fanning her face with her hands. "Bring me the next personal item," Silas commanded. Vixen rose to retrieve Magnus's pocket watch. Bryson described the watch in great enough detail in the notes Jinx was able to pull off his computer that we easily found it among the others Sahil had collected. It was the only ornate gold watch with a Celtic crest containing 2 dragons engraved on the front.
Magnus O'Connell is his name,
Vixen said when she rejoined us. We rejoined hands and chanted with Silas, but of course used Magnus's name to evoke his spirit. Unlike with Jonathan, Magnus wasn't with us after 2 chants. After the 3rd time, Silas said, "I feel him, but he's resisting. He doesn't want to come." "He doesn't want to leave Sahil," I said, although I was guessing. "Let's tell him we want to help Sahil." After a quick revision of the chant, it took only 2 more rounds before Silas gasped dramatically. "This one is terrified and panicked. I'm not sure we'll get any useful information. Quick, what questions did you want me to ask?" "Ask if Sahil is still alive," I told him. Silas repeated my question. "Sahil was taken when he was pumping gas late one evening. He was knocked over the head and shoved inside his own trunk. His kidnapper drove off with him. Where is he, and is he alone?" I wanted to know. I waited impatiently while Silas communicated with the ghost. "Magnus has no idea where Sahil and his blonde friend are being held." "Bryson?" "He's not from this era or country, so he doesn't recognize much about the city. He just said it appears to be an old building made of stone with cruelly constructed dank prison cells with locked black iron doors. He said it reminds him of a castle dungeon." "We don't have any castles around here. Does he know how long they traveled by car before they arrived at this dungeon?" Lorcan asked. "No," Silas said. "He was too worried that his friend was dead." "Are he and Bryson being tortured or mistreated? What does his captor look like?" I asked. "Guys, we're losing connection to him. He wants to get back to Sahil," Silas said. "Remind him that we want to rescue Sahil and Bryson," I said urgently. Silas snorted. "Apparently Magnus isn't a fan of Bryson's because he said they can keep the blonde one. He said there are 2 captors. The lead captor looks and sounds like Sahil, and the other had fair skin, light brown hair, blue eyes, and has no accent at all. The captors don't call each other by their names, and Sahil doesn't recognize the men. He knows they're gonna die if the men don't bother to hide their faces." "The lead captor sounds like the man Jonathan described," I said. "Is there anything else he can think of right now that will help us find him?" "He said there isn't, and he really needs to go." "Tell him to give Sahil a message. Tell him that Christian Wolf is looking for him, but we need his help. If he's able to communicate with Bryson, then he can vouch for my character. Magnus might be too rattled to think clearly, but Sahil is a trained warrior." We waited for Silas to relate this information to Magnus. The warlock smirked, then said, "He's gone." We broke the circle of joined hands. "Magnus wants an opportunity to talk to Sahil. He won't resist when I summon him again." Silas let out a long sigh, and for the first time since his dramatic arrival, he looked like a normal guy. One who looked worn out from expending a lot of psychic energy.
"Why don't I fix you something to eat and pour you a glass of wine?"
Vixen suggested.
"We can get to know each other, and you can tell me some ideas you have about training me."
"I am feeling a bit drained. Do you have skill in the kitchen?" he asked her.
"My cooking is decent, but you should probably stay away from my coffee."
Jinx and Vixen left the room with Silas, leaving me alone with Lorcan. Irritation from being no closer to solving this case rose hard and swift. "Are you very worried about your blonde lover and his friend?" Lorcan asked me. I would describe his voice as deadly calm. "Frustration is rolling off you in waves." "Ex love her," I corrected. "And of course I'm worried about them. They've been kidnapped by killers."
I may not have proof that they're tied together yet, but there's no other explanation for it. I'm relieved they're still alive and we'll have a chance to rescue them. Too bad your frustration isn't sexual, because that's something I could remedy in a heartbeat. Lorcan pulled his lips into a wicked smile, and I watched in complete fascination as his fangs elongated. The sexy vampire flicked his tongue over the tip of one, and my body fired to life. Then he gently touched the place on my neck where his fang marks were finally starting to fade. It shocked me how much I wanted him to mark me again. My mind immediately returned to the image I'd seen between seances. Are your sheets really plain white cotton? Lorcan's eyes widened. He must not have been aware he'd let his guard down during the break between seances. White, Jess? But there's nothing ordinary about Egyptian cotton, lover. Care to join me? Better yet, your sheets are even closer if you'd like to tangle them around your hot body while I ride your cock. Everything except him vanished from the world. It was something I'd never experienced before, and to say it left me feeling disoriented was an understatement. My desire to mate with him was a pull I didn't think I could resist. It didn't matter that we were in the middle of a tough case and my home was filled with people. I needed to experience the promise I saw in his eyes. I opened my mouth to say yes, but his phone vibrating in his pocket interrupted me. Instead of saying, "Come with me so I can fuck you," I said, "Good thing that didn't go off when Silas was conducting the seance. He probably would have cast a spell to shrink your balls." Lorcan didn't respond to me. He answered his phone and growled, "This better be good, Alex." His body stiffened in response to whatever his second-in-command said. His aroused expression from seconds ago was replaced by barely contained fury. I had a bad feeling I knew what the phone call was about. For the first time, I thought I truly saw the monster Lorcan could unleash on the world if he chose to do so. When and where? He listened for a few more seconds before he hung up his phone and returned his attention back to me. Another vampire has been slain. This time, it was one of my own, Christian. Chapter 13. Lorcan. "I'm coming with you," Christian said, rising from his chair right after I did. I looked at him, contemplating if it would be wise. I mean, my sovereign demanded I bring him in. My best bet to avoid having to do so was claiming I couldn't find him, or get to him, at least thanks to his warded home. The fact that I was currently standing inside his home didn't have to be known to Nero. "I don't need you to come with me," I said. "Well, I'm coming anyway." "No," I snapped, my hand out towards him, as if the motion itself could stop him. "Lorcan, we made a deal that we're going to solve this case together. That can't happen if you're going to try to sideline me. I need to see this vampire just as much as you do. No, together. Not after you seeing it first," Christian said, putting his foot down. There was something about his assertiveness at this moment that spoke to every part of me that wanted him. I felt a spark ignite inside of me, heating my blood to a boiling point, and it took all of my reserve not to slam him down on the table, snatch his pants down, and ride him until the legs literally broke off the old redwood table. I had to clear my mind, reluctantly so, of the image of his chest heaving as he huffed and puffed, panting in pleasure. Pleasure only I could give him. Yeah, tearing myself away from those thoughts was a challenge, but putting his life first made it easier. "I can't take you with me, Christian," I said finally. "Want to tell me why not?" Christian asked, his arms crossing over his massive, muscular chest. "Something is going on with you. What is it?" "Do I tell him my king wants him?" Shit. "I'll tell you later. Just for now I need to handle this alone. I promise I'll tell you."
For now, lower the wars. I should keep them up until you tell me the truth, he stated. Do you trust me? I asked him. We studied each other for several seconds, and I saw him exhale before he nodded. He said something in a language I didn't recognize, which was rare. I felt an electric charge flow through the atmosphere, and I knew the wards had been lowered so I could leave. I didn't give him a chance to prod me further. Using my vampire speed, I ran out of his house. I knew he'd never be able to catch up to me because he didn't even see me move. Hunters had great skills, but even to his trained eyes, it would have looked like I'd vanished, rather than just ran really fast. I was quickly in my car, pulling off and roaring down the street toward the location of the most recent kill. I entered the dark parking lot of an abandoned factory with broken windows and discarded trash surrounding the place. The factory itself was covered with graffiti, and it was quite the eyesore. Alex's SUV was parked next to the body, and both he and Stefan were leaning against the vehicle as I pulled up. They looked at ease. I assumed it was because they had fucked already. There was a look about them that told me they finally acted on their desires, and I was happy for them. I killed the engine and climbed out. You two look like you're getting along well, I said as I shut my car door. Alex tossed Stefan a look and smiled. That totally confirmed my suspicions. Well, indeed, he said, and then turned back to me. This makes 4. He pushed himself off his SUV and made his way toward me as I walked over to the body. 4 too fucking many, I grumbled as I looked at the vampire. He was naked this time, and I found that detail to be interesting. All the others were still clothed. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but if I was a suspicious man, which I can be, I would think that someone knew I had gathered personal items from the previous victims. This time, I wouldn't have the opportunity. Not that it mattered. I knew who this vampire was, and I knew where he lived. I was going to visit his home right after this to investigate and gather something personal. With Silas still helping us, maybe this vampire's ghost could tell us more than the other two had. Like the other bodies, this one was a pale, grayish husk. Dark veins rose on the skin, signifying all life lost. The wound in his chest was deep, and there was only a little blood, meaning he'd been drained, too. There were no puncture wounds that I could see, save for the hole in his heart left there by a blessed weapon. That meant he'd been drained and had enough time to heal before being killed. Sure, it would only take seconds, but draining a vampire was a sure way to weaken them. The flesh surrounding the wound was singed, which happened when we were wounded by blessed weapons. This shit was pissing me off. Where is his master? I asked Alex as I continued to examine the body. Eric Donnelly, that was his name. He was handsome, brown eyes, blonde hair, and bow lips that I'd witnessed his master taking full pleasure in at my club several times. He was 25 years old and recently turned by Cecil McDenley. The guy had only been a vampire for 3 months. I was curious how whoever killed him got to him in the first place. Cecil would still have him under his ever-watchful eye. That's the thing, Lorcan. I can't get in contact with Cecil, Alex said, and the tone of his voice pretty much mirrored my concern. Have you called both his home and cell? I asked. Alex nodded. Yeah, I even sent Tasha to his office to check to see if he was there, but he wasn't. All right, now this was something I found greatly disturbing. All the vampires killed were young fledglings. Where in the hell were their masters? I pulled out my cell phone and called Roland. I needed to ask him a few more questions. He answered, like I knew he would. Hello, beautiful. Roland's deep voice rumbled. I'm calling on important business, Roland, I said, wanting to bypass any flirtation he'd want to send my way.
If it's about the dead vampire from my district, I still have nothing new to give you, he said.
Have you heard from his master? There was a pause, then he replied,
Not anything else, which is odd. Most masters would want the head or heart of whoever killed their fledgling, but since Oliver reported Jonathan missing, he's been silent. I've been trying to contact him to let him know he can pick up John's body, but I'm not having any success.
I could have used that information earlier.
I had nothing concrete when we spoke. I have nothing now. I'm investigating this too, and it's been fucking frustrating to not have any clues or cooperation from his sire,
Roland said. That's something of note. There's been another killing, and this time it's one from my own district. That makes 4 different districts, and each is a fledgling vampire. And so far, we know that 2 have masters we have been unable to reach. I need to contact Susanna and Maca to see if they're having the same problem, I said. More pieces to this puzzle were coming together, but I still couldn't see the whole picture.
I'll tell you what. You call Susanna and I'll deal with Maca. We both know how much he loves you,
Roland said with a heavy, sarcastic tone. I was more than willing to let him do that because I couldn't stand having to speak with Maca any more than he could stand to speak with me. Out of all the regents, he was the most jealous of me and my position. Even though we were all equal as regents, he felt I hadn't earned the position, seeing as I was the youngest. Sure, you can do that and get back to me, I said.
Of course.
We ended the call, and I immediately contacted Susanna. Yes, Lorcan. I'm going to cut to the chase. Have you been able to contact the master of the vampire that was killed from your district? No, and neither has Maca. We were just speaking about it. Funny, your timing is impeccable, she said. I take it there's been another killing and another missing master. You're not wrong. I just found out from Roland that he's been unable to contact Jonathan's master too. What is going on? Do you have any idea? I asked. I've spoken to the king. He thinks that hunter, Christian Wolf, is behind it all. Susanna said. He isn't. How can you be so sure? She asked. I've been doing the investigating. That's how I know, I said. Well, that's not what our king believes. He's ordered me to bring in Christian Wolf, Susanna said, and that put me on edge. I thought Nero had just told me, but he told Susanna too. Who else did he give the order to? Christian didn't do it, Susanna, I said. If he did or didn't, that isn't my concern. I'm going to bring him in to our king. Let Nero decide if the hunter is innocent or not. Our sovereign is strong enough to penetrate Christian's mind and find out the truth, Susanna said. Is that why Nero wanted Christian? So he could read his mind and eliminate him as a suspect? I wasn't so sure if he'd be able to, knowing Christian's ability. Even still, why did I get the impression that Nero wants him dead? Something was telling me that turning Christian over to him wasn't going to end well. For Christian. I'll get back to you if I have more information, I said. Please do, Susanna patronized before ending the call. Fuck! I cursed and turned from Alex. I needed to fucking think, and I was having a hard time coming up with a plan. I heard all of that. What are you going to do? Alex said. I don't know. I have to warn Christian. He needs to know that our sovereign is after him, I said. Then I called him. Rude of you to run out on me like that, Lorcan, Christian said. I know, but I don't have time to debate further. I'm sorry, but you need to know. Is this you pulling up? I asked as I watched the black sport SUV pull into the parking lot. Yes, Christian said, then hung up. I did the same and waited for him to climb out of the vehicle, which he did. looking every bit of sexy as hell as any man could. I told you I was going to fill you in. And I told you that we were in this shit together. I'm not going to let you shut me out, Christian said as he stalked past me to the body to examine it. How in the hell did you find me? Technology can be just as amazing as magic. I had Jinx track your cell, he said without turning to look at me. Shit. These little gadgets were double-edged swords. Alex cocked an eyebrow as he looked at Christian, then back to me. You're going to let him talk to you like that? I held up my hand, silencing him. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something else, but then closed it as he thought better. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest and watched Christian. There's something you need to know, Christian, I said, and he turned, looking at me over his shoulder. That powerful, broad shoulder that I was clinging to last night as he fucked me against the wall with all the passion of a sexual beast. Oh? And what's that? He asked. My sovereign wants you brought to him, I said. Christian frowned. Why? He thinks you're the one behind the killings. Christian snorted. That couldn't be further from the truth. I know, and I've told him as such, but he wasn't deterred. Christian turned back to the body to get a closer look at the wound. Then he rose. Same killer, that's for sure. Same wound from the same weapon, I think it's safe to say. He turned to me. Is this what's been on your mind? Why you've seemed, I don't know, off? I think he will kill you if he gets to you. Yes. On the other hand, he may be strong enough to break through your mental barriers and read your mind to see that you aren't the one doing the killings. That's the other prospect. I'm not going to stand before your sovereign and answer for crimes I didn't commit, nor will I let him pry into my mind, Christian said. I sighed. I figured as much. That's why I wanted to do this seance. I wanted to clear your name. I feel that we did, from what we know. The kidnapper is of Middle Eastern descent. That's not you. That's not enough to clear my name, Lorcan. Your sovereign could assume that I was working with Sahil, who is Middle Eastern. I could have let Sahil kidnap them, then I killed them. Maybe it's Nero who has Sahil, and that's why he wants me. Maybe he thinks that if he gets both of us off the streets, the killings will stop. Christian pointed out, and that put a bitter taste in my mouth. I knew for a fact that Christian was innocent, but in the end I still had no way to prove it. Shit! Worse yet, what if the killings did stop if Christian was taken away? What if someone was out there setting up hunters? Too many fucking questions and not enough fucking answers. Okay, you make a good point, I admitted. So what do we do? Christian ran his hands through his thick dark locks and sighed, heavily enough that his shoulders slacked. We keep trying to find the killer. We get Silas to talk to Magnus again once he's regained his strength. Maybe once Magnus knows we're allies, he'll be more forthcoming with information. Meanwhile, I have Jinx looking into properties that match the description Magnus gave us. I nodded. Good. That's a start. You fucked him, didn't you? Alex asked me telepathically. The question threw me off guard, but I turned to him. Yes, I said vocally. Looks like he scratched a certain itch, Alex teased. Am I missing something here? Christian asked as he looked between Alex and me. Nothing, I said. Something, Alex countered. You must be something special for my brother to go against our sovereign. Alex, I snapped. You forget your place. Brother? Christian said, his eyebrows arched in surprise. I rolled my eyes. Yes, Alex is my little brother. Sometimes I don't like everyone to know. I gave Alex a reprimanding look. He smirked. Oh, if you're willing to define Nero for him, then I think he can know that we're brothers, especially since you two have been intimate. I huffed in frustration. Fine. Look, we need to come up with a plan. I'm not the only region Nero has sent after you. No, you're not. A very familiar and scornful voice said from behind me. I turned to see him. Maca. He was standing there dressed head to toe in black and had an expression on his face that was a mixture of anticipation and hatred. Fuck a dog. Could this night get any worse? I looked around, seeing that more and more vampires were appearing around us, all older and stronger than us physically, as Maca was over 1,000 years old. He was going to be a handful. I turned toward him, but managed to keep my eyes on the 20 vampires he brought with him. Christian had pulled his sword out now, ready to defend himself. Alex's back was against mine, ready for action. Stefan pulled out his gun, finger on the trigger. Maca, Christian is innocent. He hasn't been killing these vampires. I said, honestly, Lorcan, I don't give a fuck. Our sovereign wants him. That's all I care about. Now are you going to stand in my way? Because I have no problem going through you. In fact, I hope you try me, boy. I've been waiting for a moment like this. I'm going to be the one to bring him in. You had your chance. Maca said, I'm not letting you take him. I growled. I don't know where this was coming from, my need to protect Christian. I just knew every fiber in my being was ready to kill and even die to keep him safe. I let my fangs come to the party, along with my claws. The vampires surrounding us got into their combat mode too, all fangs and claws. This was about to get ugly. Maca snarled at me. I knew you weren't worthy to be regent. You'll defy the sovereign's edict for a human. You're willing to die for a human. You're a fucking fool, Lorcan. I knew by fighting Maca, I was giving up my claim to the regency of Sector Dios. This moment would define my future. If I proceeded to fight, I would become a fugitive. And if I survive, so would Alex, Stefan, and even Shyla. I was putting all their lives in danger with my actions. Nero would never forgive me for betraying him, and I would be haunted by every vampire in his kingdom. Was Christian worth all of that? Maybe Nero just wanted to read his mind, like Susanna said. But I just couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it than that. He wanted Christian dead. That much I could sense through the phone when he gave me the command. Back down, Maca, or find out why a young vampire like me was made regent. I warned. Maca laughed at me, his fangs dripping with saliva in anticipation. Oh, bring it. Like I said, I've been waiting for a chance to put you in your place, fuckboy. If you think you'll get control of my territory, once I bring Nero the Hunter and your treacherous head, I'm sure I'll get your district just fine. Maca said. He lashed out faster than I could see. The blow stunned me and sent me flying into Alex's SUV, knocking the vehicle on its side. My body denting the hard metal as I lay, implanted in it. I felt my wounds healing as my vision began to clear. Gunshots rang out. The harsh sound echoing all around me was slightly jarring. I sat up and shook the cobwebs from my mind. I had to get back into this fight. I climbed out of the imprint my body left in the SUV and jumped down. I saw Alex, beneath Maca, helpless against the attack that was coming. No! I raged as I sent fire from my palms toward Maca. The vampire screamed as flames engulfed him and only him. He climbed off Alex, his arms flailing about as he spun around and around, trying to escape the fire that I wouldn't let go out. I saw Christian stab a vampire from behind, then he turned around quickly, slicing through the vampire's neck, severing the head from his body. Blood splattered all over him, but that didn't stop his focus as he backed up against Stefan. 3 vampires ran toward Maca, trying to put the flames out, but they couldn't. I knew I had to kill Maca if I was going to gain control of this situation. I was concentrating on battling their attempt to extinguish my flames when I was attacked from behind. I screamed as 5 claws dug into my back, lifting me up from the ground. God, the pain was excruciating. It stung like 1,000 knives piercing me.
I don't think the vampire was strong enough to break through my bones to snatch my heart out, but that wasn't for lack of trying. I had to tear my concentration away from Maca to burn the vampire who was impaling me on his claws. I heard the vampire scream, so I knew my flames had him engulfed. He tossed me away from him as the flames did their work. He wasn't nearly as old or powerful as Maca, and his corpse fell to the ground as expected. 2 more came to the fight. They were accompanied by Roland. Morris, he is Vampire's second in command, and London, his 90-year-old human day watcher. Both were Roland's strongest warriors. Fuck, I didn't need this. That was my thought when I saw they'd entered the fray. Of course, I was surprised and relieved when Roland and his warriors advanced on Maca's vampires, claws and blades slashing to injure, not kill. I caught that much before movement from my periphery caught my attention. I turned to see 2 of Maca's vampires were on me now, advancing fast, so I took advantage and burned them both. The red, yellow, orange flames consumed them in the inferno I created and controlled. I shoved them both out of my way, sending their fiery bodies flying into the air in separate directions. I didn't care where they landed as long as they were dead when they did. I turned to see that Christian had been disarmed, and one of Maca's vampires was on top of him, draining him. Christian was struggling against the vampire, trying to push him off, but he couldn't. Rage filled me like never before, and my vision actually turned red with fury. My entire body turned into a furnace, and before my very eyes, I watched his body ignite in a fire so hot that it was white. The intensity of the flames seemed to burn him from the inside out. His skin charred and cracked as the flames consumed him, turning his body ash instantly. While he was burning, I could literally see his blood boiling like lava. I knew it had to be an excruciating death, but at least it was quick. I'd never done anything like that before, and I stood there mouth open, shocked. Christian fanned the ashes away as he coughed. He tried to sit up, but fell back down, too weakened by the blood loss. There was a vampire standing near him who had been advancing on Christian right before I killed the one who'd been draining him. Watching his friend turn to ash made him stop his attack. He was stepping away from me now, and holding his arms out before him, surrendering. "Don't kill me," he begged. Killing the other vampire the way I had took a bit more out of me than what I was used to. I could feel my energy level going down, but I dug in deep to keep my adrenaline going. This was war. I didn't bother to reply before I set him on fire as well. He came here to battle, and I wasn't going to hold back. He screamed as the flames licked up his body until they had him surrounded. He spun around wildly, trying in vain to save himself, but eventually fell dead. I aimed my hand at 2 more vampires who were now backing away from me. The look of complete terror was plastered on their expressions. I was about to set them afire when I felt Roland's weight drag me to the ground. "Stop this madness, Loken! You're killing your own!" he yelled at me. I growled in rage, my fangs snapping at him. "Release me!" I roared. "No, not until you come to your senses," he snarled. "Kill him!" Maca shouted, now fully healed. My flames had taken him out of the fight. That was probably the only reason why Christian was still alive. "He defied our sovereign for a human!" Roland turned to him. "Maca, stand down!" "No!" Maca growled as he went for Christian again. And I lost it. The moment his hand touched Christian, I felt that same rage that Ash, the other vampire, built inside of me, and I sent it barreling in his direction. His body ignited in that white flame, and his scream was brief, as he burned from the inside out. His skin charred black and looked like it had been burned away by lava from the hottest volcano. He looked like a statue made from ash, and the agony of his death was forever etched in his expression. After witnessing what I'd done to Maca, all the vampires under his command scattered, which was wise on their part. "Oh no. What have you done?" Roland said.
He released his hold on me and collapsed on his side as he stared at Macaw's remains. I was so far gone, I hadn't completely grasped the whole situation, and I felt weakened having expelled so much energy. My chest was heaving as I panted heavily, trying to get myself together. All I knew was that I was able to burn someone from the inside out. Something I could never do before. Did my powers increase? And when? How? I stared at my hands for a few seconds. I hadn't needed to aim them at Macaw or that other vampire I'd killed. It all came from my mind as I focused my vision on my target. I blinked a few times, then closed my eyes to force myself to calm down. I could hear Alex and Stefan talking and gathering themselves, and I was relieved to know they were alive. I opened my eyes and looked around, seeing Stefan being fed on by Alex to heal him. Christian was still on the ground, but holding his stomach that was bleeding. I felt my strength return to my limbs, so I climbed to my feet and ran over toward him. "Are you okay?" I looked at his bleeding wound. It was bad, but not life-threatening. He grimaced in pain, but nodded. "I'm healing, just a little slowly because of the blood loss." "I can heal you," I said, offering him my blood. He shook his head. "I'm fine. We need to get the fuck out of here." "Lorcan, do you know what you've done?" Roland asked as he walked over to where I was with Christian. "I know what I've done. I've made myself your enemy. Question is, are you going to try to fight me like Macaw did?" I looked up at him, challenging him. He looked at me in disgust and frustration, then at his two warriors, who fought only to restrain Macaw's vampires not to injure them. Finally, his gaze returned to me. "You need to explain yourself. Why you chose to defy our sovereign." "I will," I said. "Now," he demanded. "When we're safe," I said, then rose to my feet. I reached down, helping Christian to his feet. "You can't go back to your home. You know that, right?" Roland said. "That was unfortunate, because I loved my home. I also needed a safe place to rest during the day, and now I had nowhere." "I know," I said. I couldn't let that distract me, yet. I still had a few hours before sunrise. Right now I had to get Christian back to his home, his safe place. "You can come to my home," Christian said out of the blue. I looked at him. "Are you sure? Because it won't just be me. Alex, Stefan, and Shyla will need to come too." "And me, if I let you two go," Roland said. "I don't have any wards to protect me while I sleep, and my second and servants will be targets now, as will I, since we helped." "You vampires really should look into getting some," Christian commented. "That would mean dealing with warlocks and witches." "Ugh," Roland said. Then he looked back at me. "This is a fine mess you've gotten us in, my friend." I didn't bother to reply to that. I knew how much trouble we were in. I looked at the older vampire, with his long black hair braided intricately down his back. His midnight blue eyes looked almost black in the moonlight, but they were intense and smoldering as he stared at me. His chiseled jaw was set tight as he stood there, contemplating his next action. He was also sporting a 5 o'clock shadow that made him look as dangerous as it did alluring. There was a reason why Roland was someone I didn't mind spreading my legs for. But those days were behind me now. All I could see in front of me was Christian. "Then you can come too. But only if you're on our side," Christian said. "Jesus fuck," Roland hissed. He looked at me. "Lorcan, please tell me I won't be making a mistake if I let you go." "You're not making a mistake," I said, and I hoped I wasn't making the mistake by saying that. "Get the fuck out of here, then," Roland said, and gestured to my car. "I need you to do me a favor." "I'm doing you one," Roland snapped. "Get Shyla. They'll kill her if she's not protected," I begged. Roland sighed. I knew he didn't want to be wrapped up in this shit, but he did that to himself when he showed up. Not that I wasn't grateful. No doubt his interference saved lives. "And do what with her?" "Bring her to my home," Christian said. Then he gave Roland the address. Roland growled at Christian as he stepped closer to him. "If you've gotten Lorcan mixed up in some bullshit, I will kill you." "Roland!" I snapped. Roland's intense gaze panned to me with calculated slowness. "I will get Shyla, and we will talk." With that, he spun sharply and motioned for his two warriors to join him. Instantly they were gone, and I was left with more thoughts than I wanted to deal with. I turned my attention back to Christian, who, thank God, was healing well. I helped him to his car, and he climbed in. "You sure you don't want me to drive?" "Maybe you should," Christian said and climbed back out. I helped him to the passenger side, and he climbed inside. I turned to Alex. "All's well there?" I asked, pointing to Stefan, who was leaning against Alex. He nodded. "We'll live." "Good. Take my car and meet us at Christian's," I commanded. Alex nodded and walked toward my car. I tossed him the keys, which he caught with ease, and both he and Stefan climbed inside. I got inside Christian's SUV, and we were off. "I can't believe you did that to protect me," Christian said. I wanted to concentrate on driving or do anything other than think about the choices I made during that fight. I'd killed a fellow regent and several of his vampires. I'd chosen the side of a hunter over that of my sovereign. But Christian was more than just a hunter to me, wasn't he? But it was still a mystery what exactly he was to me. One I wanted to solve just as much as this case, if not more. "I couldn't let them take you, Christian. I was at a loss for words. My emotions were tangled up in knots, and unraveling them was putting me through the ringer. "You didn't want them to kill me," Christian supplied. I swallowed hard. I couldn't let Nero take him away from me like he did Emmanuel." "Who's Emmanuel?" Christian asked, and I slammed my foot on the brakes as the memory of the only person I ever loved came rushing back to me. How did Christian hear that thought? The street was pretty vacant, thank goodness, and I had to pull over to steady my shaking fingers. "He's someone from my past," I said. It felt like an old wound reopening, one that was so deep and festering with oozing pus that it nearly killed me. That's how the memory pained me. I had buried it away in the recesses of my mind so far that I didn't think I'd ever have to see it again. Unfortunately, it all began to flood my mind no matter how hard I tried to push it away. Of Emmanuel, bloodied and beaten and on his knees before me, tears streaming down his face as he begged me for mercy. Mercy I finally granted him when I bit into his flesh and drained him dry. Nero had been so pleased, for he had tortured Emmanuel, the only human I ever loved. He had been jealous of my affections for Emmanuel, hated that a human was the only one keeping me from giving myself fully to my vampiric nature. Nero had blamed Emmanuel for my humanity, and by having me kill my lover, Nero was certain I would kill the last part of me that was human. He had been wrong, but it didn't matter anymore. Emmanuel was dead, free from the promise of more torture if I didn't comply, free from Nero's wrath and my helplessness to save him. Back then I didn't defy Nero. I was too weak and afraid of what he would do. And for that, I lost the love of my life. I never forgave myself. I couldn't see that happen again. I refused to let the mistakes of my past repeat themselves. Whatever this was between Christian and me, I planned to see it through. Christian was the first human since Emmanuel that I felt love for. It's been over a century since I felt those flames of passion and emotion flare up, and I couldn't let them be extinguished. Not again. I felt a tear flow down my cheek, and another as I let myself remember Emmanuel. Then I felt Christian's gentle touch on my thigh. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly before looking at him. I don't know what I expected. Maybe confusion, or even anger. But I only saw sympathy in his gaze and tears brimming in his eyes. I saw it all. I know what he made you do, and I know why you fought for me. How? I asked. Even to my own ears my voice was shaky, and I felt as vulnerable as I sounded. A true rarity for me. I may be a bottom in the bedroom, which was the only place I let myself be vulnerable. But I was in control at all other times in any situation. This was the first instance where I didn't feel like I was 100% at the reins. Christian took my face into his hands, and my breath caught in my throat. I have seen your deepest, darkest secret, Lorcan. Something that I have never seen in any other vampire. I know you more now than I ever did before. I know your heart, your soul, and you are not evil. You feel love. You know what it means to be loved and to love in return. That is why you've given up everything for me. I felt something inside of me swell, and I leaned forward, kissing those lips that just spouted everything I ever wanted to hear from the man I loved. Finally, I was able to put a finger on this emotion I'd been feeling. Love. Something I had once thought lost to me with the last breath Emmanuel released, was flowing throughout my entire being at this very moment. I felt all of Christian's passion as he kissed me. I felt his love for me. And it wasn't conflicted. Not anymore. My cell began ringing, interrupting us, and for good reason. We needed to get someplace safe. I wiped the tears from my eyes and smiled coyly at Christian, who was looking at me like a man who knew what he wanted. He wanted me. God, I could feel myself blushing. I answered my cell. Yeah. I've got Shyla. She was banged up pretty good since Susanna's vampires were here looking for you. I'm on my way to Christian's. And because I had to kill Susanna's vampires, I'm now on Nero's shit list. You better have a fucking plan, Lorcan. Roland said, and I could hear his snarl through the phone. I don't have one yet, but I will, I said. That's not comforting to hear, Roland replied. It's all I've got for you right now. I'll see you in a bit. And Roland. What? Thank you. Thank me when we're alive and back in our sovereign's good graces, he said, then hung up. I wasn't so sure I wanted to be back in Nero's good graces. I knew his feelings for me. He wouldn't want to share me with Christian, especially not after learning of my feelings for the hunter. Maybe he already knew about Christian and me, and that's why he wanted me to bring Christian in, to bring my lover to his death. Just like he wanted me to kill Emmanuel. Again, more questions with no definite answers. Let's get home, Christian said. I nodded and headed back to his very safe and warded home. You couldn't even burn that thing down. I knew that because some demon tried to 3 years ago and failed. He died by D'Angelo's and Christian's hands for his efforts. The word had spread quickly through our supernatural circuits. which is why no one really wanted to attack their home base. Also, with a powerful warlock on the premises, there was another perk. If nothing else, I knew I was going to have a safe place to sleep during the day. Chapter 14. Christian. The air felt heavy with words left unspoken during our drive back home. I knew the source of tension had nothing to do with a fight, and everything to do with our growing feelings for one another. "Your recovery time is really impressive," Lorcan said, breaking the silence. "Thanks. I've always found it comes in handy." I shot him a playful wink. "Don't get me wrong. I'm deeply grateful for your sexual prowess, but in this instance, I am referring to your ability to heal after being drained of blood. I knew hunters healed quicker than humans, but it appears I greatly underestimated your capabilities, Christian." We continued to discuss my hunter abilities in more depth, but it felt like more of a distraction or delaying tactic for a different type of discussion we needed to have about whatever this was between us. Or did we? I didn't need to hear Lorcan speak the words out loud because I felt them in my soul when he saved me, and I saw what I meant to him when he shared his memories with me. Everything I thought I knew about vampires was based on my tragic past, and although it was reasonable for me to be jaded and mistrusting, it could have prevented me from experiencing something truly magnificent. There were so many things I wanted to say to Lorcan, words I needed him to hear, but I couldn't bring myself to open my mouth and speak them out loud. Yet, my ability to love didn't die with my family. I loved Jinx, Vixen, D'Angelo, and now Maggie and Angel with everything I had. But it wasn't the same kind of feelings that Lorcan stirred within me. I could no longer deny that I'd fallen in love with a vampire, one who defied his king and killed his own kind to save me. The same one who'd opened his memories to show me his darkest secret, and silently begged me to understand his actions and not reject him. I couldn't allow Lorcan to bleed his soul for me and give him nothing in return. Sure, I was offering him a safe haven, but did he understand that it meant so much more than 4 warded walls to keep his enemies at bay? "I don't need the words, Christian," Lorcan said softly as he pulled up to the warded gate that blocked anyone from entering the parking garage beneath my home. Our home for the unforeseeable future. I wouldn't be able to bring Lorcan or the others inside without getting Vix to lower the wards. Hold on to that thought for a minute. I didn't even think about informing the ladies of the latest development until after I arrived back at the compound. I dialed Vixen's number and thought about how drastically my life had changed when I listened to it ring. "I'm bringing home a few guests. Can you please lower the wards?" I asked Vix when she answered just before it went to voicemail.
Guests? We only have one guest room, which I plan to use for Silas. How many people are you bringing here?
A few vampires and their day watchers.
ETA?
She asked. "Right now, please. We can't pull into the garage until you do."
Done,
Vix said, without asking any other questions. Her absolute trust in me was something I never took for granted, and I hoped we all didn't live to regret the decisions I made that night. "Or not live at all," a voice whispered. "Okay. You were saying?" I asked as Lorcan pulled into the garage. "I see what you're feeling when I look into your eyes, and I feel your tumultuous emotions rolling off you like waves. We don't need to have all the answers tonight, and I didn't share my past with you so you would reveal your hand. We have the time to let this unfold naturally, like one of my mother's prize roses." Did we have time? Lorcan and I were at the top of the most wanted list in Vampland. He put my car in park and looked at me. "Let me worry about Nero. My lover said to me, "We need to focus on solving this case. Then everything else will fall into place." I didn't believe for a second it would be that simple, but appreciated him trying to assure me this would work out in the end. The king would need a lot more than us delivering the vampire murderer to him. Lorcan would still have to pay a price for defying his liege, and I shuddered to think what that price might be. Words continued to fail me, so I did what felt right. I wrapped my hand around Lorcan's neck and pulled him toward me for a kiss, filled with longing, promise, and commitment. I would see us through this battle, or die trying alongside him. It didn't take long for heat and warmth to spread through my body like it always did when we touched, but I noticed the sensations had grown stronger and more potent. I pulled back suddenly and smiled into his eyes. "Whoa there, Pyro. I want to make you lose control in ways that no one ever has, but I hope like hell you don't burn me from the inside out like you did that vampire. Hunter, I have other ways to make you burn. Pleasant ones, that will make your toes curl and will ruin you for any other man or beast for the rest of your life." He was it for me, and someday soon he'd know it too. Maybe I was foolish to withhold the precious words, regardless of him already knowing he held my heart in the palm of his hand. I opened my mouth to do so, but there was an obnoxious knock on the window behind me. If I'd known you were going to be putting on a show, I would have taken the time to grab a good video camera. I turned in my seat to face Stefan, who waggled his ginger brows obnoxiously. Good to see that impending death didn't dampen his sense of humor. Of course, who was I to judge? I was prepared to rip off my clothes and pull my lover into the back seat of my SUV. Lorcan's former human servant wasn't alone either. Alex, Stefan, Roland, and his entourage, along with a raven-haired woman whose slightly swollen face and already fading bruises couldn't detract from her beauty. "Let's get everyone settled, then we can pick up where we left off," Lorcan said, then leaned closer and lowered his voice. "I love to play out that little scene you witnessed earlier. I bet I can make you come without even touching your cock." I swallowed hard, then opened my door so fast that Stefan had to jump out of the way, or else get slammed in the nuts with it. "In a hurry?" Alex asked good-naturedly. "Something like that," I replied, then caught Roland's eye. He didn't look at all happy to find Lorcan and me making out in my SUV like a couple of teenagers. "Problem?" I asked with a raised brow. "Too many to mention right now," the vampire replied drolly. When the elevator doors opened, Vix, Meggie, and Jinx were waiting for us. Their eyes widened in surprise, but they didn't question my decision. They knew me well enough to know that I wouldn't bring this motley crew into our home without a good reason. Vix just stepped aside so we could enter the residential part of our enormous building.
"Is this everyone?"
she asked with a raised brow. "The gang's all here," I said with forced cheer. Vixen raised the protective wards without further comment. "Excuse me," Silas said, approaching the group. "What the hell is going on here?" His nose bunched up and he recoiled as if he smelled something particularly offensive. "Vampires seeking refuge with a hunter? I believe I've seen it all." He dramatically rolled his eyes. "Vixen, dear, the accommodations you've provided aren't suitable. I'd like a different room."
"We don't have another guest room,"
she said, patiently.
"We can put effort into upgrading the room for your extended stay when you train me, but there's not much I can do about it tonight."
"Don't be silly," Silas said arrogantly. "I've found a suitable room on my own. The ornate four-poster bed is suitable for someone of my stature, and plenty big enough in case someone wants to join me." The warlock winked in Maggie's direction, making it obvious who he was referring to. I knew which room he was referring to, and there was no way in hell D'Angelo would want Silas sleeping in his and Angel's bed. "Stefan and I call the room he no longer wants," Alex said. Maggie gently reached out and took Shyla's hand.
"You're more than welcome to bunk with me. I have plenty of room."
"Hey, now we're talking. I'd like to get in on that action," Silas said, perking up. "Not another fucking word out of you, Warlock," I told him.
"I appreciate the offer,"
Shyla said to Maggie.
"but I must look after my master."
Shyla stood as tall as she could, showing that she wouldn't let the events from the night prevent her from doing her duties. I respected her greatly for that. "Shyla," Lorcan said softly but firmly, "I'm the reason you were nearly killed tonight, and I would like you to rest comfortably with Maggie. I assured you I'll be in wonderful hands." You could say that again. I caught Roland's eyes and smirked, signaling that a silent pissing contest was in effect. "I'll take excellent care of Lorcan, Shyla. I will protect him with my life, if need be. I'd like to hope so after everything he risked for you, Hunter." Roland sneered. "That must be some cock you have swinging between your legs. Tell me Lorcan is fucking him worth our lives. I remember when you liked spending time in my bed too, but I don't think you'd risk nearly as much for me as I did for you tonight." Roland gestured to Stefan, Alec, Shyla, and himself. A low growl rumbled in my chest as I lunged for him. The vampire squared off to fight me, but Lorcan moved between us so fast there was nothing more than a blur. My lover placed his hands on my chest and implored me, through emerald eyes, to back down and not let Roland instigate more trouble than we already faced. If the vampire thought his history with Lorcan would intimidate me, then he needed to think again. Whatever was between them was in Lorcan's past. I was his future. The expression in my lover's eyes softened even more, making me think he read my thoughts. "Here's what will happen," I said, addressing the group. "Lorcan stays with me, Shyla will bunk with Maggie, Alex and Stefan will take the newly available guest room, and I'll take the heat for Silas sleeping in Dee and Angel's room. And what about me and my people?" Roland asked snidely. "There's a sofa in the den that's long enough to accommodate you, and other places your team can rest as well. There are no windows to let sunlight in, not that I cared. And you can close the door so you can have some privacy. Take it or leave it." "Well, how can anyone refuse a magnanimous offer like that?" Roland asked me, then turned his regard to Lorcan, who had stepped out from between us. "And what have you planned to fix this mess you created?" "It's simple, really," I responded instead. "The first thing we have to do is capture the killer and take him to your king. Just like that, And how do you suggest we do that, Hunter?" "By interviewing the witnesses and victims, of course," I replied. "We held seances tonight and obtained information about the identity of the man who kidnapped Sahil and Bryson," Lorcan said, then explained who we summoned and why. "Sahil is the owner of the weapon that was used to kill our vampires, and Bryson was the CI agent assigned to bring him in. Both men have disappeared. Bryson's disappearance is the most suspicious, since he had contacted Christian and asked him to meet him. When Christian showed up, there was only a dead vampire present in the alley and Bryson's phone. We have confirmed that both men are alive and being held captive. We're hoping to get clues to their location when we hold another seance tomorrow." "You're choosing to take the word of a ghost over our sovereign, Lorcan. You have gone completely mad. I'm not sure I can be a part of this any longer." He started toward the elevator. "Give me 24 hours to make you a believer," I challenged. "If I don't, I will allow you to take me to your king." "No!" Lorcan protested, but I kept my eyes locked on Roland. "Allow me?" Roland asked with a sneer. "Mighty big of you, Hunter." Still, I could see my bold challenge appealed to the vampire. "You have 24 hours. He looked at his watch. "Starting now." I grabbed Lorcan's hand and led him to the privacy of my room without further comment to anyone. If I only had 24 hours to live, I would make the best of it. My sheets aren't as fancy as yours, but
My lover cut off my words when he pressed his lips firmly against mine. The tension faded from my body when he slid his tongue inside my mouth, twining it around mine. A shaky groan rumbled from my chest as my skin began to heat and my blood pooled in my dick, making it thick and hard. There could be no better incentive to locate the killer and bring him to justice than the promise of these kisses for the rest of my tomorrows. Lorcan tore his mouth from mine, suddenly, and cupped my chin firmly in his hand. "You will not die tomorrow, Christian. I will not allow it." Are you reading my mind? I don't have to read your mind to recognize what you're thinking, even though I haven't known you that long. Lorcan kissed me once more, briefly, then said, "That was a foolish thing you did, Christian." It was my turn to silence him. "We're wasting valuable time, vampire mine." I stepped out of his embrace, pulled my shirt over my head and dropped it to the floor. "Show me again what you want to do to me." I didn't mean for him to show me with his thoughts, and he knew that. It wasn't going to be a quick fuck where clothes were moved out of the way just enough to reveal the important parts. We'd already done that. I needed to strip us down until we were completely bare and there was nothing between his skin and mine. I wanted to show him with my body what I couldn't say yet with words. "My fangs excite you, don't they, baby?" Lorcan said, walking me backwards until I bumped into the bed. He parted his lips, and I was mesmerized by the way he ran his tongue across his teeth and fangs. "I can see just how much they do." Lorcan fisted my proud cock and slowly stroked it up and down, pulling a rumbling growl from my chest. I had never wanted anyone half as much as I wanted him. 24 hours ago, I questioned his pull and our chemistry, but alone with him in my bedroom, I could no longer deny what our connection was, even if I wasn't ready to say it out loud. It wouldn't be fair to add undue pressure to our already volatile situation. "It's amazing to me how much I crave something that I used to hate," I whispered against his lips. I slid an insistent tongue into his mouth and gasped when I felt the sharpness of his fangs. Fuck yes. I wanted to feel him sink them into my thighs and drink my blood. I wanted to nourish his body in ways no one else ever could. It was fear, not hate, and justifiably so, my love. I could temporarily forget how fast and strong my lover was when all my attention was on my dick or my obsession with his fangs. But Lorcan reminded me when he lifted me onto the bed so fast it made my head spin. I spread my legs invitingly, knowing he could smell my arousal and the blood rushing through my femoral artery. Lorcan's eyes glittered like gems as he followed me onto the bed and lay on his stomach so his head hovered over my erection. "Hands above your head, lover, and keep them there." I did as he instructed, remembering how he vowed to make me come without touching my cock. I quirked a brow in challenge and made myself comfortable. I vividly recalled just how good it felt the first time he bit me, but we were also engaged in sex at the time. My vampire lover implied he could make me come without touching me in any sexual way at all. We'd just have to see about that. Lorcan licked the skin of my inner right thigh. "Do you trust me?" "With my life," I replied huskily. "Just wanted to make sure that your blood is rushing from desire, and not fear." "Definitely not fear." Lorcan opened his mouth wide, showing me his fangs, then struck fast. I cried out when he pierced my flesh, but the pain didn't last long. Without taking his eyes off mine, my lover began sucking my blood. I must have tasted especially good because his eyes briefly rolled back in his head, and I wondered if maybe he too would climax without touch. The warmth and heat I associated with him started at the point where he'd latched onto me, then spread out slowly to fully envelop my body. My heart raced even faster, and I wasn't sure if it was from the sexual excitement or if it had to work harder due to the blood loss. Then I was incapable of thought. I could only feel. My dick throbbed and my balls retracted tighter against my body. I felt the slow build of my orgasm as Lorcan continued to feast on me. The sensations he stirred within me stimulated every part of my body, especially my dick. I wanted to reach down and hold his head tighter against my flesh, but he had insisted I keep them above my head. As if he could feel my desperation, Lorcan tugged my flesh deeper into his mouth, making my dick jerk and twitch harder. I roared his name when I shot thick ropes of cum all over my stomach. Lorcan retracted his fangs from my thigh, licked the wounds to seal them, and rose up on his elbows. Seeing the drops of blood smearing the corners of his lips was the sexiest fucking thing I'd ever seen. He slowly crawled up my body and made a feast of licking my cum off my abs and chest before he kissed a trail up to my pecs, where he teasingly sucked one nipple before he moved on to the other. "Bite them!" I demanded hungrily. My vampire's laughter bounced off my skin, but he didn't do as I commanded. I'd already had my orgasm, so I didn't feel like I needed to keep my hands to myself any longer. I fisted my hand in Lorcan's hair and held his face against my peck. "Bite me!" Lorcan pressed his body fully against mine, and I noticed how much hotter his skin felt after feeding from me. If I didn't know better, I'd worry that he was about to go up in flames. His wicked tongue darted out to flick against my nipple before he sucked the turgid flesh into his mouth hard enough that I felt the scrape of his fang. But it never pierced me. "More!" I demanded like a good fang slut. I could tell by the wicked look in my lover's expression he enjoyed torturing me. With his face so close to mine, I could see that his eye color had changed a little. His green irises were just as vibrant, but there was an orangish-yellow rim around his pupils that I'd never noticed before. It looked like a ring of fire inside his eyes, and I could almost see the flames dancing. Lorcan struck fast again, switching from teasing flicks of his tongue to completely impaling my nipple with his fang. Heat rushed to my dick, making me erect again much faster than I ever dreamed possible. Lorcan pulled off my nipple, then crawled up the rest of the way until he was kissing my lips like he was starved for my kisses while he pressed his ass against my erection. I tasted the saltiness of my cum mixed with the metallic taste of blood on his lips. It should have repulsed me, but it made me crazy to have him instead. "I need to feel you inside me again, love," he said huskily while rocking his hips back and forth, grinding his hole against my cock. Lorcan leaned over and opened my bedside table, sneering when he saw my fleshlight. "You won't be needing this ever again," he said, tossing it over his shoulder to land solidly against my bedroom floor. "Give it to Roland," I suggested when Lorcan turned back to the drawer for lube. I regretted it the minute I mentioned the other vampire's name, but I forgot about my temporary jealousy as soon as my lover rose up to drizzle lube down the length of my dick. "I'm going to fuck the orneriness right out of you," Lorcan said, positioning his pucker against my cock. "Yeah?" I asked. "Oh, yes." Lorcan gasped softly when I breached the first ring of muscles in his tight ass. "We'll just see about that." I gripped his hips and pulled him down at the same time I thrust my own upward, fully spearing him with my length. "Fuck me!" Lorcan cried out. I rolled him onto his back and did just that by digging my knees into the mattress and punching my hips forward, pistoning in and out of him. The closer he got to orgasm, the hotter his skin became, and the flames around his pupils grew higher and burned brighter until his beautiful emerald hue was fully engulfed, burning like twin fires. His eyes hadn't changed color like that before, but I was too mesmerized to think about the reasons for the change. Lorcan was so beautiful and spellbinding that I couldn't look away, not even when I felt his body tighten beneath mine, signaling that he was going to come. Normally, I'd want to see his cock erupt from the pleasure I gave him, but I couldn't break our stare. My second orgasm was just as powerful as the first, and I collapsed on top of my lover from exhaustion. Lorcan wrapped his arms around me and held me tight, while I kissed his neck where it curved into his shoulder. As sleep encroached, I realized that I was truly home for the first time in my life. It wasn't referring to the walls of the room, but the arms that held me securely as I drifted off to sleep. I woke a few times during the night, reaching for Lorcan to assure myself that he was still there and hadn't snuck away to try and solve this case on his own.
Each time I found him still beside me, and each time we made sweet, unhurried love where I learned all the places he loved to be touched, and he learned all the ways to make me moan. I don't recall what time I fell asleep for the final time, before waking up again in the middle of the afternoon the next day. I hated to shower Lorcan's scent off my body, but I didn't want to share it with anyone else. I would be the only one to wear his cognac and citrus scent on my skin from that day forward. When I went downstairs, Silas was in the kitchen with the girls, carrying on a conversation. There was something different about the man, something less offensive. His hair was the same, as was the cocky expression on his face, so what was different? Then it hit me. "Oh my God, are you wearing Dee's clothes?" I asked in shock as I looked over the charcoal-gray Henley with its sleeves rolled up to reveal surprisingly thick forearms and black cargo pants. "You couldn't possibly expect me to wear the same suit 2 days in a row," Silas responded with a dramatic eye roll. "I hardly wear the same thing more than once in a lifespan, let alone the same week. These," he said, gesturing to his borrowed clothes, "were the best I could find. I look ridiculous." Maggie let out a little sigh that had Silas sitting up straighter in his chair. I glanced over and noticed that our feisty redhead was fixated on those strong arms and hands that held a cup of coffee in front of him.
"You actually look better,"
she said softly.
"More approachable."
"Would you like to approach me, kitten? I won't refuse you." That shook her out of her trance, and she turned pink for the second time in so many days. Silas only winked before taking another sip of coffee. This is the best coffee I've ever had. Who made this deliciousness?"
"I did,"
Vixen said proudly. I suspected she was joking until I walked over to the pot left on the warmer. I carefully leaned over the pot, and the aroma was strong enough to singe my nose hairs. Yep, Vixen had made it. I just shook my head and returned to the table. "How soon can you do another seance?" I asked Silas. "I woke up ready to go," he replied, leering at Maggie. "I was just waiting on you, Hunter." I had a decision to make. Wait for Lorcan, Roland, and Alex to wake, or conduct the seance and tell them what we learned. I need to return home within the hour to handle a few things so I can return to train this one, Silas said, gesturing to Vixen. "I can't promise you I can return this evening, and it would seem that your neck is on the chopping block. I recommend we do this now." When put like that, there really was no other choice. We gathered in the same room as the night before and repeated the same chants. As promised, Magnus was full of information after talking to Sahil, who had recognized my name and knew I had good intentions. Sahil didn't know a lot about his location, but through Magnus he shared that he suspected they were being held captive in an older warehouse on the waterfront. He could hear barge horns as they entered and exited the harbor. More importantly, he described his captor in enough detail that Jinx was able to program his facial features and characteristics into a program to produce a composite sketch of the man. He wasn't anyone I recognized, but Jinx came up with the idea to run it through a facial recognition program. The problem was that the sketch was vague enough that it compiled a list of nearly every man of Middle Eastern descent in the entire state. It felt like digging for a needle in a haystack, but I could think of no other way than looking at each one and ruling out unlikely candidates. We barely began to scratch the surface when the vampires awakened and sought us out in Jinx's office a few hours later. "I wanted to wake up beside you in bed," Lorcan whispered huskily in my ear. "Tomorrow," I promised him. "That's a bold fucking prediction, Hunter." Roland looked at his expensive watch and said, "You don't have many hours left before I personally hand you over to Nero." Lorcan growled a warning in his throat, but calmed when I placed a hand on his thigh. "We've made great strides, actually," I announced. "We have a sketch and a general idea where Sahil and Bryson are being held." "How?" Roland questioned skeptically. Silas conducted the séance while you were sleeping because he needed to return home. Magnus provided enough details for Jinx to come up with a sketch, and he provided clues to their locations. Vixen, Meggie, and I are looking through all the driver's license photos of the men pulled by the facial recognition program. I gestured to the list of names on my screen. I clicked on the next name on the list and a photo popped up. There must be thousands of names, Lorcan told me as he studied the latest photo on my screen. Where's the sketch of the subject? I moved my mouse to the left and hovered the cursor over the image icon I had minimized, to focus only on the criteria the three of us set to thin out our list of suspects. I clicked on the icon and the sketch popped up. Lorcan gasped, and Roland groaned. I didn't think this could get any more complicated. Roland said. I don't believe it. Lorcan said softly. That's Johann. Goes by Joe, Alex said. And? I asked. He's one of Nero's men, Lorcan told me. A vampire? I asked to clarify. No, Joe is a human servant, Roland said. He's the human servant, Lorcan added. Joe carries the same importance to Nero as Stefan does to Alex and Shyla does to me. It's very hard for me to believe that Joe could be kidnapping humans without the king knowing about it. I agree. But what does this mean, Lorcan? Roland asked, sounding shattered. Why insist that we bring Christian in? That's a question only Nero can answer, but we can start with Joe, Alex said, answering for his brother. I think I have an idea of where Sahil and Bryson are being held, Jinx said, entering her office. Oh, wow. It's really crowded in here. She looked at the somber expressions the vampires wore. From the look of things, I couldn't have entered at a worse time. On the contrary, love, Lorcan said softly. You have impeccable timing. Okay, Jinx said, setting down her laptop on the desk in front of me. I reviewed maps and documents published by the City of Chicago Department of Planning and Development, and also the Chicago area waterway systems, to determine the 4 most likely places they'd be held if the barge horns are loud enough for Sahil to hear. She blew out an excited breath. The 2 most likely are near the 2 locks, which is the Chicago Lock located on Chicago River, Maine, and the T.J. O'Brien Lock at the Calumet River. But I think it would be a good idea to get eyes on Pilsen and Little Village, too. We'll divide into 4 teams and check out each location, I said. Alex will pair up with Stefan, Lorcan and I will team up, Vixen and Jinx will make Team 3, and that leaves Roland and... Silas appeared in his signature purple puff of smoke before I could finish. This time he appeared while sitting on an old-fashioned trunk and an overstuffed suitcase beside him. Me, of course. I thought you said you wouldn't be back tonight, I said accusingly. I said it was a possibility I might not make it back. The warlock corrected. I got my affairs together quickly because I didn't want to risk missing all the excitement. Besides, you'll need all the magic I can muster since the supernatural world is gunning for all of you. Fair enough, I agreed. I'm happy to have your help. I'll add this favor under your running tab, Hunter. He clapped his hands and looked around the room. We can have stakeout teams without code names. I get to choose, since I'm the one saving all your asses. I groaned because I knew this wasn't going to go well for me, but I wasn't in a position to fight him. Several hours later, I was sitting with my lover in my dark SUV, while staking out the industrial area near Chicago Lock. Teams check in? I said into my comm.
All clear with Thelma and Louise,
Vixen replied. The professor and Ginger are clear too, Stefan said with a snicker. All is quiet for Merlin and Arthur, Silas said. I truly expected this night to be more exciting. We've been sitting here for 2 hours already. I actually felt sorry for Roland having to put up with his whiny ass. What about you, team leader? Anything exciting happening for Edward and Bella? Or are you too busy getting your sparkle on? I was shocked to learn how much pop culture knowledge the warlock had.
and not at all thrilled with his codename for Lorcan and me. I opened my mouth to give a snide remark, but Lorcan slapped my shoulder to get my attention. "We got company." He pointed to a car that had pulled up to the warehouse. "Game time, team. Let's move in." Chapter 15. Lorcan. I wasn't listening to each team member check in with the ridiculous names that magical fop gave us. No way was I going to answer to Bela and Edward. He could kiss my ass. Perhaps it was better that Chris dealt with the arrogant warlock. My patience for his kind was limited. Instead, I kept my eyes glued to the door of the warehouse we were staking out. We'd been out here for almost 3 hours, with no action. We had checked out the warehouse, but couldn't find anything. But this was a location we had to monitor, so we returned to Chris's SUV to wait. I would have been bored out of my mind had this stakeout not given Christian and me a chance to talk. After telling each other tales beyond tales, we had an even better understanding of who the other was. Even though I felt like I'd known him all my life, I liked learning that Christian was creeped out by spiders. Who would know by looking at him in all his masculine glory, a tiny spider could give him the heebie-jeebies? I laughed at that for a good spell. Of course, fair was fair. I had to reveal one of my creep factors to him. I don't like closed spaces. I believe the name for it is claustrophobia. It was one of the reasons why my home was so spacious, and I slept in a king-size bed, not a coffin, as some vampires still did. We laughed at each other, and I felt that bond between us grow stronger. Whatever this force was that pulled us together, I wasn't going to fight it. The universe wanted this, and who were we to deny fate? I know I'd never felt this happy or complete, not in all of my years, and I'd be damned if I'd let Nero take it away from me. Speaking of Nero, I recognized his human day watcher, Johann, also known as Joe, as he climbed out of his car. He's a hard man to mistake with his cropped dark hair, light brown eyes, massive muscular physique, and that scar on his left cheek. He'd been a modern-day gladiator, so to speak, about 150 years ago when Nero found him. Johann fought to the death in secret matches for the rich and influential. Humans have always thirsted for blood and power more than any vampire I knew. That's why there were always wars and political manipulation among their kind. Not even wolves fought more than humans, yet they considered us the monsters. I cleared my mind of such thoughts and slapped Christian on the arm as he was being distracted by that warlock. He quickly ended his call once I pointed at the car. My vision was better than his, and I also knew what Johann looked like. Together we climbed out of the car. "Let me go first. I don't want him trying to drive off," I told Christian. "Using your vamp speed?" he asked. I smirked and nodded. "I'll be right behind you," he said, and I took that as my cue to go. It was an easy feat for me to speed over to Johann. I grabbed him from behind and slammed him against his car. He gasped, then growled a few choice curse words out as I pinned him to his expensive Bentley by his neck. "Why are you kidnapping hunters?" I demanded to know. "Let me go," he growled in his deep voice. He had a baritone that could intimidate the hell out of most people. One of the reasons why Nero had wanted him. That and the fact that he looked the part of a man you don't fuck with, and could back it up. Chris joined me like he said he would. I didn't let my grip go on Johann. "Answer my question. I only answer to Nero, and you are not in any position to try to pull rank after your betrayal." Johann grounded out. "If I killed Maka, what makes you think I won't kill you?" I reminded him. "Now I'm going to ask you one more time, then I'm going to lose my temper. Why are you kidnapping hunters?" Johann only smiled. I knew he would be a tough cookie to crack, and because he was blood-linked with Nero, I couldn't read his fucking mind. One of the things that helped human servants protect their charges
No other vampire could read their thoughts or control them. I was going to have to physically torture Johann, and even that might not work. He had a high tolerance for pain even before he was linked to Nero. But also, torturing him will alert Nero that I have him. And I wasn't so sure he was doing this shit without Nero's knowledge. Johann was loyal to Nero on another level. He'd kill himself if Nero wanted him to. He's not going to tell us. Think your wizard friend can get the truth from him? I asked Chris. We can always beat it out of him, he said. We could, but he still might lie. I want the truth from him. Also, Johann has a high tolerance for pain. He's been tortured by hunters before. Fingers were cut off and he still didn't give up Nero's resting place. This was 50 years ago. Torturing will not work on him, and it will let Nero know we have him. Won't Nero know anyway? Don't you all have mental links with your servants? Chris asked. I shrugged. We do, but that link doesn't extend over far distances. But if our servants are hurt or killed, we feel the pain. I felt it when Stefan was injured fighting that demon with D'Angelo, but I couldn't reach him. I knew he wasn't dead, so I didn't panic. I wanted to explain as much as I could about the vampire-human bond so Christian could better understand how our world worked. As a precaution, vampires didn't reveal everything to the Institute, just like they didn't show their full hand to us. Shit, Chris growled. You are in over your head, Logan. You should go to Nero and beg his forgiveness, and while on your knees, make sure to suck his cock graciously. Johann said. Son of a bitch. Chris snarled and punched Johann in his stomach, forcing the man to expel the air in his lungs. I had to admit, I liked that my lover wanted to defend me and my honor. Johann's insult didn't sway me one way or the other. I was prepared for him to talk shit now that he was caught. Johann, what's in this warehouse? Why did you come here? Go fuck yourself, traitor! Nero is going to make you pay! Johann replied with as much venom as he could. I knew he hated me for what I'd done, but I didn't give a shit. I'd do it again in a heartbeat to protect Christian. I looked at Christian. We're not going to get anything out of him. We need to let the others know to get here. There's something about this warehouse that is important and we need to look deeper. Meanwhile, maybe Silas can work a spell on Johann to get him to spill what he knows. Works for me, Christian said. Then he punched Johann with a blow that was powerful enough to render the man unconscious. I smiled and let Johann's body fall to the ground. I've always wanted to do that. I pouted playfully. Oh, look at that lip. I can't resist you when you pout, Chris said. Then he grabbed the back of my neck, pulling me in for one of his earth-scorching kisses that weakened my knees like some damsel in a wind-billowing epic romance movie. I moaned because I couldn't help myself. I loved the feel of his lips on mine. When he pulled away, I had to stop myself from grabbing him by the back of his head and pulling him back to me. We really did have shit to do, and no time for another shit-soaking sex romp. Lord knows we did plenty of that way into the early hours, finally falling asleep right before the sun rose. I'll put him in your trunk, I said, then reached down, picked Johann up, and tossed him over my shoulder. Okay, here. Christian tossed me his keys, and I caught them with one hand. I'll check out the warehouse. Maybe we missed something like a secret door. When you're done with him, join me. That makes sense. Johann came here for a reason. You get started on that? I'll be with you shortly. Chris nodded and started walking toward the warehouse. I carried Johann to Chris's SUV and dumped him in the cargo hold. Chris had some ropes back there, with other tools and weapons as any hunter worth their salt would. Soon as I touched the ropes, I could tell that they were spelled. These ropes would be strong enough to contain a vampire human servant, and probably a vampire too. I tied Johann up pretty good and hid the weapons in the back seat under the passenger seat. Johann wouldn't be able to get to them now, even if he could break out of those magical ropes. Once I finished that task, I pulled the cargo cover over him, hiding his body just in case someone got nosy and wandered by while we were investigating. I closed the door, then went to join Chris in the warehouse. I didn't see him, nor did I sense him, and I didn't like that. "Chris!" I called out his name and heard no response. "Chris!" I yelled louder as I walked through the warehouse. Again, nothing but my voice echoing in the void. Okay, now I was starting to panic. The warehouse was practically empty. It hadn't been used in years. The lights didn't work, and the place was covered in cobwebs and dust. Discarded boxes littered the floors. Broken chairs and a few tables were here and there. There were 3 large conveyor belt contraptions used to transport products when this place was active, but none of it worked now. I couldn't understand why Johann was here. Did Chris find a hidden room somewhere? And if so, why didn't he wait for me? I used my vamp speed to search every inch of this place. I couldn't find any secret passages, but more importantly, I couldn't find Chris. I actually felt sick to my stomach, and I was practically pulling at my hair in frustration. I ran outside to search for him, and again found nothing. I pulled out my cell phone and called Alex. "Chris is missing," I blurted out as soon as Alex answered. "What? What the hell do you mean? He was with you," Alex said. "I know that, but we separated for just a few minutes, and now he's gone. Is there anyone with you?" Alex asked. I could tell he was trying to make sense of the situation, just like I was trying to do. My heart was pounding inside my chest, and I could feel the heat rising within me, like a volcano ready to erupt. I wanted to hurt someone. I wanted to find my lover, and I was about to go all out. "Alex, get back to the antique shop. I'll join you later. I need to make a call." I didn't wait to hear his response before calling Roland, because he had Silas with him. "What?" Roland asked. I could tell he'd been in a bad mood ever since last night, and his mood got worse when he learned that Chris and I were together. I didn't have time for his jealousy at the moment. "I need to speak to Silas," I said. "Merlin," I heard the warlock say in the background. "Whatever. These code names are asinine anyway. I would have called myself Reaper," Roland said. I could tell by the sounds of movement he was handing the phone to Silas. "Did you find any?" "Chris is missing, and I need your help," I said, cutting him off and getting to the point of my call. "What happened?" he asked, sounding serious for the first time this night. "I don't know. He walked into the warehouse, which is empty, and I can't find him," I said. "Can you come meet me? Maybe I'm missing something." "We're on our way," Silas said. "If he can't protect himself, good riddance," I heard Roland say in the background, which pissed me off. "Get over yourself, Roland. This is bigger than your jealousy of Chris. Nero is up to something, and we need to find what it is," I said. I knew he'd be able to hear me, even though Silas had the phone. Again, I could hear the phone switching hands. "Nero is our sovereign, Lorcan. Maybe you forgot that the moment Christian fucking Wolf's cock entered you, but I didn't. It's not for us to question what he does. Jesus Christ, I can't believe I let myself get wrapped up in this shit because of you. I should have taken that hunter in the moment I laid eyes on him, if only to save you from digging yourself even deeper into a hole you won't be able to climb out of. Instead, like an idiot, I let you drag me in with you." "Roland, we've been friends for a long time. Something isn't right. What Nero is asking violates the treaty. He is willing to risk war with the Institute. Aren't you the least bit curious as to why? He was willing to kill me for Chris. Does that sound like the Nero we know? You think just because he lusts after you, he'd let you betray him?" Roland asked. "I think something is up, and he's willing to kill vampires and kidnap hunters and break the treaty to get what he wants. Look, I'm not going to continue to fight with you on this. Do you want to turn me in? Try it. You want to help me? I welcome it, but this is the last time I'm going to have this discussion with you," I said, finally putting my foot down. He was silent for a few seconds, and I knew he was weighing his options. If he did try to take me to Nero to save his own hide, I wouldn't make it easy. I tried not to kill him, but I would use all of my power to incapacitate him. I'm sure that option wasn't anything Roland wanted to experience. On the other hand, if he helped me any further, he was in for the full ride. No more talk about turning anyone in anymore. You better be onto something, Lorcan. By the way, Silas is there, Roland said. I'm on my way. He hung up, and I turned and nearly jumped when I saw Silas standing before me. Dios mío! Silas snorted with a smirk. Catch you slipping, vampire? Not something that will happen again, I said. But of course I wasn't sure if that was true. I was still trying to figure out how in the hell he was able to sneak up on me without me knowing he was there. Apparently, Silas was one powerful sorcerer, probably one of the most powerful in existence. He unnerved me because I didn't know what he could or couldn't do. But just based on what I'd seen thus far, Silas, in all his foppish glory, was a force to be reckoned with. This place has a glamour on it, he said, gesturing to the warehouse behind us. Can you remove the glamour? I asked. He snorted, as if I'd insulted him. Hell, maybe I did. A mere parlor trick to someone like me. He turned and walked toward the warehouse, and I followed. Once inside, he walked around a bit, hands roaming over the air as if he were feeling for something. I watched, staying silent as he closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and said something in a language that sounded ancient. As he recited the words, I started to see a shimmer come over the place. Holes started to form, small at first. Then they grew wider, revealing a visual field beyond this one. The holes expanded until they connected, widening the spectrum and showing a reality different than the one I'd seen before. Finally, the shimmering holes were gone, and what was left was a brightly lit room that had a large symbol in the middle of the floor, with several smaller symbols I wasn't familiar with surrounding it. There were also 10 cells lining one side of the wall. 2 were open, and I could smell the distinct scent of 2 men who had once occupied those cells. There were no windows, and the fan in the ceiling slowly rotated to keep the air circulating. On the other side of the room were a few sofas, along with a table and chairs where it appeared that a card game had been interrupted. The body of a human female lay discarded on the floor, completely drained of blood by the card table. I could see and now smell the blood that was spattered on the floor and walls. Some of the blood was Chris's, which worried me greatly. As I made my way toward the back of the warehouse, following Chris's scent, I came upon the bodies of 2 vampires close to the exit that wasn't visible before. It was clear they had attacked Chris because of their shriveled remains. He defended himself, but was overcome somehow and taken away. I knew he was no longer in this building. I couldn't sense him. Ever since the first time we had sex, I could feel him when he was near to me. It was a sensation that had begun to give me comfort. Right now, it was missing, but I knew he was still alive. Somehow I knew it, and it gave me hope. I turned to Silas, who was kneeling at the large symbol examining it. "What do you make of it?" I asked. "Old magic, volatile, and something only an old and very powerful warlock would know," he said. "Older and more powerful than you?" I asked. He looked up at me, and the grim expression on his usually cocky face didn't set me at ease. "I'm very old and powerful, but this magic nearly matches my own. They are just as old as I am and well-versed in dark magic." I couldn't help but give Silas this side-eye. "You know who did this, don't you?" He sighed and nodded. "I recognize his foul signature. His blood is mixed with the dark essence of this symbol. He calls himself a Zazel and fashions himself a Dark Lord." I rolled my eyes because this was one of the reasons I didn't care for warlocks or witches. They were more powerful than they let on to be, and I didn't particularly care to be around beings who can hurt me. When Silas's guard was down, I could feel the magical power flowing from him, and he was strong. I sensed it just now when he dispelled the glamoring spell, and before that, I felt it during the seance. Okay, so this Azazel is working dark magic. Can you tell me what kind of spell this is? I asked, gesturing toward the symbol. Nothing remotely good. Silas sighed again. Another sign of gloom and doom. These smaller symbols represent the sacrifices. I looked at the smaller symbols surrounding the big one and saw that there were 6 of them. 6 sacrifices. What kind of sacrifices, though? I had my suspicions. What does the sacrifice call for? Blood, Silas said. The blood of 6 linked to the fount, each under the age of a full life cycle. It says so in the language of the symbol. Linked to the fount, I repeated softly as I tried to put that piece of the puzzle together. Could the blood of vampires be used for this ritual? Yes, all it calls for is the blood of those linked to the fount. That could mean any human, demon, goblin, whatever. 4 vampires were killed in the past 2 weeks. They were newborns, but their masters are from Nero's line, I said. That would do the trick. Now all that would be needed is the blood of 2 more newborns less than a year old. Shit. What the fuck is going on? What is this spell for? What will it do? Silas walked around the spell, reading the symbols. It calls for the sacrifice of 3. 3 of the righteous. Hunters? I asked. Hunters are pretty fucking righteous if you ask me. Some even self-righteous. But they would definitely qualify for this ritual. He now has 3 hunters. He has my baby. And I swore to Christian I wouldn't let anything happen to him. It was all starting to make sense now, especially why Nero wanted me to bring Christian to him so badly. He was luring hunters here so that he could have his 3. I bet if D'Angelo wasn't on his honeymoon, he may have been captured too. Oh, this isn't good. Not by any means, Silas said, and his worried tone brought me out of my thoughts. None of this shit is good, but what else is going on? I asked, stepping closer to him. He held his hand out, stopping my approach. Don't get too close to this thing, Lorcan. Your essence could corrupt it, and it may kill you instantly. With that knowledge, I took about 10 steps back. Way back. I need to destroy this, but I will need the right herbs and my render staff, he said. Jesus, this spell will make a vampire more powerful than any vampire ever. I cocked both eyebrows. How? If the spell goes according to plan with a sacrifice of 6, and then 3, the 1 will get to become invincible. No longer will the sun affect him, or fire, or decapitation, or silver stakes, or blessed weapons. Are you getting my point? Every vampire he's linked to will get his power. Any vampire he makes will have that power, thus putting his line above all others. They will be unchecked, as if nothing will be able to kill them, Silas said. Now, on one hand, that sounded like a great thing if I looked at it from a vampire's point of view. To be truly immortal, never to have to fear another hunter or vampire again, to be at the top of the food chain. But at what sacrifice? Would I be willing to let Chris die for ultimate power? Just the thought of such a thing happening put an ache in my heart that made me feel as though I'd been stabbed with a blessed weapon. I could never let that happen. I'd sooner die by his side than stand by and let Nero do this. No wonder he hadn't worried about breaking treaties with the Institute. If he succeeded in what he was planning, no hunter they could ever send would be a threat to him or his line. He was my sire, I would benefit from his plan, but I also know the repercussions of this. Even if I was willing to let Nero follow through, it would make us all targets by the other vampires who'd seek to gain what we'd gained. Demons would take notice and start looking for ways to kill us. Even worse, demon knights would be called upon. And what if we were banished to another dimension just to keep the peace and balance? I didn't want to risk losing the life I'd worked hard for. I'm sure Roland wouldn't want to risk it either. At least I finally knew what the fuck was going on. I could hear another car pull up, park, and the engine turn off. Next I heard the opening and closing of a door and footsteps. Roland's footsteps came closer, then the door opened, and he stopped in the entrance. "What the fuck?" he said as he surveyed the warehouse. "Whatever you do, don't get close to those symbols," I warned him. He came closer to me, making sure to avoid the symbols as I'd instructed. "What's going on?" "I'll tell you in a minute," I said, wanting to question Silas some more. "So all he needs to make this work is 2 more vampire sacrifices?" I asked. Silas shook his head. "He'll need the chalice of Judas, the dagger of Brutus, and the sacrifices of those trusted, the sacrifice of the righteous defenders and a magic manipulator who is also a betrayer. In this case, to our knowledge, he has the 3 hunters, his warlock, at least 4 out of the 6 vampires. He may even have the chalice and dagger." "He who?" Roland asked. He looked to Silas, then back to me, his brows creased in confusion. I took a deep breath, then released it. "Nero. He's trying to work a spell that will make him and all of his line invincible." Roland cocked an eyebrow. "Oh. And that's something we're trying to prevent. Why?" "Yeah, on the surface. That sounds like something we should all want. But do you think we'll ever have peace once that happens?" I asked him. "Who could kill us if we're truly invincible?" He tossed back. "Maybe they won't be able to kill us. But would you want the demon knights to get involved? If demons feel threatened by vampires, they will get involved, if only to keep what they believe is the balance. Would you want to be cast into another dimension? A demonic one?" This time, I could see him taking a few moments to think past the glory to the gloom, to the possibility of becoming a target, then losing everything he'd worked for just because our king wanted more power than he already had. His greed would be the downfall of us all. Even after all these centuries, Nero still failed to learn his lesson. The same thing that nearly destroyed him as a human would be what would destroy him now. Roland sighed. He ran a finger over his eyebrow. "I see your point." He shook his head. "I also see why he made you regent. You're young, but you take the time to see the bigger picture. All this time, do you know I had thought he made you a regent because you were his favorite? That his lust for you was what propelled you to that status? And, of course, the fact that fire had no effect on you, and it was your weapon? Oh, I'm sure that played a part too. But yes, I do see the bigger picture. This will end us all if we let it happen," I said, then placed my hand on his shoulder. "We have to stop him before he can kill anyone else." "Bad news on that front, then. My trusted lieutenants, who I've been keeping in low-profile contact with, just informed me of 2 more dead vampires in your district. I knew you'd been off the radar and wouldn't know. Now, I don't know why they're being killed in your district, as they are from other districts, but if it's 6 dead vampires he needed, then he has them," Roland said. "Fuck! We need to go to him. But we need a plan," I said. "I need to destroy this symbol first," Silas said. "As for why he's killing the vampires in your district, could it be that's because it's the district he's residing in?" I nodded. "He does stay in my district." "The sacrifices are happening close to him to strengthen the link," Silas said. I'm sure he's not going to be conducting this ritual from his home. This was supposed to be the place he was going to do it, but it got discovered. The hostages, soon-to-be sacrifices, have been taken elsewhere. We need to find out where he's taken them now. I'll have to do another séance to speak with Magnus.
Oh, I exclaimed as a memory just came to me. I've got Johann. Maybe we can get more information out of him. I had almost forgotten about him being in the back of Chris's SUV with all that had transpired.
We can beat the shit out of him and get him to talk, Roland said.
I turned to him. If you think that will work, then you don't know Johann very well. I looked at Silas. Maybe you can come up with a way to make him spill the beans, as they say. He made an off-handed gesture.
That's kid's magic right there. Vixen can handle that. Why don't you two take him there? I'll deal with this spell here.
Made sense to me.
When you're done? Yeah, I'll meet you back at that dreadful compound, Silas said. I'll stay here with you just in case anyone comes back. You might need some help while you're taking care of that shit,
Roland said as he gestured to the large ominous symbol on the floor.
Oh, getting sweet with me, Silas teased. Don't flatter yourself. I just decided that I'm in this for the long haul, Roland said.
Then he offered me a slight smile. I accepted and smiled back. Okay, I'll see you both later. Please make it quick, I said. I didn't wait to hear anything else before Vamp speed into the truck and was about to pull off when I heard Johann coming to in the back. I got out and opened the cargo door and pulled the concealer back. Johann was awake and pissed off as he cursed me through the gag I'd placed in his mouth to keep him silent. I decided to have my fun, and I punched the shit out of him, knocking him out cold. That felt fucking good. I smiled, then covered him again and closed the door. I got behind the wheel and was back at the compound, as Silas called it, in less than half an hour. I called ahead of time to let the ladies know I was bringing a snake with me and for them to lower the wards. I had Johann over my shoulder as I waited for the elevator the girls had sent down to get me. The doors opened, and I climbed on, and every second it took to get to the top, my anxiety grew. I had to get to Chris. I had to save him. I was hoping Vixen could get Johann to talk. I was also hoping Silas could get Magnus to give us more clues to their new location. As soon as the doors opened, Jinx was waiting for me. "Are you okay?" she asked me, and it caught me off guard. I wasn't injured, but as I looked at her sad expression, I knew why she'd asked me the question. She was worried about Christian too, and she knew what he meant to me. "I'll be okay when he's in my arms safe and sound," I said. "We need to get this son of a bitch talking." I slapped Johann's ass to indicate who I was referring to. "Oh, he'll be talking. Vixen knows how to make some killer truth serums," Jinx said. "Follow me." She led me to the kitchen, where I bound Johann to a metal chair. I slapped him a few times to get him to wake up, and when his eyes fluttered open, he looked around. I'm sure he didn't recognize a damn thing, and being in unfamiliar territory should unnerve him, at least a little. His cold brown eyes settled on me, and I saw them narrow in his hatred. "Yeah, the feeling is mutual. You're going to tell me everything I want to know about Nero's plan. I discovered what was really going on in that warehouse. I know that he's trying to make himself and all his line invincible. I bet that little spell will also increase your lifespan too. You are pushing toward your limit. Human servants aren't immortal after all. But you will benefit from this spell. Maybe you live to be as old as 500 years old." I could see the recognition in his expression. His gaze darted away, as if surprised I knew something he didn't think I should know. Then he looked back at me. Yeah, I was onto something now. "Holy shit! Your vampire king is trying to become omnipotent?" Jinx asked me. I nodded. "Truly invincible." "Oh, hell. As if vampires aren't hard enough to kill in the first damn place," she remarked. I coughed. "Hello, vampire here." She smiled sheepishly. I didn't mean you. I'm just saying, in general. I cocked an eyebrow and nodded. Yeah. She punched my arm lightly. Hey, you're practically family. I've never seen Christian so happy, and I've known him for a few years now. This thing between the two of you seems to have given him a whole new lease on life. I want to get you two back together just as much as you want to be together. Hearing those words meant the world to me, because those few hours I had with Christian before he was taken from me were the happiest of my life. I was going to fight to get that back, to get him back, or die trying.
Okay, I have the potion for this son of a bitch,
Vixen announced as she entered the kitchen, stirring something in a mug. I could smell whatever was in the mug, and it was pretty pungent. We were going to have to force Johann to drink it. Does he have to drink all of it? I asked. She nodded.
He does in order to get the full effect. I was going to put some peppermint in it to help with the smell and taste, but didn't think this asshole should get any hospitable treatment since he's responsible for Christian's kidnapping.
Fair enough. I walked over to Johann and grabbed his chin, forcing his mouth open. Then I pinched his nose, and Vixen didn't need any prodding to join the fun. She poured the potion into Johann's mouth, and I covered his mouth before he could spit it out. He struggled not to swallow, thrashing as much as he could in the chair in vain. But once oxygen became an issue, he finally swallowed, and I released his airways. He took in a deep gasping breath, his chest heaving as the potion took effect. Jinx, Vixen, and I watched as Johann's head rolled back, just like his eyes, and his mouth dropped open as if he were experiencing one hell of a high. Is that normal? I asked Vixen. She shrugged one shoulder.
I've only ever used this on humans. I may have put in a little extra in it because he's a human linked to a vampire. Maybe I put in too much?
She asked sheepishly, as if I would know the answer. I huffed and stepped forward, slapping Johann on the cheek. Look at me, I demanded. He blinked several times and looked around, trying to gain some control of the situation. What? He droned out. Where would Nero take the prisoners if not the warehouse? I asked. He has so many places, Johann stammered out. It was true. Nero owned plenty of properties all over the state. We needed to be able to narrow it down before our time ran out. Where would he take them? I asked again. Johann shrugged. Another big empty room. Azazel said the spell needs space. The blowback can damage. Okay, so it would have to be one of his properties that Nero would risk destroying. That does help narrow it down a little. It was time I asked another question because Johann didn't know where the prisoners were now. Hopefully, after Silas did his seance, we'll have more info on their new location. For now, I needed to know if Nero had everything he'd need to complete the ritual. I grabbed Johann's chin, forcing him to stay focused on me. Does Nero have the chalice of Judas? Yes, Johann said. Shit. Does Nero have the dagger of Brutus? Johann sneered as he drooled a little. That is the only thing he needs. Oh, thank God. That meant we still had time to save them and stop Nero. Where is this dagger? I asked. That hunter. He knows. Johann said. Hunter? Which one? Shit, they now had 3. Christian. He knows. Johann answered. Well, that further explains why Nero wanted Christian so badly. Now I was wondering if he had planned to take Christian the same night he'd taken Bryson. I decided to ask Johann if that was the plan. Johann snarled. It was, until you got in the way. We already had the loudmouth hunter. We
used him to get Christian there.
The night I came upon Christian examining the dead vampire, they had planned to take him. Of course, I didn't see anyone else there when Christian and I showed up. Then again, when Christian and I first examined the warehouse, we didn't see anyone there. We could have saved everyone, if only we had Silas with us to eliminate the glamour these assholes are using. How were you planning on taking him? I asked.
I was there, cloaked in the shadows, along with 2 vampires. We were moving on him. Then you showed up. You 2 fought,
Johann said. Then he frowned as if disgusted.
Then you kissed him.
That kiss set me aflame in ways my fire never could. Even now the memory of his lips on mine warmed me, comforted me. I had to get him back. Why didn't you take him after I left? I asked.
When Alex showed up, we left. 2 outnumbered. Nero thought he could make you bring him in. But you betrayed him,
Johann said. I scoffed. You never did have good sense or patience. Had you just waited a little longer, you could have had Christian then because both Alex and I left. Johann laughed drunkenly, then shrugged.
We got him now.
Well, that was true, and the root of my anxiety. Still, his fuck-up was good for me, because the time Christian and I spent together meant everything to me and gave me hope for a better future. So, silver lining and gift horse's mouth and all that shit. Okay, I was seeing all the pieces of this complicated puzzle finally fall into place. Not only was that dead vampire a part of the ritual because his blood was needed, but he was also a trap for Bryson and Christian. A 2-for-1. It was time to put an end to Nero for good. I was relieved to know that he couldn't complete his ritual without the dagger of Brutus. So that meant Christian and the other 2 hunters couldn't be killed. Yet, I was betting they needed to be sacrificed with that dagger. I was no expert in spells, but the powerful ones I was familiar with always required a relic of significance to complete. At least this was my hope. Might as well get a confirmation. Does Nero need the dagger of Brutus to kill the hunters? I asked.
Yes, to stab each in their hearts, to let the blood flow on the symbol.
He answered. I liked this truth potion. I wondered if it could work on demons or other beings. At least my assumption was correct. Better news in this grim situation. And Chris knew its location. That was going to make sure he lived a bit longer while Nero tried to get that info. Does he need a special night to complete the spell? I asked.
No, just the dagger,
Johann said.
Once he has the dagger, Azazel will work the spell. Nero will become a god.
If Nero had that much power, the only thing on his mind would be conquering. He'd want to be the emperor of the world, and would order us to convert millions of humans to enlarge his army. His indestructible army. That would be the thing the demon knights would never allow. Nero couldn't see it. He was too drunk on the possibility of absolute power. He couldn't see the backlash of his pursuits. I would not allow his arrogance to be the downfall of my kind. I had one more question to ask him, the one that had been bugging the hell out of me. What happened to the master vampires of those fledglings sacrificed? I asked him. Johann snorted.
Unlike you, they are loyal. They wanted more power. They understood The cost. I shook my head. So they gave up their children for you to kill. Not all of them. Oliver was mad at first. He agreed. Once he knew why John had to die. He can always make another. To say that was some heartless shit would be an understatement. At least I solved that mystery. Thank you, Johann. I believe that is all I need from you, I said. Then I struck, burying my fangs deeply into his neck. I heard both Vixen and Jinx yell behind me, and their footsteps shuffle backward, giving us distance. That was wise on their part. I drained what I wanted from Johann, savoring the deliciousness of his blood mixed with that of my sire's. I pulled back, licking my lips. With one swift blow, I punched through his chest, wrapped my fingers around his heart, and yanked. The look of shock on Johann's face was satisfying enough to me, because I knew that Nero felt every bit of his death. My hand was covered and dripping with blood as I held Johann's heart in my palm. I heard Jinx gag behind me and turned in time to see her rushing out of the kitchen with Vixen close on her heels. Perhaps I should have taken Johann elsewhere. I'd forgotten where I was, because somehow I felt at home here. And as regent, I always handled my business where and how I saw fit. I dumped his heart in the trash can, then untied his body. I was lifting him from the chair when Roland walked in. I take it you got the information you wanted before you killed him? He asked. I nodded and hoisted Johann's corpse over my shoulder. I did. I just hope this seance can give us more insight. Where are you going to put him? Roland asked, gesturing to the corpse. I'm going to put him in the tub, then burn him to ash. After that, I'm going to wash him down the drain. Jesus, there really is no going back after this. Not for either of us, Roland said as he ran his fingers through his dark curls. No, I'm sorry, I said as I walked past him to Christian's room to use his bathtub. It was a roomy number, big enough for two. Once I was done with this nasty business, I hoped he wouldn't mind sharing a nice bubble bath with me in it. Of course, if that wasn't too morbid. We could always buy a new tub, one with jets. I dumped the body inside and aimed my focus at it. It ignited in white flames like Maca's body had, and turned to ash instantly. I washed away the ashes, leaving the tub itself undamaged, since I can control what my fire affects. I really did like this new ability, even though it drained me, mentally and physically. That was a slight drawback. When I returned to the others, Silas was sitting at the table with everyone else. They were waiting on me to join them for the seance, and I took the empty seat to Roland's left. Vixen and Jinx, who still looked a little green around the gills, were sitting beside Megan. Alex, Stefan, and Shyla were sitting across from them. "Let us all join hands," Silas said. We each took the other's hand as instructed. Silas began the seance to bring about Magnus's ghost. It took a little while for him to show up, for lack of better phrasing, since he wasn't physically there, just his presence. I knew he was there because Silas was now asking him questions. None of us could hear the ghost's responses, besides Silas. But based on the questions Silence was asking, it seemed like the ghost couldn't be of much help. They were now someplace without windows. It smelled of neglect and was a far drive from the warehouse, at least an hour in distance. I wondered how that ghost was able to keep up with Sahil. It was apparent that he didn't follow him 24/7. Maybe his energy petered out, and he had to go back to the other world to recharge. It would have been nice if Magnus could give us directions, but apparently he wasn't along for the ride. Before long, Silas had to release him as the energy Magnus was using to communicate grew weaker. The good thing was, They weren't being held too far away. An hour's drive could still be in the city, or at least the surrounding suburbs, some of which were in Nero's territory. "I need to rest," Silas announced once he ended the seance. We all released each other's hands, and I opened my eyes. "Were you able to destroy that symbol?" I asked. He nodded, but I could tell he was weakened by using so much of his own energy on this night. "Azazel has grown stronger since I last crossed his path. His power borders on demonic at this point. Considering he's joined forces with Nero, will you be able to help us against him?" I asked. If we were going to stop Nero, we needed Silas. "Azazel needs to be stopped. I will help you. This dark magic he is channeling goes against our laws of sorcery. It's corrupted and dangerous. It's as treacherous as his soul, and I owe him vengeance for what he did to our teacher," Silas said. He didn't go into it too much, so I didn't press. The fact that he was willing to go into battle with us was good enough. He rose from the table and faltered, but Megan was quick to his side, catching him before he fell back into his seat. He smiled widely and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "So this is what I have to do to get you into my arms." She huffed and rolled her eyes.
"I just didn't want to see you fall flat on your face."
"Sure. Tell yourself that, kitten." Silas flirted, but I could tell he was really drained. We all could.
"Oh, shut up and let me put you to bed,"
Megan said as she began to help him walk out of the dining room. "Wait!" I called out when they reached the doorway. Both turned to look at me. "Nero doesn't have the dagger yet. Christian knows where it is, so that means we still have time to come up with a plan." Silas nodded. "Then we all need to get some rest. Tomorrow night will have to be the night we end this, or die trying." With that, he left with Megan at his side. It was the die-trying part of his reply that sent a chill down my spine. But I wasn't willing to forsake Christian. With my fire, Silas's power, Roland's overall strength as one of the oldest and strongest regents, Vixen's magic, and Jinx's computer skills, we had a fucking chance. For now, Silas was right. I could see that everyone was exhausted, save Roland and me, but it wouldn't be wise for us to try to search on our own. Where Nero was keeping them would no doubt be cloaked, making our search futile. Not to mention put us in possible danger. They had a powerful warlock on their side, and that meant we wouldn't see our enemy coming if we got close to where they were. Best to gather ourselves and rest when the sun rises.
"What you did in the kitchen? That was gross,"
Jinx said, bringing me out of my thoughts. I turned to her. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it in front of you."
"I mean, I heard you were some badass regent vampire, so I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. But I've never seen anyone rip out another person's heart before,"
she said. "His reputation is well earned," Roland boasted on my behalf. "As is yours," I said, not forgetting how he came in and completely demolished Maca's vampires when they attacked us.
"Well, if everyone is done stroking egos around here, I'm crashing,"
Vixen said.
"It's been a long day, and tomorrow is going to be longer. I want to be able to be alert for whatever comes next."
"You and me both," Jinx said. Together the two ladies left. Alex looked at me. "We'll get him back, brother." "I know," I said, smiling. "Why don't you get some rest? I'll need you in top shape tomorrow." That was my plan. Alex smirked and rose, gesturing for Shyla and Stefan to join him. Shyla looked at me, and I nodded, giving her permission to leave. She already had my blood in her veins, making her my official day watcher. A job she took most seriously. So much so I could sense her standing guard outside Chris's bedroom while I slumbered. I'm sure she will do the same this morning, even though it's unnecessary in this home. Finally, Roland and I were alone. He looked at me, then leaned over, placing his hand over mine. "Do you really love him that much?" he asked, speaking about Christian. I smiled. I couldn't help myself. "He's the other part of me, Roland. I can't explain it. But the moment I laid my eyes upon him, I knew I'd never be able to let him go. He's everything I've ever wanted in a mate, in a companion. It's as if we were made for each other." Roland sighed and removed his hand from mine. "Even if we manage to save him, he will die while you live. You are immortal, he is not." I didn't say anything to that. This thing between Christian and me happened so fast and so intensely, I hadn't had time to think of what our relationship would mean after we took care of Nero. Would Christian want to remain human? What would it mean to his hunter status? Why were we drawn to each other anyway? What was it about me that made me different from any other vampire? God, it was too much to think about right now. First things first, get Christian back, then kill Nero. And after that, we can decide what our future will look like. I ran my fingers through my hair as I rose from the chair. That's a conversation I'll have with Christian, providing all goes well. Roland looked up at me. "You know I still want you." Okay, this I didn't need. Not now. "You will always be my dear friend, Roland. But Christian has my heart. He has my mind, body, and soul." He gave me a sad smile. "When the day comes that he doesn't, you know where to find me." With that, he left the dining room. The sun was going to be up soon, so I went to Christian's bedroom. Our bedroom. And I climbed under the sheets that still held his scent. My heart ached with the fact that I was in this bed without him by my side. I refused to cry, because that would mean I had lost some measure of hope that I was going to get him back. But my throat was tight as I kept the tears at bay. "Wait for me, mi amor. I'm coming for you." Chapter 16. Christian. I fucking knew better than to let my guard down on a fucking mission. I'd undergone years of extensive training to detect, discourage, and defeat anyone who attempted to get a drop on me. It wasn't that I went unchallenged before the night at the warehouse, but no monster or human had ever succeeded. I stupidly let feelings for my mate distract me, making it easier for my enemies to catch me off guard. I put up a good fight, and sent some monsters to burn in hell before they overpowered me, but it didn't change the outcome of the altercation. I was still captured and separated from my mate. Mate. I could no longer deny that I had bonded with Lorcan, nor did I want to. I'd learned to juggle the roles of mate and hunter, just as D'Angelo did when he bonded with Angel. D was going to give me hell about this, since I'd lectured him repeatedly about keeping his focus on missions. I would have ripped him a new asshole had I caught him kissing Angel or daydreaming about the sexy times ahead on a mission. But that didn't stop me from giving in to my cravings for Lorcan. I would need to reevaluate the way I did things in the future after I got myself out of this sticky jam. Yeah, it seemed like a bold prediction when I hung suspended a few feet off the ground by my wrists in a dark, dank, and foul-smelling basement. Evil laughter bounced off the brick walls, making me struggle against the chains that bound me. It was no use, because the humans in charge of me knew exactly what the fuck they were doing by cutting the circulation off to my arms. The blood drought in my veins damaged nerves that acted as my brain's electrical wiring, causing all sorts of fun physical symptoms. It started with tingling that slowly spread from my wrists to my shoulders like an army of creeping insects. As my veins became more starved, the tingling became pinpricks that felt like 100 bees stinging my arm. Then came the numbness, which was the worst part. At that moment, my brain didn't even register that I had arms. I would need to rely on my wits, core strength, and the rest of my body to fight my way out of these chains. More wicked laughter crept from the shadowy corners of my prison, striking fear in my heart because that time it only bounced around in my brain, not the walls around me. Fuck. That meant Nero was strong enough to penetrate my thoughts, which was something no other vampire except possibly my mate could do. How was he doing it? "Hunter, you'll never leave these chains alive." God, I hated having him in my brain. I hated it more since I couldn't see him. I closed my eyes and found my balance, which wasn't easy to do when the weight of your body wants to dislocate your wrists and wrench your shoulders out of socket. My mate was coming for me. I knew it and felt it even stronger than the fear that Nero would kill me before he arrived. It wasn't death I feared. It was not seeing Lorcan one more time. "Oh, you'll see him again, Hunter. I won't kill you until he's here to watch. That will be his punishment for betraying me for a fucking human. Then I will make his death equally as or even more painful than yours. I'll drag it out slowly while he watches your human flesh rot and decay before his very fucking eyes." I urged my mind to block him out. If I couldn't block him, then I could at least throw so many memories or thoughts at him that he wouldn't be able to pick out which one was a memory, wishful thinking, or a plan to escape the chains. The one thing I couldn't do was visualize the training I'd undergone at CI for these types of situations. I wouldn't make it easy for the evil fucker to defeat me. Rather than remember the intimate times with my lover, I forced fantasies to the forefront of my mind. It felt better than letting Nero see what truly transpired between us. Instead of the slow, sensual lovemaking I'd shared with my mate, I created fantasies of what I'd have with him once we were both free of Nero's reign of terror. I would push my vampire lover against any hard surface and mount him, or perhaps I'd stand in the middle of the room with Lorcan's legs wrapped around my waist and urge him to ride my cock, using only the strength in my thighs to lift and seat himself on my erection. Over and over, flames of yellow and orange would dance in the green eyes I loved so much until all I saw was the eerie fire that showed me how much our mating meant to him. I felt a charge or crackle in the air and opened my eyes in time to see the devil incarnate slither out of the shadows. He was beautiful. I had to give him that. Nero's long blonde hair and pale blue eyes spoke of sinful, seductive nights. The sardonic half-smile acknowledged the compliment before he bombarded my mind with images of him and Lorcan together. I'd never admit to myself or him how much it hurt me to see Lorcan servicing his cock with his mouth or the tight ass that belonged only to me. Nero also showed me one image after another of the two of them smiling or laughing like lovers did. He wanted me to think that what I had with Lorcan wasn't special, and I refused to doubt my mate or the magical bond we shared, but hadn't discussed. "He isn't special, Hunter. He's an opportunistic whore who will fuck anyone for gain. How else do you think he achieved power at such a young age? He knows how to suck me just like I like, and he begs for my cock so prettily. Does he beg you too? Do you also have the biggest cock that he can't get enough of?" It was the first time Nero spoke his thoughts out loud. Why? Was my devotion to Lorcan getting to him? Of course, I hid that thought among many other images to throw him off. I battled my instincts to fight and instead remained still as Nero circled my body. Inwardly, I cringed when I felt his nails scratching me through the fabric of my clothes. "I think I have a right to see exactly what made Lorcan betray me. Don't you, boys?" Nero asked. "Yes, master. one of his human guards said, walking out of the shadows. "What say you, Silvio? This hunter must possess some magic cock. What other explanation is there?"
"Oh, I agree, Ignacio."
Silvio and Ignacio. More like Tweedledee and Tweedledum. It was good to know the identities of the men and monsters I would kill before the day was out. The vampires who helped capture me were certainly in the shadows waiting for their turn on stage 2. Come out, wherever you are," I taunted inside my head, hoping to spur Nero to act. In response, the Vampire King scraped a claw down the length of my neck just below my jugular. He cut me deep enough to bleed, but not where it would kill me. I heard the vampires hiss in excitement seconds before they stepped out in my line of sight. "How are you reading my thoughts?" I silently asked Nero.
"Why, magic, of course."
It was then I noticed the emerald green amulet hanging from a leather cord around his neck. My hunter's eyes detected a shimmery light around the edges, telling me this was no ordinary piece of jewelry. He'd had a warlock enchant the damn thing so he could read my thoughts.
"Come, find out how the hunter tastes, boys."
Nero stepped back in front of me and shoved his face in mine. It took everything I had not to jerk away from his encroaching lips, fangs, and stench of evil rolling off him in waves. My stomach roiled in my gut and my body tensed, while I tried to predict what he would do next. I lost some of my stoicism when Nero used his claws to tear through my clothing and boots until I swung naked from the chain, fully exposed to whatever they wanted to do. The blood from the scratch trickled down my chest, making its way toward my navel, but I never looked away from my tormentor.
"Very nice indeed,"
Nero said, stepping back to inspect his handiwork.
"I am going to fuck you before I kill you, Hunter. I will be the last cock your sweet ass knows, and I won't be easy. When I'm done, I'll let everyone else have a turn before I smear the cum and blood leaking from your well-used ass all over your lover's lips. It will be the last thing he tastes. For now, I'll let my boys have a little fun before I get the answers I need from you."
"You're wasting your time, Nero. Might as well kill me because I won't have answers to give you." What the fuck did he think I would know?
"Oh, my pet, you're the only person in the world who can answer this question, and I'm going to enjoy every second of wringing the truth from your hot body."
Nero reached down and fondled my soft dick, making my breath seize in my lungs. I called upon a memory of my mate smiling at me from the pillow beside mine. No matter what this sick fuck did to me, that was the image I'd take into my afterlife, and there was nothing he could do to stop me. Nero might break every bone in my body, he could drain every ounce of my blood, and he could take my dignity with the gang rape he had planned. But he would never break my will or my love for my bonded mate. Lorcan, I love you. I will see you soon. Nero stepped back and studied me through narrowed eyes. The biggest advantage I had was him not knowing if I could communicate telepathically with Lorcan after he became my bonded mate. I would use that to my advantage.
"Philippe and Pierre, the hunter is all yours to play with. But don't kill him. Remember the discipline I've taught you."
Then Nero looked back at me and introduced them, so I would be sure to know. Philippe was taller and more brutish-looking, while Pierre looked more wiry and fast.
"They're still very young vampires, so this could be very painful for you."
His evil laughter echoed all around me as he took a step back to make way for the vampires to approach me. Ignacio and Silvio chuckled in the background.
"What will we get, master?" "Ignacio, you can fuck him with your giant cock after I get him good and ready for you. You've been my most valuable warrior in carrying out my plan. Afterward, I will make your dreams come true by turning you."
What of Silvio, master? So loyal, Nero said, approaching Ignazio. To your lover and your king. Nero moved over to stand in front of Ignazio and caressed his cheek with the claw of his forefinger. For his reward, Silvio can drop to his knees and suck me off right now while I watch my children mark and maul our unwilling guest. Master, Silvio said breathlessly. Nero forcefully shoved the man to his knees, then released his erection. Nero plunged his dick straight into the man's throat at the same time Philippe licked the blood from my neck, and Pierre sank his fangs into my straining bicep, setting fire racing up the abused limb. His fangs' penetration felt nothing like Lorcan's. It was rough and tore through my flesh rather than a clean, smooth strike. The pain burned through my body, making me wonder if the vampire's fangs were infecting me with something. Nero groaned and pumped his hips faster, full-on fucking Silvio's face. The man alternated between gagging from the deep penetration and moaning for more when the vampire pulled back. I glanced up and caught Nero staring at my face instead of watching his vampire's work, or even his servant suck his dick. Philippe and Pierre sank their fangs all over my body, including my buttock and thighs, taking sips of blood before they moved on to a fresh new spot. I knew that there wouldn't be a place on my body they didn't leave their mark before they were done, just as I knew my body would heal because of the mark I wore on my chest. Pierre made the mistake of sinking his fangs in the mark of a bravo. The vampire hissed and fell to the ground as he covered his burning mouth. "Oh, my bad," Nero said casually. "The ink on his tattoo is mixed with the blood of Christ. Bad things happen when unholy creatures taste the blood of Christ." Philippe stopped biting me long enough to check on Pierre, giving Nero his first look at my body covered in fang marks. He must have liked what he saw, because his eyes nearly rolled back in his head a second before he pulled his dick out of Silvio's mouth and splattered his face with vampire spunk. I wasn't healing as fast as I normally would, which confirmed that there was something different in these vampire bites. They hadn't drained enough blood for the amount of wooziness spreading through my body. A black fog started to invade my peripheral vision, expanding as dizziness spread. I fought hard to cling to consciousness, but Lorcan's warm voice suddenly appeared in my mind. "Wait for me, mi amor. I'm coming for you." I knew it was my mind playing tricks on me, but I wrapped those words around me like a warm blanket when I fell into the black abyss of unconsciousness. "Master said to wake him up. The first round of torture was for our master's pleasure, but the second round will be to get the information he needs," I heard a voice say sometime later. It took longer than I would have liked for the fog to dissipate from my brain, but at least I was smart enough not to give it away that I was coming around. "Ignazio, can we have a little fun with him while Master feeds?" "I think you've had enough fun already with Master," Ignazio answered bitterly. It seemed that he didn't like his lover sucking Nero's dick. Couldn't say that I enjoyed the show either. "We can play with him together, Ignazio. No one has to know but us." "You heard Master, Silvio. Throw that bucket of water to wake the hunter and do nothing else." I could sense that Silvio had no intention of listening to his lover. He'd had a taste of the dark side and was hooked. Obedience be damned. Silvio confirmed my instincts when he said, "Play lookout, Ignazio. I just wanted a little taste." Ignazio growled low in his throat, but apparently made no move to stop his lover. "Make it quick, Silvio. You will reward me handsomely for this later." I heard clothes rustling as Silvio came nearer, but I kept my eyes closed so he wouldn't know I was alert. I had a strong suspicion I knew exactly what he intended, and I decided I would use Silvio to make a point. I felt the heat of his body as he stood next to me, and heard his ragged, excited breath. "Enjoy it while you can, fucker." I forced myself to remain loose and relaxed like an unconscious man when Silvio lowered himself in front of me. The man placed both hands on my hips to hold me still, or maybe pull me closer. And still I waited. As soon as I felt the heat of his breath ghost against my cock, I used my core muscles to suddenly lift my legs, wrap them around the startled man's neck, and snap it with my thighs. I stared into Silvio's evil eyes as the life left them, then loosened my legs so he could fall in a dead heap onto the concrete floor. It happened so fast that the only sound was a slight rattle of my chains, which Ignazio would expect if his lover was going to molest me while I was unconscious. "Silvio!" Ignazio called from the hallway where he played lookout. "Baby, you need to hurry up. Nero won't leave the prisoner unattended for long. Silvio!" Ignazio walked quickly into the room, then jerked to a stop when he saw his lover's lifeless body. The man jerked his gaze up to me, and I smiled as wickedly as I could muster while trying to save as much energy as I could for the torture I knew awaited me. Survival was just as much about mental strength as it was physical. "No!" Ignazio wailed. He ran over and dropped to his knees beside his prone lover. "Baby, wake up! Please, Silvio!" With one blow, I destroyed his spirit to live. "My love!" Ignazio cried, rocking Silvio back and forth in his arms. Then he laid his lover gently back down on the ground and rose to his feet. "I'm going to fucking gut you like a fish." "No, you won't," I said bravely. "Not if you hope to become a vampire. Weren't you listening when Nero said I was the only person on Earth who had the answer to his question?" I shook my head to demonstrate just how pitiful I found Ignazio. "You don't have the intelligence to be a vampire anyway." Ignazio unsheathed the knife he kept strapped to his thigh and pressed it against my throat. "I've proven myself to be a warrior to make a king proud. Nero is going to make me a vampire, and Silvio was to be my daywalker." Nothing about the situation was funny, yet I laughed heartily even when the tip of the blade nicked my skin. "You really thought Nero was going to allow you to keep a human lover?" I learned through Lorcan just how twisted Nero truly was, and there was no fucking way Silvio would have survived. "Ignazio, Silvio was going to be your first sacrifice." "Lies! I would never kill him. He was my world." "Nero would have forced him on you while you underwent the change, and you would have drained him dry while your bloodlust drove you out of your mind, or he would have demanded you outright sacrifice Silvio to prove you're worthy of being one of his children. Like he'd done to Lorcan." "You fucking liar!" Ignazio shouted. "Actually, he's telling the truth," Nero said smoothly as he re-entered the room. "Master?" Ignazio gasped. "Why?" "Love is a wasted emotion unless it's directed only at your liege. There is no place for humans in our world unless they feed or serve us, Ignazio. You have greatly disappointed me this day, and you are not worthy of serving me any longer." "No, master, He never got to finish what he was going to say because Philippe and Pierre attacked him at the snap of Nero's fingers. His loud screams bounced off the walls, making me cringe. "Ignore this show and look at me," Nero demanded. "How did you know I would force Ignazio to sacrifice Silvio one way or the other? Did Lorcan cry and tell you about his human lover that I made him sacrifice? It was so long ago I can't remember his name." "Emmanuel. Lorcan would never forget, and neither would I." "Drag his pathetic carcass out of the room," Nero commanded, pointing to what was left of Ignazio. "I never want to see him again." Nero then turned to me, holding up a hand with wicked-looking claws. "Playtime is over, Christian Wolf. It's time for you to give me exactly what I want." Nero pierced my flesh with his claws, starting below my collarbone and ripping them down to above my pubic bone. I remained stoic and calm during my first round of torture, but I couldn't stay silent when he practically gutted me. Nero pulled his hand away and licked my blood from his claws. "Delicious." "Fuck you, Nero," I said boldly. "It is you who will get fucked this night, Hunter." Nero walked behind me and tore my flesh from the base of my skull to just above my ass crack. I can't wait to split you open everywhere." "What do you want?" I asked, trying to delay his next torturous strike. "The dagger of Brutus. It's been in your family for hundreds of years, passed down from one hunter to the next. I want that knife, and you're going to give it to me." I refused to so much think about the knife or where it was. "You will neither pull the words from my lips nor my brain." I just had to hope his amulet wasn't strong enough to pull the details involuntarily from my mind. "We'll just see about that," Nero challenged. I don't know how long he tortured me with his fangs and claws. Each time I started to fade, his pet warlock Azazel would step up and revive me with magic or some foul poultice. Nero showed no signs of slowing down, but I held my own too. "You will not break me, monster." When Nero reached the end of his patience, he grabbed my face and stared into my eyes. Fear raced through the blood that was left in my body when I realized that Nero's patience had run out. Instead of trying to extract information or communicate with me through words, he showed me the answer to the two questions that haunted me. Which vampire killed my family, and why? Through his memories, I relived every second of suffering he dealt to my family as he attempted to torture them into revealing where the knife was hidden. I watched my mom plead for mercy when Nero gripped my sister in his strong hands and heard her screams when my sister lay lifeless on the ground. My father had remained stoic, even when the life faded from my mother's eyes. Not once did he reveal to Nero that the knife had been given to his eldest son, who was away with his friend on vacation. The pain that sliced through me was more horrific than any I'd ever experienced. And seconds before I faded into oblivion, I made a mistake. One that could prove fatal for everyone that I loved. I thought about the knife that was tucked away in the safe at the compound. "Thank you, Hunter. You've been a joy to know." Nero's words followed me into the darkness. Chapter 17. Lorcan. I felt a jolt shoot through me. I could hear Christian's screams inside my head as Nero tortured him. I could feel his pain as Nero and his evil-ass warlock put him through unspeakable torment. My love, the man who made me whole, was being ripped apart, and I have never felt so helpless. I tossed the sheets off me and quickly climbed out of bed. I knew the sun had set, and I hoped that the others might have come up with a plan while I was forced to slumber. I was putting on my clothes when Christian's voice pierced through my mind. Having him linked to me was going to take some getting used to. Of course, that all depended on if I could save him. I had hope on my side, but I was also a realist. Nero was powerful, and it didn't help my cause that he had the aid of his entire vampire army and the masterful warlock who made our own warlock concerned. "I love you, Lorcan." Those words penetrated not only my mind, but my heart. Christian's words, his declaration, his truth. I had to brace myself against the wall to keep from falling to my knees. The impact of those words, the heartfelt meaning behind them, it nearly killed me. Because I knew I shared his emotion. I loved him, and I hated that we weren't together at this moment. Instead, he was in danger, and I was at a loss. I took a deep breath and finished dressing. "I'm coming for you, mi amor. Just wait for me." I walked out of the bedroom and searched for the others, finding them all gathered in the living room. Apparently, I was the last to join the gathering. "Do we have a plan?" I asked. "We don't, unfortunately," Silas said. My heart sank, because again I felt helpless.
"We did what we could, searching out Nero's properties, but nothing turned up. We hid all 10 of them while you and the other vamps were sleeping. He's keeping them somewhere off the books,"
Jinx said with a frown. I knew she was just as frustrated as I was. I wasn't the only one feeling helpless. "Can we do some sort of locator spell?" I asked Silas. "Well, that's something we haven't thought about," Stefan said. Silas cleared his throat. "I did think about that." "Well, can we do it? Don't we just need something personal of his?" Stefan added. I could tell by the tone of his voice that he was glad I'd mentioned it. Silas sighed with a roll of his eyes. "Like in the movies? God, I hate working with amateurs." He scoffed under his breath, but I heard every word. "Well, can we or not? And we can all do without your pompous attitude," I said. "In order for me, or any practitioner of magic, to work a locator spell, we need the blood of the one needing to be located. I already asked Vixen if she had Christian's blood, and she said—" Silas pointed to Vixen as if it were her cue to finish his line. "No," Vixen stated. "Well, there you go. That's why we haven't done it," Silas said in his grandiose way. Vixen sighed.
"I had tried to do a locator spell earlier with his hair, but that didn't work."
"Of course not. You need flesh or blood, something deeply rooted with the subject in order to locate their exact location from thin air," Silas said. "Well, you're the magic expert. What can we do to find him?" I asked. "I'm still thinking about that. The seance didn't work. We have no blood. Perhaps if he has family, I might be able to use their blood to find him. But it would have to be a close relative, mother, father, sibling, and even with that, it'll only give me a general location, not the exact. But that'd be something we could work with," Silas said, sans the attitude. "Well, it would be something if Christian had close relatives. They'd all been killed when he was a teen, so that was a bust. I told Silas as much. "Well, shit. Back to square one," he said after hearing the grim news. "Where are you, baby? Can you tell me anything about your location?" I decided to reach out to Christian. Hopefully he would be conscious so he could receive my message. I don't know. A basement. No windows. Smells moldy," Christian replied. Unfortunately, his description pretty much described most basements, especially commercial. "Is there anything surrounding you that gives you a clue as to where you are?" I asked. "Nothing. It's empty, dark. Just a table and chairs," he said. Nero was covering his tracks better this time around. "He wants the dagger of Brutus. I have it. In the vault," Christian said. "Where is the vault? Christian! Christian, where is the vault?" I waited for his response, but received none. He must have passed out. I knew he wasn't dead. The link we somehow shared told me as much. But I knew time was of the very essence. I opened my eyes, and everyone was staring back at me. "Did any of those places you visited have glamour spells, like the warehouse?" "No," Silas said, "because he's not keeping them in those places." "Okay, one thing we know. I was able to communicate with Christian before he lost consciousness just now." "How?" Roland asked. "How is that possible?" "We're bonded, Roland. Somehow, we've been linked." "Mated," I said. "I knew something was off about you two. Or shall I say in sync? Yeah, in sync is a better phrasing." Silas rose from his seat and approached me. "If I may, can I have a drop of your blood? I may be able to tell you why you're linked, and why you can communicate with Christian mentally. It might help us find him." Well, that was all I needed to hear. I brought my hand up to my mouth and sank my fangs into my palm, opening a wound. I then held my bloody palm out to him. "Take what you need," Jesus, Lorcan, at least let me get a cup, Silas complained, then motioned for someone to give him something to catch my dripping blood in. Vixen ran to the kitchen and returned with a teacup, which she gave to Silas. He held it under my palm and caught a couple drops of blood. "That's all I need," he said, which was good because my wound had already healed. Silas left the living room with the cup. "About what Jew and Christian talked about," Alex said, bringing me back to my original thought. "Oh, yes. He's in a dark, dank, moldy-smelling basement," I said. "Oh, that narrows it down to just about everywhere," Roland remarked. "He'll live as long as we have the dagger. Now can anyone tell me where this vault is?" I asked.
"I know. Or at least I think I know," Jinx said. "Only Christian and D'Angelo have the code, though."
"You're a hacker? Can't you crack it?" I asked. She blinked at me twice, then shrugged.
"I might be able to. I've never attempted it because I respected their rules. But even if I could get one part of it open, it's also guarded by a ward. Any attempt to break it will kill the person foolish enough to try."
I couldn't really blame Christian and D'Angelo for being so cautious. "Can we get D'Angelo on the phone so he could disable it? Like, give us the word spell and code?"
"No, won't work," Vixen said. "Whoever is opening the vault has to be physically present, and the spell is linked only to them."
"Dios mío," I huffed as I ran my fingers through my hair. Silas came back into the living room with the cup and a tiny satchel. He put the cup on the coffee table and sprinkled some of the contents of the satchel into the cup. At this point, he had everyone's attention. He stirred my blood and the herbs, mixing them as he chanted something. Suddenly the contents inside the cup began to smolder and smoke rose, filling the room with the scent of rosemary, blood, and something else I couldn't define. The smell was pleasant, at least to me it was. Vixen and Jinx waved their hands in front of their faces to keep the smell away, so I guess it wasn't pleasant to them. "I know why you were linked," Silas said, looking up from the cup. "Well, why?" I asked. "Well, two things, actually. One, you're his fated mate. All Chaucer Institute hunters have one. Mostly it's male to female, or vice versa. But every once in a while, the fated mate is same-sex. Of course, the Institute frowns on that. Would like you to think you've been corrupted. One of the reasons I don't work for them." "I wouldn't think a hunter could be mated to a non-human," I said. Silas shrugged. "It's possible, but also frowned upon. You're meant to be with who you're meant to be with. That's what fate is all about." "What else did you discover?" I asked, because it looked like he had more to say. Truth be told, I was still reeling from finding out why Chris and I had been so drawn to each other. "I've got to say, your blood tells a detailed story. You were meant to be a hunter. Tell me, do you have an innate ability? Something other vampires don't have?" he asked me. My mouth dropped open, because I did. "I can control fire, and I can't be harmed by it," I said. "Oh, I see. Normally, with the Chaucer Institute hunters, once they get their Jesus Christ tattoo, it unlocks their innate ability. With Christian, he can see the darkest or deepest memories of a person, something they want to keep buried for whatever reason. With D'Angelo, he has heightened senses. With you, it's the ability to manipulate fire. When you became a vampire, your transition unlocked the ability," Silas said, shining a brand new light on my life. "So you're saying they were destined to meet and mate?" Alex asked as he looked from Silas to me. Silas nodded. "The blood doesn't lie. That's exactly what I'm saying. Which is why you two have connected on the same level as D'Angelo and Angel." "I guess fate won't be denied," I smiled. It felt good finally to know where my powers came from, and I didn't have any reason to doubt Silas's words. He'd proven more than capable and knowledgeable all this time, if less than desirable to be around. Fate or love? I added. Yeah, I guess, Silas said, making an off-handed gesture. The good thing is, I might be able to use your link to him to dismantle the ward he has up on the vault. Okay, yeah, that is a good thing. I'm all for it. If that dagger is the thing keeping Christian and the others alive, we need to be able to get to it. It's our only bargaining chip. Wouldn't it be best to keep it locked up? Roland asked. I mean, I see he means a lot to you. But can you imagine the hell Nero will raise if he completes that ritual? I hate to have to agree, but I'm on Roland's side, Alex said. I might have to jump on their bandwagon too, Silas said. I couldn't believe what the fuck I was hearing. Do you think Nero will let this go? Are we going to stay locked in this place forever, hoping he doesn't send his warlock here to dismantle every ward in this place? According to Silas, this Azazel is as powerful as he is, maybe more. Silas raised his hand. I didn't say he was more powerful. Get it right. I said as powerful as. Whatever, what I said still stands. Now that Nero knows where it's at, he's going to be targeting this place. We need to get to that dagger first, while the ball's in our court, I said, hoping to talk some sense into them. My concern is this. While you were sleeping, I learned more about the ritual in question. Silas began. Once Nero has evolved, he'll only be able to feed on other higher life forms. I frowned, because this was worse than I originally thought. Like other vampires and demons. Silas nodded. You all will. Humans will only be a novelty. Their blood will no longer sustain your bodies. Shit! Roland cursed. That will make us an even bigger threat, meaning the demon knights will surely step in. Maybe even angels or a hexigod just to take care of us. Alex chimed in. All things Nero isn't thinking about. All he can see is absolute power over all others. For him, that's worth any risk, but he's not seeing the big picture. I said. Damn, this shit is just getting better and better, Roland commented in his most sarcastic tone. Those helping him are too blinded by the possibility and too stupid to see this as a mistake. None of us are meant to step out of line. There will always be a force to put things in balance, Silas said. Even witches and warlocks get checked. Ever wonder why I haven't taken over the world already? I probably could, I'm just that amazing. I rolled my eyes but decided to patronize him. Why? Because I don't want to. And, well, I'm sure an angel would come and destroy me, so I'm good where I am, Silas said. My magic is rooted in light, like my predecessor. Azazel has corrupted his magic. I'm sure he's made a demonic pact with a demigod. One day that demigod will want him to pay up, but until then, he can't be allowed to run wild and fuck up this world. So are we now on the same page about the dog? Hello, my child. I was interrupted by my sire penetrating my mind. I held my hand up, letting the others know something was going on. I closed my eyes so I could focus on communicating with Nero. Nero, you have another lover of mine, I see. This one I refuse to kill for you. I warned. Nero's cruel laughter coiled through my mind, making me want to choke him. In any case, it left me feeling dirty, like his hands would when he touched me. I've always hated this man, but now it was the first time in my life I felt like I was free to hate him. I will be taking my pleasure in killing your lover. I need him for the ritual after all. Mind you, this ritual will benefit all my children. It will damn us, Nero. You don't think the demons will come for us, banish us if they can't find a way to destroy us? Again, he laughed. Let them try. We will be more powerful than any demon. God, his hubris would be the end of us all. I won't let you do this. I already know where the dagger of Brutus is. I will get it. Not before I do. Ah, and what do you plan to do with it once you get it? Keep it away from you. We both know that will be impossible. You have your brother and Christian in your life, even Stefan and Shyla. If you want them to stay alive, you will give me that dagger. Do you plan on killing Christian? True, but who's to say I can't grab another hunter for the ritual? Maybe his partner, D'Angelo. He's just as good as the next hunter. I just need the dagger. Maybe I'm willing to let your indiscretion slide if you prove your loyalty to me by bringing it to me. Now this was a trap. I could sense as much. Like you'd ever let Christian and me be together. Your ego can't take the competition. I will kill your brother, Alex. I will make him suffer. Give me that dagger, Lorcan. I could not let him harm Alex, not any more than I could let him kill Christian. I needed to think of a counter, one that would work. I will let Christian go, come back to you, but only if you swear you won't kill him, I said. Am I to believe you are speaking the truth to me, Lorcan? I will bring you the dagger if you promise to find a replacement hunter. I will also leave him alone and be yours finally. I'll give myself to you, Nero, as you have always wanted, but only if you agree to my terms. You've proven yourself to be a complication when you betrayed me, and even more so when you killed Johann. Do you know I have a temper? I'm passionate. Do you love that passion when you're inside me? Are you willing to give that all up? I asked, hoping to play on his desires for me. He moaned, and the sound rubbed me the wrong way in every way imaginable. My body recoiled, but I kept my thoughts hidden from him. Bring me the dagger, and we have a deal. Bring it tonight. Where do I bring it? Don't get any bright ideas about betraying me again. I have a contingency plan if you attempt to go back on our deal. Do you need the dagger? I need your address. And your real address. I will only hand the dagger over to you, not any of your vampires or human subjects at some location that isn't where you're keeping Christian. I need to see him and you together. That was my only way to ensure that he wouldn't give me some drop-off location. So brilliant. That was one of the reasons why I turned you. And the other? Well, that was because I knew you were going to be special. But I'm sure you already know about that, so I won't get into it. Bring the dagger to me. He gave me his location. Just you. No one else. If anyone else besides you tries to enter, it will mean instant death. Please let Roland and Alex be aware. It will just be me. I'll see you soon, sire. I felt his connection to me dissolve, and I opened my eyes to see everyone staring at me. That was weird, just so you know, Silas remarked. How you just zoned out like that. Quite the lengthy conversation you just had. Was it Nero or Christian? Roland asked. Nero. And he just gave me his location, I said, then proceeded to tell them everything Nero and I discussed. Well, that's one way to keep me out of the fight, Roland said, after learning about the wards Nero had set up to keep everyone but me out. I will be able to deal with that, but he will know I'm there. Azazel will sense my presence once I start breaking down his magic. So, basically, you will have to be able to hold him off on your own until we can join you. Think that's something you can handle? Silas asked me. I nodded. For Christian, I can handle anything. or die trying. Oh, my, that was so sweet I think I just got a cavity. Warn a warlock next time you get that sentimental, Silas said. Now, about that vault. I need to borrow your essence as I tear down the ward. I cocked an eyebrow. My essence? Life force. You're immortal, so it won't do anything to you. All right. Take whatever you need. I agreed. Oh, I will, believe me. After the ward is down, I hope you can crack the code on the technical side, Missy, Silas said, looking at Jinx. She huffed and cracked her knuckles.
If it runs on technology, I'll make it my bitch.
Well, apparently two can play that game, I thought as I looked at Silas, nodding his approval at Jinx. Okay, let's get this going, I said. Where's this vault?
Follow me,
Vixen said.
Has anyone tried to call D'Angelo and Angel?
Megan asked as she looked around the room.
I called earlier today. They couldn't get a flight, so they probably won't get here until tomorrow. Even if they decide to drive, it's going to take them at least 2 days. I'm not sure we can wait for them,
Jinx said. We can't. I'm not leaving Christian with Nero any longer than I have to. We can't do this. We must, I said. Now, the vault. Vixen motioned for us to follow her, and Silas, Jinx, Alex, and Roland joined us. Vixen walked up to the floor-length mirror at the end of the hallway upstairs and pointed.
This is the door for it.
She took a few steps back. I walked up to it and examined the mirror. No way would I have thought it was a doorway to a vault, but I guess that's the point. Hiding it in plain sight. Silas stepped up beside me and touched the mirror. He closed his eyes and seemed to be concentrating. Yeah, this is a strong ward, but I can break it down. The warlock who put this in place is nowhere near my level. He boasted. All right, if you're done bragging, can we get to work? I asked and gestured to the mirror. Fine, Silas huffed, then pressed his hand to my chest, over my heart. He placed his other hand against the mirror and began to chant. I began to feel something shimmering inside me. Then the sensation grew more heated and more intense. I braced my hand against the wall to try to steady myself. I grimaced because the feeling was becoming painful as Silas continued to chant. Ah! I cried out in excruciating pain as I fell to my knees. Still, Silas continued to chant. The building began to tremor. The lights flickered as the fixtures swung back and forth. Everyone else braced themselves, holding onto the walls and each other to keep from falling. The mirror began to glow bright like there was a light emanating from it. I had to shield my eyes from its rays because they were blinding. Silas was louder now, as if he were struggling to continue the chant. The ward was fighting against him, making it difficult to break. The pictures fell off the wall as the building shook more violently. So much so, I hoped it wouldn't crumble to the ground with all of us inside. Finally, the sensation of my life force being siphoned began to lessen, and I could breathe again. The building ceased its rattling and shaking as the light from the mirror faded away. Silas removed his hands from my chest and the mirror, taking several steps back as his chest heaved. It's done, he said, panting.
Thank God we're all still here,
Jinx said, as she stepped up with some device she held. I was too weak to stand up, but I watched as she held what looked like a scanner up to the mirror and typed in some codes. She looked down at me. Place your hand on this, she said, pointing to her device. I didn't bother to ask questions. I rose to my feet with some difficulty, then placed my hand over the flat glass surface of the device. I didn't bother to ask questions. I rose to my feet with some difficulty, then placed my hand over the flat glass surface of the device. A red light scanned my palm, and we all heard the click of the locking mechanism on latch. She opened the door, and the light came on automatically, exposing a large room full of so many supernatural objects.
There. Like magic. I'm damn good,
Jinx said, patting herself on the back. "Jace, you are," I complimented. "I'll go in and get the dagger. I'm sure I'm the only one who knows what it looks like," Silas said.
"Yeah, like I'll let you inside this vault alone,"
Vixen stated.
"We will go together."
Silas cocked an eyebrow. "After everything I've done, you don't trust me?"
"A warlock such as yourself might get too tempted by what's in there. It would be like letting a kid loose in a candy store. This is the place where Chris and Dee put all those crazy, dangerous relics, cursed objects, and weapons. I don't even fully trust myself in there, but we're doing this together. Now let's go,"
Vixen said, putting her foot down. Silas smirked, but followed behind her. We all watched from the hallway while they looked around. Silas held his hand out before him as if feeling for the object. Perhaps he was, and that's why he said he should go in. It was true. I had no idea what the dagger looked like. "Found it," Silas announced, then reached for the dagger, examining it. Vixen came over to him and checked it out too.
"Wicked."
"It is," Silas said.
"Okay, let's go."
Like promised, Vixen grabbed Silas by his arm and dragged him out of the vault. He frowned, and it did look like he wanted to stay and see what else he could get his hands on. Once out of the vault, Jinx closed and locked it. "Here," Silas said, handing the dagger to me. I took it and looked at it. The dagger was beautiful, really. Intricate engravings of a man standing in the middle of a pool of water, beneath a tree with low-hanging fruit. The fruit seemed to be just out of his reach. The ancient Roman words under the engraving said, "Tantalus." That is the story of a man who was punished for his betrayal. Of course, his entire bloodline was cursed to betray each other. "Sad, really," Silas said, explaining the dagger to me. "The fruit should remain free of his grasp as the water was to recede before he could drink. He was always to remain tempted, yet never sated." "This dagger is cursed," I said. Even holding it, I could feel the evil emanating from the thing. "It makes you want to betray." Silas nodded. "You'll probably want to handle that as little as possible. Now you tell me."
"Let me get you a box,"
Vixen said. Then she ran off to her room. "Do you feel its power?" Silas asked me. I nodded. "I can fight against it. For now." Vixen came jogging down the hallway holding a shoebox.
"Here, put it in this."
I did, not bothering to comment on the type of box she went to get. I had expected something more, I don't know, sacred maybe. But the box did once hold a pair of Manolo Blahnik heels, so I guess that was pretty sacred. "Thank you." I closed the lid and looked at the others. "So, I go in first and try my best to stall." Silas nodded. "I'll need some time to break down the ward, but once I start, Azazel will alert Nero to what's happening. You'll have to fight them all off until we can come in and help." "How long do you think it will take you?" I asked Silas. He shrugged. "It's a barrier ward. Even the most intricate can take about 5 minutes to break down. For me." "Just 5?" He rolled his eyes. "Maybe 10. I huffed in frustration. "Which is it?" "Give me at least 10. He finally conceded. "All right, 10 minutes, and try to do it faster than that. I'll be going up against Nero and his warlock." "Actually, you'll just be going up against Nero. Once Azazel senses me breaking down his barrier, he'll be fighting me to keep it up. That's why it'll take me 10 minutes. Maybe more if he gives it his all," Silas said. "So that should make it a bit easier for you in there." "We'll see. Let's go."
"Hey, who all is going anyway?"
Vixen asked. "Who all wants to? You know I'm never leaving your side." Alex said. Stefan and Shyla will want to help too. I'll join you, and I'll have my best warriors with me, Roland said. That was comforting to hear.
If you're gonna save Christian and the others, you'll need all the help you can get. I'm going too.
Vixen chimed in.
I'm not gonna let you do all this heroic shit without me, but I'm gonna be using one of D'Angelo's blessed weapons. I don't have magic, vampire blood, or strength on my side,
Jinx said. Looks like we have a plan. Once inside, Nero is always surrounded by vampires and human guards. You'll have to take them out. Show no mercy, I said. Once Nero gets wind of you all coming in, I'm going to be occupied with him, but also I'm going to try my best to free the other hunters. Once out of their cells, they'll be able to help.
What if he's lying about the barrier?
Vixen asked. I frowned. What do you mean?
What if, when you try to enter, you die, but the dagger remains after your ashes fall to the ground?
Well, that didn't leave anything to the imagination and gave me food for thought. I'll have to hope that Nero really wants me back. It's a chance I'm willing to take, I said. Nero will want you back. If demons are going to try to attack us if he successfully completes his ritual, he's going to need his strongest vampire for protection. He won't want to risk moving forward without you, Roland said. I think you're right, I said, hoping he was.
Let's pray that's true. I like you two together. You're good for Christian,
Vixen said with the cutest smile I'd ever seen. It was contagious because I smiled too. Thank you. Okay, let's save these hunters, I said. We all grabbed what we needed. Roland had his own weapons, as did Shyla, Alex, and Stefan. We'll take out the human guards, Shyla said as she strapped on her sword. They don't stand a chance against you and Stefan, I said, nodding my approval. Alex walked up to me, hugged me, and I hugged him back. Be careful, he said once we released. I will. You be careful too. Of course. Jinx was loaded with D'Angelo's sai and a 9mm pistol. Vixen had her amulet, and I guess that's all she needed. We all climbed into the elevator, which was a tight fit, but we made it to the garage in one piece. I climbed into Christian's SUV. I felt close to him, just being inside his vehicle. I'm coming to save you, baby. Just hang on. I arrived at the location Nero gave me. It was another one-story structure with blacked-out windows. Maybe that's why Christian thought he was in a basement. Then again, he might just be in a basement. I couldn't sense a word as I walked up to the building, but Vixen's words were embedded in my mind enough for me to hold my hand out before me as I got closer. If my hand somehow disintegrated, then I'd know it was a trap. I did stop to feed before I came to this place. I needed to be at the top of my game, so the pimp, who I'd sent to the hospital after he slapped one of his whores, served his purpose. I was feeling stronger, ready to take on the world if I had to in order to save Christian. I knew I should care about the other hunters too, and I did to an extent. But honestly, all I could think about was Christian. I never really got involved with hunters before. But Christian, he was more than just a hunter. He was the other half of my soul. What would be left of me if anything ever happened to him? I shook my head of such dreadful thoughts. I reached the front door without exploring, so that was a good sign. It was open. I guessed it would be since I was the only one who could enter at this point. Well, me and anyone else whom Nero had approved. I did feel a tingling sensation as I crossed the threshold, so Nero wasn't lying about there being a ward up. There were human and vampire guards standing at their posts as soon as I walked inside. I could easily take them out, but I needed Nero to believe I was coming in peace. Time to put up my mental barrier as best I could to keep him from reading my deepest thoughts. They didn't try to stop me as I walked past them, carrying the box with the dagger in it. I could sense where Nero was, and I followed the link we shared as sire and child until I was standing in the entrance, looking at him upon his throne. He was sitting like a king, or better yet, an emperor, in the middle of the room. The place was brightly lit so I could clearly see the symbol, identical to the one in the other warehouse, on the floor in front of his throne. This time there was the blood of the slayed vampires, marking the special sigils surrounding the larger symbol. The ritual was already underway. Nero wanted me to see this, which could only mean that he was still planning on killing Christian. That's fine. I was planning on screwing him over too, so we're even. "Come closer, child," Nero said, beckoning to me. I wanted to kill him right then, but I needed to know where he'd hidden Christian and the others, so I was still in buying time mode. I looked around, cautiously. Yes, there were at least 10 vampires and 5 humans in this large room, all ready to protect Nero if I made a move. I was still looking for a Cecil, because he was the biggest threat next to Nero himself. But I didn't see the warlock, at least not yet. "Where is Christian?" I asked. "Oh, he's here," Nero said. "Where? The real question of the day is, where is my dagger?" Nero countered. "Here," I said, holding up the box. Nero huffed. "You sure it's not just a pair of shoes in there?" "Ignore the wrapping. Besides, we had a deal, sire. Christian for the dagger." "Come closer." I decided to take those precarious and careful steps closer to him. All the while, I was praying that the others were here and Silas was working on that ward. "Let me see the dagger," Nero ordered. I opened the box, taking the dagger out and showing it to him. "Now you've seen it? Where's Christian?" Nero smiled as his eyes sparkled at the sight of the dagger that had eluded him for so long. "Bring it to me." "No. Christian first." He snarled. "Why does this human mean so much to you?" "It doesn't matter. You won't find the answer to your liking." I knew he hated having to share me with anyone. Learning that Christian was my fated mate, well, that would really set him off. Nero smirked. "Do you think I turned you by chance?" he asked me. I frowned. "What are you talking about?" "I wanted to see if it could be done. If a human with an innate power destined for the Chasseur Institute could be turned into a vampire. I had searched for you, or someone like you, for so long. Centuries, actually. Every time I got close, the Institute would recruit the humans before I could reach them. I had to make a deal. As you know, humans are weak, and when faced with death, they will fold." "Not all humans are weak, sire," I said. My mate wasn't weak. Jinx and Vixen, Stefan and Shyla, none of them were weak. Nero chuckled. "All of them, child. This person swore his loyalty to the Institute, but when he realized he was dying, he swore his loyalty to me. That's how I found out they were coming for you. Finally, I was able to get one of their potential recruits before they could. It wasn't easy, shielding you from their eyes. But when you have friends in magical places, miracles can happen." "A Cecil?" I asked. Nero arched an eyebrow. "Ah, seems like you have been doing some digging of your own. Yes, he and I have been friends for centuries." Centuries? Shit. If that was the case, just how old was Silas? "He shielded you, and when you became of age, I turned you. Lorcan, you cannot imagine the pride I felt when a child of mine was as special as you are. The fact that you can control fire, the only vampire who can, makes you damn near indispensable. That is the only reason why I am willing to give you this second chance. Give up this obsession with the human hunter. Come back into the fold where you belong. Take advantage of the opportunity I am offering you. Do you not see what I am doing? He asked as he leaned forward, hand extended to me like the proverbial olive branch. I see your hunger for power, Nero. Something that has never abated even after all your long years. It's only grown stronger, and that is why you wanted to turn me into a vampire. Because you wanted a child that could put you above all others. It is why you seek to complete this ritual, to make you the king of all vampires. I know what the ritual does, I said. If you know what it does, you should be by my side making sure it happens, not opposing me, Lorcan, Nero said as he stood up, hands still out. Give me the dagger. Release Christian, I said. Before I could react, Nero advanced on me, backhanding me hard against my jaw. I grunted as I went sliding across the floor. I still held on to the dagger, but he was on me again, prying it from my hands. Strength-wise, I was no match for Nero, but I had my fire, which I was going to use. I enflamed my fist, forcing Nero to release my hand. He climbed off me, and I turned around, blasting a ball of fire at him. It missed because he was too fast. The vampire and human servants who were in the room all charged me, which was a mistake on their part. I aimed my fire at the humans first, setting them ablaze. Their screams were deafening, the sound echoing off the walls and filling the space with the sound of their demise. Some of the vampires backed off, the younger ones, but I sent my flames toward who still approached me. They weren't as fast or powerful as Nero, and when my fire caught them, I made sure to hold them under it until they died. Next, I went for the younger vampires, many who tried to flee. I hit them in their backs with fireballs, setting them ablaze. I was lost in destroying them when Nero attacked me, grabbing me from behind and slinging me through the air. I crashed into the wall and then landed hard on the floor, breaking my arm and several ribs. I groaned in pain, but struggled to sit up. I'd heal fast, which was one of the reasons I'd made sure to feed greedily before I came here. Still, I held on to that damn dagger. As long as I had it, I could keep the upper hand. I'm very disappointed in you, Lorcan. You were supposed to be my right hand, Nero said, his voice coming from the shadows and surrounding me all at once. Nero, there's a warlock breaking the barrier ward, Azazel said, and for the first time since I arrived I saw him step out of the shadows that were wrapped around him, cloaking him. He was dressed in black leather pants, boots, and a black lace see-through shirt, buttoned up to his chest. His long, inky black hair was tied back in a ponytail, exposing his face. I gasped when I saw what he looked like. My God! I panted, and I was looking at Silas's doppelganger, or more like his twin brother. If he was Silas's brother, I wondered why the warlock didn't bother to mention this shit beforehand. Just how much more difficult was fighting Azazel going to be with that family bond thrown into the mix? Go and stop them. Release the glamour. I will make the sacrifice, Nero said. You can't, only I can. Just be patient. I'll deal with these intruders, Azazel said. Then he vanished in a puff of grey smoke. I only hoped Silas could do his part. I got up and aimed my fire at Nero while he was distracted, and the fabric of his velvet coat caught fire. He quickly vanished, leaving the coat behind. I held on to the dagger with everything I had. I looked around and around for Nero, listening for him, but heard and saw nothing. He was far older than I was, centuries in fact. I was no match for him, not alone. I knew this. I heard movement from behind and I turned. That's when I felt a painful blow to the back of my head. I crashed to the floor, and the world tilted ever so slightly as my vision blurred a little. Again he was on me, his fangs sinking into my neck. I knew what he was doing. He wanted to weaken me because he wanted that dagger. And maybe, just maybe, he was still trying to keep me alive, hoping I'd come back to him. I'd never do that. I raised the heat in my body until the flames erupted all over, forcing Nero to jump back. I turned to see him putting the flames out that had caught his shirt and pants. I attacked, sending more flames his way, but again he dodged the assault, leaving his clothes behind. He was naked now, I was sure. Not that it mattered. "Never in a million years would I have thought you would turn your fire against me!" Nero roared, and that's when I saw him step out from around the corner. He was still wearing a pair of boxer briefs, but nothing more. We both looked in the direction of the screams and gunshots, and I released a sigh of relief because that noise meant the brigade was here. I kept the flames surrounding me, which kept Nero at bay. It took a lot of effort on my part. I wouldn't be able to keep them up for long, but I just needed to buy them all time. "You won't be able to keep that fire going, Lorcan. Already it's starting to weaken. Your flames aren't as bright." "I will get that dagger," Nero said. He was right, and I had to think. Ah, yes, my new ability. I focused hard on Nero, hoping to turn him into instant ash, like I'd done with Maca. "Oh, no, you don't," Nero proclaimed, then vanished again from my view. "Seems like you've gotten stronger, my child. All the more reason for me to keep you alive." Once again his voice was coming from all angles, and I couldn't find him. "I'll never be yours, Nero! Not ever again!" I swore. Nero laughed. That same horrible laugh he did when he forced me to kill my human lover, all those years ago. That laugh was seared into my memory like a curse upon my soul. The same curse that made me believe I'd never find love again. Christian broke that curse. "Never!" I yelled. "You won't have a choice, child. I'll have Azazel link you to me. No more free will for you, boy," Nero threatened. Well, that was a terrifying thought, and all the more reason I had to make sure Nero didn't win. I didn't want to be his slave. "You have already lost. Your backup is dead," I said. "Not all of us," a female voice said from behind me. Shit. Susanna. I turned to see her standing there with 20 of her vampires. But she wasn't alone. Miyaka and Orlando, both regents from Nero's other sector, stood with her. Each had at least 20 vampires with them. Among Nero's reinforcements, I noticed a familiar face. Cecil. I could only suspect the other masters who gave up their children were present too. I hadn't expected this at all. I had one more good play in me, and once I used it, I would be out of the game. At least for a few minutes. But it would be enough for Nero to get the dagger from me. I would have to risk it. But at least I knew he couldn't use it to complete the ritual. Only a warlock could, and no doubt Azazel was busy with Silas. I mustered up everything I had in me, then sent my flames out in a 360-degree direction. Just as I did so, Silas and the others entered the room, but it was too late for me to stop it. I felt my heart sink, knowing they would be incinerated and by my hands. I didn't want this. "No!" I screamed as my fire burned everything and everyone who couldn't get out of the way. To my surprise, Silas held his staff out, blocking my fire from devouring them just as I lost the strength in my body. It was as if the flames parted to spare them. I felt a sense of relief seeing that my fire didn't kill them as I collapsed to the floor, weakened by expelling so much energy. Being drained by Nero didn't help me either. "You son of a bitch!" Susanna roared as she climbed out from the rubble of scorched vampires who were loyal enough to protect her. The rest of her vampires were scattered about as they had tried to run, but couldn't get away from my fire. Their charred remains were still smoldering. "Get the dagger!" Nero screamed.
He was preoccupied with Roland and Alex. Both fought him with everything they had. Nero was a well-trained swordsman, and it showed as he countered both Alex's daggers and Roland's blade as they battled. Susanna came over to me, snatching the dagger from my weakened fingers. But no sooner than she had the weapon in her hands, she was blasted back by an invisible force. Her body crashed into the brick wall, making her drop the dagger. I turned to see Silas, with an all-business expression on his face, coming closer. He stopped by the symbol on the floor and said another chant. I gasped when I saw the 3 men who were bound inside of the symbol now that the glamour lifted. The hunters and Christian. Fuck! I needed to feed. Silas aimed his hand at the dagger, bringing it to him, but then the dagger spun out of control and zipped past me. I turned to see it embedded in the wall to the hilt. When I looked back at Silas, he was engaging in a magical war with Azazel. Thank goodness that they weren't wearing the same clothes, or it would have been difficult to tell one from the other. Definitely had to be his brother. I'm surprised you stopped fucking your lover enough to fuck up my day, brother, Azazel said to Silas right before he sent a burst of energy his way, forcing Silas back a few paces. The other warlock held both hands up, stopping the force of his brother's magic, which meant this wasn't going to be an easy battle for Silas. And yeah, they were brothers. I had to get back into this game somehow, but I couldn't even move. This fucking sucked. Silas! Free Christian! I managed with what little bit of strength I had left. I'd never expelled so much energy at one time in my life. I actually felt lightheaded and a bit nauseous. At least it paid off. Orlando and his vampires were all dead. Miyaka's vampires were dead, but she was alive and fighting Alex, Shyla, and Stefan. Miyaka was having trouble because they were highly skilled, and they worked well as a team, keeping her on the defensive. Susanna was busy with Jinx and Vixen and having her own share of trouble, as the witch used her magic on her, breaking the bones in her legs, making her vulnerable enough for Jinx to stab her with the blessed weapon. I never cared for Susanna anyway, and was happy to see the blessed weapon work its magic. Nero was now trying to pull the dagger from the wall. If he got it, he would just flee and try this same shit again. This had to end now. "Silence!" I said. Then my vision blurred again. God, I needed to feed. Silas apparently heard me as he released a bright light. The power of it knocked Azazel several feet back. His body sailed through the air, then crashed with a loud thud against the brick walls. Azazel landed on the floor hard enough to leave him dizzy, but not unconscious. Still, the attack bought Silas some time. It was long enough for him to throw some power-like substance on the symbol, then plant his staff in the middle and chant something. The building shook, and the floor cracked, destroying the symbol. That's when the 3 men inside were finally able to move. Bryson and Sahil were too starved and weak to be of any help, but Christian rose to his feet and I saw him running toward me. "Are you okay?" he asked me. "I need to feed," I said. "He can drink from me," Jinx said. She joined us while her lover was fighting to keep the dagger in the wall, keeping Nero from pulling it free. "Go help Vixen," Jinx said. "Here, take this," she said, handing Christian the Angelo's blessed sigh. Christian nodded, then left Jinx to me. "Please don't take too much," Jinx pleaded. "I won't, I promise." I didn't waste any time when she exposed her neck. She gasped when I sank my fangs, but soon the moaning started. All humans enjoyed us feeding from them. The more skilled the vampire, the better. I focused on getting stronger, because once I was back on my feet, I was going to fucking kill Nero.
Chapter 18. Christian. Watching my mate take on a room full of vampires on his own was terrifying and thrilling at the same time. There must have been 60 or more, which chilled me to the bone, but seeing him annihilate the small army until only a few remained was a moment of awe. Still, I knew he wouldn't be able to take all of them on by himself and come out on top, ability to control fire or not. Where were the others? Surely he didn't come alone. I tried communicating with him through our bond link, but whatever ward Silas's evil twin brother cast to hide us prevented me from communicating with my mate. It was torture, watching Lorcan take hits and seeing him weaken as he put all his energy into using fire to kill his enemies and protect himself from further attack. Nero taunting Lorcan tore through my heart and made me want to rip the Vampire King's head off with my bare hands. I was so fucking relieved when the cavalry arrived, but it was agony watching them fight without me. All I could do was pray and watch as they squared off and battled. I was regaining my strength after my last round of torture, but not as fast as normal, which convinced me that Pierre and Philippe's vampire venom was altered to hinder my healing. Silas's monster for a brother must have enchanted those bloodsuckers somehow. I had suffered vampire bites before, and it never burned me as bad as when those two sank their fangs into my skin. It felt like I watched them fight for hours before Silas released us from our prison. Bryson and Sahil were in no shape to fight, so I left them clinging to one another as I entered the fray. As a warrior, I was trained to quickly assess the battles going on around me and decide where I was needed the most. In the blink of an eye, my brain processed everything going on around me like Jinx's supercomputer Amazing Grace. Stefan and Shyla were easily handling Miyaka as they moved together like someone had choreographed the scene for a movie, both knowing when to move in or back off for the other to take over. I didn't know if Alex was dead or unconscious, but I would never choose to check on him over his brother. Silas was holding his own with Azazel, and I couldn't think of a way I could assist him defeat his twin. Jinx and Vixen had just sent Susanna to meet her maker, then quickly hugged each other in relief. Vixen and I noticed that Nero had turned his back on the battles waging so he could retrieve the dagger. Vixen took advantage of the situation and used her magic to keep the dagger pinned to the wall, but she wouldn't be able to hold off the Vampire King for long. Before I did anything, I ran to my mate to check on him. It might have seemed careless and selfish, but there was no way in hell we could defeat Nero without Lorcan's strength and ability to control fire. So it wasn't just about me needing to make sure he lived. I needed to make sure that we all survived the battle. He needed blood, and I was prepared to offer it to him, but a terrified Jinx joined us and offered herself so I could help the woman she loved. I leapt to my feet with D'Angelo's sigh in my hand. I watched in horror as Nero became aware that Vixen stood behind him using magic to prevent him from retrieving the dagger. "I'm the one you want!" I yelled, charging toward Nero and trying to draw his attention away from Vixen. "Come on and fight me, Nero!" It seemed to work, too, because the king looked shocked that I was free. He'd been so intent on getting the dagger he wasn't aware Silas had freed me. "You want to kill me, fucker? Well, here's your chance!" An evil smile slowly spread across his lips. Then he used his vampire speed to reach Vixen before I could get anywhere near them. Nero lifted Vixen off the ground by her throat and let her dangle there. Vixen tried to pry his thick fingers off her neck to free herself, but it was no use. Nero only squeezed tighter, causing her feet and legs to twitch and jerk as her body was robbed of precious oxygen. "You sound awfully bold for someone who doesn't have long to live. I've taken on bigger monsters than you, Nero. Your greed will do you in." "Almost ready, Christian." Relief washed over me, but I didn't give anything away because Nero could still hear my thoughts with that amulet around his neck. "Size has nothing to do with it, although I can see why Lorcan is so enamored with you. I regret not having more time to explore your body like I'd planned, but I'd still take satisfaction in killing you in front of him." Nero gave Vixen a little shake, and I held my breath hoping he wouldn't snap her neck. "Aren't you wondering why it's taking you longer to heal, Hunter?" He raised an arrogant brow. "That vampire venom your heart is pumping through your veins is laced with a poison that is slowly killing you. If you'd look down at your body, you'd see your veins have turned a charcoal gray color. The poison initially turned them a silvery color that has darkened as the poison slowly takes effect. What's the fun in killing you quickly, eh? Eventually they'll turn black when the poison takes full control of your body. Your heart and lungs will seize up as they're robbed of precious oxygen. It will be a magnificent thing to watch unfold. That's if I don't kill you first. The only person with the antidote is the warlock his flamboyant brother is trying to kill. Let her go, Nero. You don't need her. It was foolish to let him see how much Vixen meant to me, but she was seconds away from losing consciousness due to lack of air. Who? Her? Vixen went limp in his arms just as he asked. No! I heard Jinx scream. I saw her struggling to get away from Lorcan through my peripheral vision. My mate wasn't holding Jinx against her will to be cruel just so he could feed from her. He knew if Jinx made one move toward Nero, it would likely be the end of Vix for sure. Nero loved using human emotions as a form of torture. She's not dead yet, but her pulse is dangerously low. This tasty witch would make a lovely snack. Just as Nero brought her close enough to bite, Vix kneed the cocky vampire in the balls. Nero roared and threw Vixen across the room where she collided with the wall, making a sickening thud before collapsing to the ground. Something inside me broke, and I saw red. I'd always remained calm, cool, and almost detached in a fight, but not when I had so much on the line. Through my peripheral vision, I saw Lorcan release Jinx so she could tend to Vixen. I rushed forward with the sword in front of me, but even with racked balls, Nero was able to escape me using his vamp speed before I could even nick him with the blade. I spun around looking for him, but he was gone, and so was my mate. The only thing I heard was wicked laughter bouncing around in my head. "Come out here and fight me, Nero!" I said, continuing to turn. "Lorcan, where are you?" The silence that followed made my stomach turn, but I knew my mate was still alive. I couldn't see him or hear him, but I felt him through our bond. I saw Stefan sever Miaka's head with a sword, and Shyla kick her corpse over before they rushed to Alex's side. Their lips were moving, but I couldn't hear anything over Nero's laughter echoing in my brain, taunting me. Silas and Azazel were locked in battle with their power extending from their palms toward one another. Silas's power was as purple as the smoke that signaled his arrival, where his brother's power was an ominous dark gray. During my rotations looking for any sign of Nero's pending attack, I saw that Silas had gained the upper hand, and Azazel's dimming light was as obvious as his waning strength. "I need him alive, Silas! He has an antidote I need!" "I'll kill him and take it off his dead body," Silas said. "You'd kill me, brother?" Azazel asked. "You'd choose this motley crew over your own flesh and blood?" "You ceased being my brother the moment you killed our master. We need balance in this world, Azazel, but you've always let greed cloud your judgment." Silas's power turned a darker shade of purple. Then he sent a giant pulse through the air that extinguished his brother's power and knocked him on his ass. I stayed in my fighting crouch as I continued surveying the room, my mind creating a paradox as time seemed to be moving fast and slow at once. Some things moved by in a blur while others seemed to be frozen in time. I heard Nero's evil laugh seconds before he slashed my back with his claws. "Fuck you, Nero! Quit playing around and fight me face to face!" His answer was to appear long enough to claw my abdomen before I could take a swing at him with a sword. As quickly as he appeared, he was gone again. I knew my reprieve wouldn't last long, so I stayed on alert while I tried to predict when and where he might reappear. I could see that Vixen was still alive, as was Alex, who Stefan cradled in his arms. Shyla's body might have been exhausted, but her brain had stayed sharp. She, too, searched the room in preparation for an attack. She might not be able to physically help me, but she could sure as hell alert me to anything she sees. "Is working for a vampire your penance for selling your soul to a demon?" I heard Silas ask his brother. "You'll be nothing but a pathetic fucking puppet for the rest of your life." I heard a solid thud, followed by a grunt. "Please, brother, don't kill me!" Azazel wheezed and begged. Silas must have kicked the shit out of him. Can't say that I blame him. "I won't kill you as long as you cure Christian. Where's the antidote?" Please, Silas!" Thud. Thud. I would have thought Silas would use his magic, but I guess some circumstances called for an old-fashioned ass-whipping. The fucking cure! Thud, thud. For your life, Azazel, what'll it be? Thud.
Behind you!
Shyla yelled. I dropped to a crouch and spun around, thinking to throw Nero off balance if he lunged for me. I jumped to my feet when no attack came and squared off to face him. Nero smiled wickedly when I glanced up from Lorcan's unconscious, bloody body, being held against the vampire king's body. I could tell by Nero's bloodied face that Lorcan got in some good blows before he was rendered unconscious. Nero carelessly tossed my mate to the ground like he was nothing. I only glanced at Lorcan briefly, but it was long enough to see that he held the amulet in his fist. He must have ripped it off while Nero was lost in his bloodthirst. That meant the bastard could no longer read my mind. Hang on, baby. Do you have one more fight in you? I want you to set that fucking bastard on fire from the inside. Don't send him up in immediate flames because you're too weak for that. I need you to save your strength, weaken him, and I'll send him to his death. We'll do this together like we're going to do everything from now on. Can you do that, my mate? Lorcan didn't respond, which meant I was on my own a little longer. A dizzy spell hit me hard, and I staggered back a bit. Ah, I see the poison is working, Hunter. It won't be much longer now. I squared my body and hit my fighting stance for better balance and equilibrium as I started to sweat profusely. You may be right, Nero, but you won't live long enough to see it, I bragged. That was the signal to my mate. It must be true that big balls give men a false sense of strength and ability. It will take so much more than that to defeat me. Nero began moving toward me, but not in a direct line. It looked like he was attempting to use my dizziness to his advantage by forcing me to move to keep him in front of me. Sweat dripped in my eyes, making it harder to see, but I couldn't look away from him long enough to wipe the sweat away with my hand. I was no match for his vampire speed, and I knew he'd take full advantage of the tiniest shift in my focus. From the corner of my eye, I saw Silas and Azazel engaged in a battle again. This time it appeared to be hand-to-hand combat. I could have really used the warlock's help with Lorcan's weakened condition. It looked like it was up to my mate and me to see this through. My mate sure seems to enjoy them enough, I taunted. Is that why you're really mad? Lorcan chose me and it makes you insane with jealousy? What could a human hunter possibly offer him that you can't? Nero's laughter echoed off the walls of the room, followed by an audible gasp. What the... He broke off suddenly and looked at the front of his body. I chanced a quick glance in Lorcan's direction. I saw his eye color had started to change from emerald green to a golden amber, signaling that he was gathering his strength. I knew that the flames around his pupils would grow until his irises looked golden. As much as I wanted to watch the transformation, I returned my gaze to Nero because I didn't want to miss a single fucking expression that crossed his face when the bastard got what he deserved. That's when I made my first move. I lunged toward him as fast as I could, swinging the sword from right to left when I got close enough, slicing the flesh of his abdomen. Nero roared and hissed as his skin sizzled where the blessed sword cut it, making his fangs look exceptionally wicked. I moved out of his reach and began circling him as he clutched his stomach. A rookie hunter might rush in and try to take the king out, but that would be a deadly mistake. He was wounded, but he was still a dangerous monster. Fuck! Nero yelled and staggered to one knee. I could see that his skin was turning a vibrant shade of red that darkened with every second. Lorcan! What the fuck are you doing to me? He looked away for a split second to find my mate, and I lunged forward once more. He was weak, but still fast enough to shift away so that my blade missed his heart and pierced his shoulder instead. I would have been more ecstatic about the way his panicked screech boomed through the room if I wasn't fading fast. I'm getting weaker, love. Do you think you can quit dancing with the devil and kill him already? I took Lorcan's sarcasm as a good sign. Blast him, Edward. Lorcan snorted. I'm sending him straight to hell, Bela. Nero's underwear caught fire as flames licked up his body. Cracks formed all over his body, showing his red blood boiling beneath the blackened flesh.
It resembled the photos of lava I'd seen in magazines. Nero shrieked in shocked agony as the blinding white flames burned his body from the inside out until there was nothing left but a pile of ash on the concrete. I wanted to piss on his remains, but there was no time. I needed that fucking antidote, and Lorcan needed blood. Fire that strong and powerful would have wiped him out. I rushed to Lorcan's side and dropped to my knees. I cradled his head in my hands and kissed his lips. My mate's eyelashes fluttered, and his lids opened partially to let me see that his eyes were starting to return to their beautiful green hue. They reminded me of Ireland, and I knew where I'd take him on our honeymoon. "Hold on just a little longer, my mate." Lorcan nodded and closed his eyes to rest. My pulse accelerated to impossible levels, and I knew my time was up. I looked at my body and saw that my veins were nearly black. "Christian, come now!" Silas yelled. I stumbled toward him, but a dark, hazy fog blurred my vision. My feet felt too heavy to lift, and I blindly fell to the ground as my lungs felt like they'd collapsed. This was it for me. If they were truly my last moments, I'd have no regrets because I'd found my mate and had experienced true love. I also helped kill the vampire who slaughtered my family. It would be enough. "Sip this," I heard Silas say nearby. He must have rushed to my side and dropped down beside me. I felt the pressure of his hand on the back of my head, holding it steady while he poured a bitter liquid into my mouth. "Swallow it, Christian, please." It was nearly an impossible feat to swallow when my body had started shutting down. My throat forgot how to work on its own. Silas tilted my head back as far as it would go so that some of the liquid would trickle down my throat from the force of gravity. I coughed and sputtered at the intrusion, trying to reject it. "Please, Christian, swallow the antidote so I can give Lorcan my blood to help him recover." Hearing my mate's name helped me choke down the potion by sheer will alone. I collapsed to my back, hoping it would kick in soon. "That's a good hunter," Silas said, sounding both soothing and sarcastic. "Of course, you're gonna hate me in a few minutes." "Why?" I gasped. "You'll see, my friend." I had my answer as soon as the potion hit my stomach. It cramped and spasmed, warning me what would happen in the next few seconds. Silas rolled me over at the first sign of convulsion so I wouldn't choke on my vomit. My body retched and shook violently as it expelled the poison, and maybe even my spleen from my body. I'd been sick before, but nothing like this. My body seized in pain and my muscles tightened, pulling me into a tight ball. Sweat poured from my body in another effort to expel the toxins from my body. "Are you well enough for me to leave you?" Silas asked, sounding concerned.
"I'll take care of him," I heard Jinx say. "Take care of Lorcan."
"Vix?" I asked through chattering teeth. Jinx smiled sweetly and ran her hand lovingly over my wet hair.
"She's gonna be okay, Chris. She'll have a nasty concussion until she can get home and drink one of her potions."
"Maybe she should drink some of her own coffee," I joked. "I think that's what Silas made me drink just now."
"Shh, now,"
Jinx said, running the back of her hand over my cheek.
"You need to stay calm and let the antidote work. At least you're done vomiting."
It was like my stomach thought she was challenging it, because another round of agonizing cramps, spasms, and vomiting besieged my exhausted body.
"Or not,"
she whispered before she kissed the top of my head.
"Lorcan is conscious and feeding from Silas."
Jinx was telling me exactly what I needed to hear to stop resisting what my body needed to heal. "Fucker is probably enjoying it, too," I joked.
"I'm glad to see the green hue of your skin is now from jealousy instead of illness,"
Jinx teased right back.
"Chris, close your eyes and rest. Our little army is coming around, and they will get you, Lorcan, and the rest of the wounded safely back to our compound, okay? Do you trust me?"
"With my life," I whispered before a peaceful darkness descended. I woke with a jolt sometime later. not knowing what time it was or even what day. How long had I been out? I sat up too fast, making the room spin around me, but at least I was back in my bedroom. The lamp on my bedside table was left on, illuminating a pale circle of light in the room, which included my bed. Tears of joy swam in my eyes when I saw Lorcan was resting peacefully on the pillow beside mine. I knew he needed his rest, but that didn't stop me from lying beside him, pressing my body against his. He was still warm, meaning he'd fed again recently. I turned his head gently so I could fully study his neck. I was grateful to see his gash had completely healed.
Why don't you check the other parts of my body to make sure they made it through the fight unscathed?
I jolted when his thoughts penetrated my mind. Then I looked down at his body to see his erection tenting the blanket.
Looks good to me from here, but maybe I should take a closer look.
Please do. Adrenaline and endorphins usually made me extremely horny after a battle, but I'd been too fucking sick to even remember how we got back home. I was sorry Lorcan and I couldn't take advantage of that natural high together, but I knew there'd be other battles in our future. Then I realized the lust that spiked through me as I kissed my way down my mate's naked torso was much stronger than any after-battle high.
I love your mouth on my body. I love your fangs in mine. Suck me, Christian. Revive me and make me whole again.
I would never deny him any request. My dick was so hard and sensitive that it was ready to come from the friction created by rubbing against the sheets as I scooted down Lorcan's body. I gripped my mate's cock firmly at the base while swirling the tip of my tongue around his crown, capturing the pre-cum dripping from his cock. I loved how much he craved me, and the way his body responded to my touch. I never knew sex could be this way, but of course nothing could compare to the bonding between mates.
Stop teasing me, Christian,
Lorcan said, threading his fingers in my hair.
Suck me, then fuck me. I'm sure there are a billion things we need to attend to after we get up.
Even the thought of dealing with the aftermath of Nero's death, and Azazel's, I didn't know what happened to Silas's brother. All thinking ceased when my mate thrust his dick in my mouth. I wrapped my lips tightly around his shaft while relaxing my throat to receive him.
Fuck!
Lorcan yelled when the head of his cock bumped against the back of my throat.
More, Christian! I need more!
I reached between his widespread legs to massage his balls while swallowing around the head of his cock.
Fuck yes!
My lover roared as he fucked my throat, chasing his release. After only a few thrusts, he cried my name and spilled down my throat. I pulled off and quickly positioned myself between his legs so I could come inside his ass instead of all over the sheets. After wetting my cock with a generous amount of spit, I pushed deep inside him, not waiting for him to adjust around me.
Harder!
My power bottom yelled.
I'm a fucking vampire! Don't go easy on me! Fuck me like you mean it!
And I did by digging my knees in the mattress and punching my hips forward until my skin slapped against my mate's. Lorcan wrapped his long legs around my waist, and I fucked him like my life depended on it. I felt his cock hardening again between our bodies and wanted to feel him erupt all over our skin. I wanted to be covered in him. I captured his lips in a hungry, fevered kiss as my orgasm loomed closer. I broke the kiss and tilted my head, offering my neck to my lover. Lorcan didn't hesitate and struck, quick. Fuck! It was the most erotic sensation in the world. My body felt like it was on sensory overload with so much pleasure. I'm gonna fill you up, I said, pumping my hips faster. Lorcan's ass clamped tight around my cock as he came, covering our chests with his seed. Just then, our bedroom door burst open.
What the fuck is going on around here?
D'Angelo asked angrily. I was too far gone to stop and answer him or even worry that he was seeing me mate with Lorcan.
Christ!
He yelled.
Find me when you're finished!
I roared my lover's name and flooded his tight ass before D could even close the door.
Made it to a fucking vampire, I heard him mumble as he left the room. Laughter bubbled in my chest and spilled out of me when I laid my head against my mate's chest. "How much longer do you think we can hide in your room together?" Lorcan asked, running his fingers through my hair. "Long enough for us to go one more round." I found D'Angelo sitting in my chair behind my desk after I'd showered and grabbed a cup of coffee. He glanced up when I leaned against the doorway, and the disappointment I saw in his eyes was like a knife to the heart. Why the fuck didn't you call me when you realized things were going down, Christian? Why in the world would you choose to go into a battle with a warlock and vampires over me? I didn't choose them over you, D'Angelo. I would have needed them whether you were here or not, I explained calmly, entering the room. Instead of sitting in a chair, I stood behind it. Not because I needed a quick escape, but because I could tell by my stiff muscles that I'd been lying prone in bed for much too long. We did call you as soon as we knew how bad it was, but things escalated so fast and you were too far away to arrive in time. Dee released a frustrated breath because he knew I was right. I'd never choose anyone over you, Dee. You know this. Except your vampire mate, he said sternly. Just as you'd choose your psychic mate over me, I wouldn't take it personally because your mate is the most important person in your life. So is mine. You look happier, D'Angelo reluctantly admitted. Besides nearly dying, I broke off because I didn't know how long I'd been out of it. You were asleep for nearly 30 hours, D'Angelo informed me. Damn, that poison and antidote must have been serious shit. I am happy, Dee. Happier than I ever believed I could be. Silas said it would have killed a normal human within minutes, but you were able to resist it for hours. D'Angelo shook his head like he struggled to comprehend what had happened. I nearly lost my best friend, he said sadly. Don't fucking do that again. A crooked smile spread across my face, because I knew we were going to be okay. I'll try my best to avoid it. You have some serious explaining to do, Lucy, Dee said. You let that pompous windbag sleep in angels in my bed. Dee, I ran out of room at the inn. Where is the warlock? He took his traitorous brother to face the Coven elders for his crimes. He lives then? For now, Dee replied with a casual shrug. I appreciate Silas assisting you. And I guess it's great that he's willing to give Vixen proper training so she doesn't do something dangerous like seances and summoning spells that could kill her. He aimed a dark look my way that was equal parts pissed off and I told you so. Babe, quit being mean to Chris, Angel said as he entered the room. He walked to me immediately and wrapped his arms around my waist. I'm so glad you're okay. I hugged Angel's slight body against my much bigger one. I missed you guys so much, Angel. I gave Angel one last squeeze, then released him. What has you so upset, Dee? That you missed out on an epic battle, or that I didn't tell you about my mate? Both, he admitted. I meant no disrespect to you, but I didn't have time for a heart-to-heart chat. We need to have one now, because things will have to change drastically around here since you're now bonded to a vampire. I know damn well you're not going to live here without him, and there's no fucking way I'm allowing you to live anywhere else, which means the compound needs to become a vamp-friendly space. So who told you that Lorcan and I were bonded mates? One of the girls? No, Christian. I did. Lorcan said softly. I turned and saw him leaning casually against the door frame, just like I had done a few minutes prior. D'Angelo had obvious concerns that he wanted to discuss with me. Without me being present? I looked at Dee with a scowl on my face. You think it's your place to interrogate my mate? Before I could blink, Lorcan was beside me with one hand between my shoulder blades and the other covering my heart. "Don't be upset with him, my love. He only wants what's best for you." "Yeah?" I asked. What was D'Angelo's biggest concern? Your mortality versus my immortality. "Yeah, that little detail," I teased. Of course it crossed my mind, but I was too conflicted about my feelings and preoccupied with the threat we faced to give the issue the attention it needed. I looked into Lorcan's vibrant green eyes, filled with sorrow. I would grow old and die before his very eyes, and he would live with that memory for eternity. I hated that for him. "I'm glad you feel that way, because I have a solution." Chapter 19. Lorcan. "A solution?" Chris asked me, his eyes studying my face, searching for the answer. "What's going on with you two?" D'Angelo asked, wiggling his pointer finger between us. Both Christian and I turned to look at him. "Since Lorcan and I have bonded, we can read each other's minds," my mate explained to his partner. D'Angelo raised both eyebrows as his mouth dropped open in surprise. "No one can read your mind," he said. Christian nodded. "Normally that is the case, but the bond between Lorcan and me broke through that." "Can all vampires read your thoughts now?" D'Angelo asked as he leaned forward, elbows on knees with a look of even deeper concern on his face. "Calm down, buddy. Just Lorcan can. Nero pulled a stunt with the use of a magical amulet in order to mentally fuck with me, but once that amulet was taken from him, he was just like any other vampire. Locked out," Christian said. "Good to know." D'Angelo sighed and shook his head. "So you two can have a whole conversation and no one would be the wiser?" "Does that bother you?" I asked him. "If it does, nothing can be done about it. I guess I'll just need to get used to all that." D'Angelo looked back at Christian. "Listen, man, I'm happy that you found your mate. Really, I am. But like Lorcan said, have you thought about what it means that he's a vampire and you're not? How is this going to work between you two?" "I think that's something Lorcan and I need to discuss privately, D," Christian said. "I appreciate your concern, but this is between us. I just hope that whatever choice I make is something you can accept." D'Angelo sighed again and ran a finger over his eyebrow. "You're my bra, man. We have our own bond, so I'm going to be by your side no matter what. I just know how you felt about vampires all this time. You have to excuse me if I feel that there is some cruel fate in all of this. Are you really okay with Lorcan?" "Rude," I remarked. "I'm standing right here." "I see your arrogant ass," D'Angelo shot back. "Then you should acknowledge that I'm not like most vampires. You're alive because of me," I reminded. "I'm sure you'll never let me forget," D'Angelo stated. "Okay." Christian held his hands out between D'Angelo and me. "I'm not about to stand here while my best friend and mate get petty with each other. D, you were the first to tell me that Lorcan was different, and you were right. Besides, it's done. We're mated. We all have to move on from here." D'Angelo made an offhanded gesture. Yeah. That's why I said we need to make sure the place is vamp-friendly. I'll have shutters installed in my bedroom. That'll make sure the sun stays out during the day," Christian said. "What about Shyla?" D'Angelo asked. "Then there's the matter of Sahil." "Ah, Shyla. Loyal and fierce as can be. She just joined me as my day watcher, but being in this place with its wards would be its own protection. Could or should I relieve Shyla of her duties? There really were only so many bedrooms in this place." "Shyla is my responsibility," I said. "I think she will be better suited to return to Alex." "You don't need a day watcher?" Christian asked. The look of worry on his face meant the world to me. That he cared so much, loved me that much. However, I knew she wouldn't be needed here. I won't need her protection here, baby. Not with all of these wards you have up in this place, I said. True, Christian agreed with a nod. D'Angelo shrugged. Works for me. What's the matter regarding Sahil? Christian asked him. Well, a lot was discussed while you were sleeping the sleep of the undead, D'Angelo taunted. Basically, Bryson went back to the Institute to report on what happened. Before all this shit went down, Sahil was out here on his own. He was outed as being gay. So the Institute did what it does and kicked him out, like they did us. He's pretty much a kindred spirit. I was thinking maybe we can welcome him into our circle. Is this something that he's expressed that he wanted? Christian asked. He has made subtle hints in the form of flattery. You know, D'Angelo shrugged. He's been commenting on how roomy and safe the compound is, how he wouldn't mind working with a team again, how he's a pretty decent cook, shit like that. I know how to read between the lines. He wants to be invited in by us. He doesn't want to feel like he's begging or imposing. I get it. He's been put in a vulnerable position enough as it is with Nero. It's not safe in this world for lone hunters, as we know. Besides, having another Chaucer Institute-trained hunter on the team makes me feel a lot better about our chances of surviving our next mission. We don't have to be so overwhelmed. What do you think? D'Angelo asked Christian. Did you discuss this with the girls? Christian asked. D'Angelo nodded. Maggie seemed a bit disappointed by the fact that he was gay, but other than that, they liked the idea of having another hunter on the team. Albeit one with ghostly baggage, but Sahil promised that his spectral companion wouldn't be a hassle for us. Well, not too much. Christian cocked an eyebrow. Meaning? D'Angelo shrugged. It's not a poltergeist, so I'm not all that concerned. Maybe the ghost is the nosy sort, maybe it's a prankster. Sahil swore that Magnus wasn't dangerous, just a little mischievous from time to time. Nothing we can't deal with. I looked at Christian, and my mate seemed to be thinking it over. His lips pursed as he mulled over the benefits of having another special hunter in the house. I really had no complaints, as long as Sahil knew I was an ally and not an enemy. Chaucer Institute hunters were pretty tough on my kind. They didn't trust werewolves, warlocks, and other worlders either. I can't really blame them. A lot are up to no good, but then the same could be said about humans. I mean, monsters didn't commit all the crimes, now did we? I like the idea. So, who will pitch it to him? Christian said once he came to his decision. I say we just have a meeting and tell him then, D'Angelo said. We can make a few announcements at this meeting. I have something to say to Roland and Alex, I said. Well, the sooner you say it to them, the faster they can leave. I mean, we have 3 vampires in this place. That's a record, D'Angelo stated. I'm sure they can't wait to leave either, D'Angelo. No doubt you've been more than hospitable, I said, crossing my arms over my chest. D'Angelo snorted. They are still breathing. Or maybe not. Whatever. They ain't dead yet. So, yeah, I have been hospitable. Again, we aren't going to get into this vampires versus hunters shit. Not now. They are our allies, D'Angelo. Try to accept that. D'Angelo rolled his eyes and laughed. Christian, I was willing to work with vampires long before you were mated to one. I don't need this pep talk. But we do need to talk to the, I guess I'll say, team. Give me about 10 minutes before we talk to him. I want to discuss that concern of yours with Lorcan first, Christian said. That's a pretty important conversation. Why don't you two take an hour instead of 10 minutes? D'Angelo said. Then he rose from the chair and walked over to Christian. I'm glad you're alive. We gotta stop getting ourselves in these dangerous situations. he said, then chuckled. Well, as long as we continue to save the innocent, we just have to suck it up, Christian stated. Speaking of sucking, I don't even want to know the moment when you became a vampire feedbag. But y'all keep that in the bedroom, D'Angelo remarked. Christian scoffed. It was in my bedroom. You're the one who barged in, if you can recall. I thought something was happening. Lorcan insisted on sleeping with you, but I wasn't sure if I trusted that, so I was on guard, D'Angelo said in his defense. Believe me, I won't be doing that shit again. I'm gonna have nightmares after what I saw. Shut your dumb ass up. Besides, you have super hearing, D'Angelo. Chris taunted. I'm sure you knew what was going down. Maybe you just wanted to peek in to get some pointers. I chimed in. Man, fuck your blood-sucking ass. I ain't thinking about you, Lorcan, D'Angelo said. But I could tell I'd struck a chord as he was starting to blush. Anyway, I'm happy you're in one piece. He embraced Christian, and the two hugged. I could tell that they loved each other very much. I tried hard not to get jealous. As a vampire, I'm territorial by nature. But even though Christian was my mate, I still had to share him. They stepped back, and D'Angelo left us alone. Christian looked at me and motioned for me to follow him. He led us back to his bedroom. Once inside, he said a few cryptic words, and I felt a static flash in the air. What was that? I asked. Something I should have used earlier. A sound barrier, Christian stated. I wanted us to be able to have this conversation in total privacy. Ah, I see. I nodded and sat down on the bed. The same bed with its rumpled sheets that I enjoyed such pleasure in. The bed and this room would no doubt be a source of unbridled passion for me for years to come. I redirected my thoughts from having sex with Christian to the serious subject at hand, our future. He joined me on the bed, sitting opposite me. D'Angelo was right when he said I had a hatred for vampires. I smirked because that was no secret. I know. But something about you was different. I knew that from the moment we first met. When you had that other guy sucking your cock. His eyes trailed down my body to my crotch, and he began to smile slowly. That gorgeous cock that from this day forward will only be mine to suck and worship. I laughed softly, because I remembered the look on his face when he saw me. I also remembered the lust in his eyes. It matched my own as I watched him watching me. Damn it, I wonder the room didn't erupt in flames at that moment. Christian shook his head. Jeez, to think all the time I wasted not wanting to ever meet you. We could have been mated. I put my hand on his and shook my head. That's in the past. What matters is that we're together now. He took a deep breath and nodded. True. Being with you has helped me work through my issues. I've seen that not all vampires are monsters. Roland, who can be an asshole, is actually a pretty decent guy. Of course, Alex is good from what I can tell. So I see that becoming a vampire doesn't automatically make a person evil like I'd been taught. It doesn't. It's true we feed on human blood. It is my nature. I am a predator. That alone can be viewed as evil. But I've always tried to make sure it's mutual, or at least the human enjoys it. I'm not going to pretend that I haven't done questionable things, Christian, or even downright horrible things, under Nero's command. There are times I need to hunt, but I try to never kill. If you're considering what I think you are, you have to understand the needs of a vampire, I said. Do you have to kill? He asked me. I shook my head. Killing can be satisfying because we are predators, but we don't have to. All it takes is some restraint
on our part. As regent, I've made certain that none of the vampires in my district have killed. Now, as sovereign, I'll make sure that rule is extended throughout all my districts.
Ah, that's right. We killed Nero. You burned him up alive. That makes you his successor,
Christian said with a wide grin. Of course, taking over as sovereign was more than a notion. I sighed. Yeah, and I have a lot of work to do. I'm sure to be challenged for the position, as many vampires won't like to follow the rule of a sovereign who is younger than they are. I'll also need to assign new regents. Roland will be my top regent, taking over my old district. Alex will be named the regent, but that still leaves 4 more regencies open, and I want to put the right vampires in place who will obey my decree.
You do have your hands full,
Christian said. I nodded. But it's nothing I won't be able to handle. My only real concerns are the challenges that will come. They will be to the death.
Then show no mercy. I don't want anything to happen to you,
Christian said, then he caressed my face.
I love you so much.
I love you too, I said, then leaned forward, pressing my lips to his. I nearly trembled when the tip of his tongue slipped into my mouth. I was so into him that just the sight of him clothed all naked could make me swoon. This damn hunter really had me wrapped around his finger. Christian pulled away and laughed.
I think we're both wrapped around each other's fingers.
I laughed. We really have to learn how to block some of our thoughts. What if I get mad at you one day? I may want to call you an asshole without you hearing it.
Right. Like you could be pissed at me without me knowing it. I'm sure I won't have to read your mind to know you're calling me an asshole in your thoughts.
Still, I said. Christian shrugged.
I don't know. I like having an open book between us. But you're right. We should be able to keep certain thoughts to ourselves. So learning how to communicate only when we need to is on the books. Now, getting back to you turning me, because that's the real question. Do I want to become a vampire?
That was the question on my mind. Would Christian let me turn him? I licked my lips and swallowed.
Did you?
I've had a little bit of time to think about this from the moment I realized I wanted you in my life. When I couldn't get the thoughts of you out of my mind, I had to reevaluate my entire opinion of vampires. He paused and looked away. It's not a bad life. Sure, we can't go out in the sun, but we have the beauty of the night. As a hunter, being a vampire too makes you harder to kill, and I won't have to worry about you as much. You'll have even more power and strength. Most importantly, you'll have me forever. I said, trying to do my best to list the highlighted pros of vampire life. Christian turned back to me. There was a slight smile on his face.
I've thought about all of that. I'm not going to pretend like this was an easy decision, because it's not. You'll be my sovereign,
I interjected. You would be the only vampire I wouldn't hold that over, Christian. You are my mate. We would be equals. I wouldn't concern you with vampire business unless you wanted to be. I will always be by your side if and when you need me. But I will not be your sovereign. I would never want to force Christian to obey me as other vampires would have to. Christian's smile widened.
That's good to know. I was a bit apprehensive regarding that aspect. I want to spend all the time we have in this world together, Lorcan.
I felt my heart leap in my chest. I was trying hard not to show how nervous I was as I awaited his final answer. So, what does that mean?
I will let you turn me, but I need a little more time to get myself in order, he said. I need some time to come to grips about it. Is that okay?
I released the breath I'd been holding and leaned over, kissing him.
Take all the time you need, I said, then kissed him again, tongue and all. Hearing those words leave his mouth was everything I'd been hoping for. Human lives were so fleeting, so fragile. Had he chosen not to let me turn him, I would constantly be worrying about him every time he'd go out on a mission. As a vampire and hunter, I knew he had a better chance of surviving whatever came his way. Especially with me by his side. I pulled back long enough to look in his handsome face. I can wait until you are ready, Hunter. After that, we put the bed to good use again. This time I felt his tongue in places he hadn't been before. I was on my stomach, moaning in pleasure as Christian made love to my ass with his mouth in every way possible. I loved the way his beard felt rubbing against my cheeks. I was delirious with pleasure. And when he finally slid his huge cock inside of me, I knew I would be his forever. I was sitting in the living room with everyone else who was still present. It was a full house, no doubt. Roland, Alex, Vixen, Jinx, Megan, Angel, D'Angelo, Shyla, Stefan, Sahil, and finally, Christian. I'm glad you're all here, Christian said. I'm only here because Lorcan wanted me to stick around for some important announcements, Roland commented. About that, Roland, I am now the reigning sovereign. I will need to start rebuilding what Nero destroyed. We need to do this quickly, as you know how territorial vampires can be. We want to get ourselves back on our feet before other sovereigns think to challenge us, I said. Roland nodded. You will be challenged from within your own ranks, my liege, he said, making certain to add respect to my position as he addressed me. I'm prepared for those. They will soon see why I am now sovereign. However, as for my new regents, I'm appointing you, Roland, to Region 1, my old stomping grounds. Oh, well that means I'll have to move. No more sectors. I shook my head. New king, new rules. Very well. I'm very honored, sir, Roland said with a slight frown. He may be a little annoyed about the location, having to move and all, but I'm sure he would enjoy being regent of the best part of my overall territory, Chicago. Alex, you will be the regent of Region 2, I said, which was one of the surrounding suburbs, Evanston. Alex chuckled softly. That's a lot of responsibility for me, brother. I'm sure you can handle it, I stated. I can, and thank you. I won't let you down, Alex said. I know you won't. I looked at Shyla. Ju will guard him and Stefan. She frowned. What about you, sir? She asked. I held my hand up. I'll be fine, living here with my mate. Besides, Shyla, after Stefan has been made a vampire, we will need you to protect us, Alex said. He reached over, taking Stefan's hand into his own. They smiled at each other, and seeing them so happy made me pleased that I'd finally made the right choice to let them be together. Everyone deserved to have a chance at that kind of happiness. Alex had told me earlier of his intentions to turn Stefan, and of course he saw my approval. I gave it freely. I'd be honored to serve you once again, sir, Shyla said to Alex. They had been together for so long, it would be like going back home for her. Well, I'm glad that's all settled. I'll be spending the next few days getting things back in order. I'll need you both, Roland and Alex, to help me. For now, you can go back to your homes, I said. Roland rose. Thank you, my liege. And, if this thing doesn't work out between you and that hunter... Bye, Roland, I said, and laughed under my breath. He smiled slyly, then winked. Just saying. He walked toward the elevator. Call me when you need me, brother, Alex said. Then he rose with Shyla and Stefan. I will, I said. He nodded, then followed Roland onto the elevator along with his humans. Well, one won't be human for long. Stefan will make a great vampire and companion for my brother. I was truly happy for them. That's all I wanted to say. I'll give the floor to you now, Christian, I said after taking a gander at those remaining. I took Roland's newly unoccupied chair and watched my man do his thing. Christian took Alex's chair, making himself comfortable. He cleared his throat, then began. This last mission was a hard one. I honestly didn't know if I was going to survive. As a hunter, that's always the case when we do missions, but this time, I really felt the weight of it because of who all I'd be leaving behind if I died. Dee, Angel, Vixen, Jinx, and Megan. You all know you mean the world to me. I love you. And I know you've all been worried about me and my state of mind. I'm sorry to put you through that. I didn't even know why I'd been so down lately. I couldn't put my finger on it until I met Lorcan, and that feeling of being incomplete went away.
Could it be you were feeling lonely? Or maybe even a bit jealous?
Megan asked.
If so, I know how you feel. I guess I'll be feeling even more of that since now everyone in this place has their mate.
Christian sighed. I think you're right. He looked at D'Angelo. I saw what you and Angel had, and I couldn't help but want that for myself. Now, don't get me wrong, I was happy for you two. But you were wondering if you'd ever find your mate, D'Angelo supplied. Christian nodded. I think I was afraid that I'd die before that ever happened. Then I met Lorcan and got kidnapped, and I started to worry that I'd die before I truly got a chance to enjoy what it feels like to have my mate. I would never let that happen, I said. Just the thought of Christian dying made me feel like I'd die just the same. We were fortunate to have powerful allies, that's for sure, Christian said. I knew he was talking about Silas, and to a point Roland, Alex, Shyla, and Stefan. But even I have to admit, we might have lost Christian and the others if not for Silas. That pompous asshole. I agree. Speaking of allies, D'Angelo said, then nodded his head in Sahir's direction. Chill, bro, I'm getting to that. I'm just trying to express myself here, do you mind? Christian asked. D'Angelo held his hands up in surrender. Hey man, no biggie. Take your time with this hallmark moment. Christian laughed and shook his head. You're a real son of a bitch sometimes. D'Angelo smiled. You love me. I do. Christian looked at me. I'm sure you're wondering, where do we all go from here?
Not too much wondering, Jinx said. I mean, we all pretty much deduced that you're going to have Lorcan move in here with us. Before he left, Silas fortified our wards, making them stronger, and made it so Lorcan and Sahil can enter without us having to lower him.
Well, that was nice of the warlock. He's still a pompous ass, though, with his foo-foo purple puff of smoke and ruffled shirts. All in all, I liked him. I watched Christian smile at the news. That's great. Yeah, so that's settled. Does anyone have an issue with that? Christian asked the others. No one said anything, and that was good. Okay, moving on to the next issue. Sahil, I'm sorry the Institute tossed you out. Believe me, Dee and I know how that feels, Christian said. It hurt, but I knew they would. That's why I tried to hide it for so long, Sahil said. I took a good look at the new hunter. Now that our lives weren't in danger, I could pay him some attention. I could see why, on the surface, he could have been mistaken for Johann. I mean, at a quick glance. Unlike Johann, he was quite the looker, with smooth brown skin, brown eyes, and short-cropped dark curls. His dark lashes seemed to go on for days, giving his eyes this almost smoky allure. His dark eyebrows framed his eyes perfectly, making them intense. His clothes weren't so loose that I couldn't see his well-formed muscles underneath. "Stop checking him out," Christian said to me, using our mental link. I looked at him and smiled sheepishly. "I was just looking." "Yeah, I know. You were looking too damn long, though." "Oh, trust me, baby. I only have eyes for you." "You better." He winked at me. "How did they find out?" Christian asked Sahil. "I was betrayed by someone who I thought was my friend. Another hunter who I'd learned had been jealous of me and my rank in the Institute. He told them I was gay, showed them a video of me kissing a guy I met on a dating app. Magnus warned me that I was being watched, but by that time it was too late. That asshole showed the powers that be the footage, and they kicked me out that same night. It's been rough for me, without the resources I've been accustomed to having at my command." Sahil shifted in his seat, then continued. "When I heard about a vampire looking for the chalice of Judas, I came here to investigate. I'd only been here about a month and a half before I was taken by Nero's people. At first, I thought Lorcan might be the vampire, so I did stake him out, but he seemed to be just doing his thing as regent. Well, that was news to me. I had no idea I'd been watched. That means he's damn good at being covert. Or maybe that's how his ghost helps him out." "You tried to get some help from Bryson, and that's how he got caught up," Christian said, nodding as he was putting more pieces of the puzzle together. "Yeah, I didn't want that to happen," Sahil said. "I'm curious about this ghost that follows you," I said, because I was. I wanted to know more about it. Sahil looked at me and shrugged. "He's been with me since I was 16. Once I inherited my abilities." "Do you know why?" I asked. "Not really. He doesn't know either. We both think it's because his death has gone unsolved. His murderer has never been caught, so his soul can't rest," Sahil said. "That's the story for a bunch of restless spirits. Do you see any others?" I asked. He nodded. "That's my innate ability. I can speak to the dead. Most come to me, lead me to clues so I can help them move on. It's not always solving a violent murder. Sometimes they just want to send a message to a loved one. I help them, and they move on. And I'm not bombarded by them as my ability works on a certain psychic frequency, which is good, because I'd probably go insane if I were accosted by every ghost out there. But Magnus..." Sahil stopped and looked to his right. "Don't be rude, Magnus, and stop trying to interrupt me." "You see him now?" Christian asked. Sahil turned to him and nodded. "He's not always by my side. He tries to give me some privacy. But he's just concerned right now. Doesn't want me to be too open, since the last person I trusted betrayed me." "Well, we aren't those kind of people," Angel said. "We don't betray our friends, or in this case, our family." Sahil smiled, then he looked at his right again, with a look of agitation. "I know, shut up!" "What did he say?" I asked, since the only person in the room who could hear and see Magnus was Sahil. Sahil said, "He can be a bit snarky. He said that the sentiment was sweet, but I'm not your family or friend." "Well, that's what we're here to talk about," D'Angelo said. "D'Angelo and I have discussed your situation, and the girls are cool with it too if you joined us. We have a spare bedroom you can use if you want to move in," Christian said. I could see a light in Sahil's eyes spark to life at being a part of a team again. He smiled and nodded. "I'd like that. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down." "I believe you," Christian said. "Are there any house rules?" Sahil asked. "Not much," D'Angelo began. We all pitch in on off-duty days in the shop downstairs. The store is open every day except Sunday, so that's important. It's also how we keep this place funded. Other rules: clean up behind yourself, respect other people's space and privacy. When out on a mission, we are a team. If you need backup, let one of us know. We're here to help.
I can work with that, Sahil said, smiling still. What about, if I want to bring company home?
The fuck, buddy?
D'Angelo asked. Sahil blushed.
Yeah. It's fine. This is your home, and we all have needs. Just remember to lower the wards when you do. But they can't move in unless we all have a group meeting about it. That's if the relationship becomes something more than a booty call, Christian said.
I watched how D'Angelo and Christian played off each other, and it was easy to see why they'd been best friends for so long. Okay, cool. I want to thank you all again for letting me in. I promise I won't make you regret it, Sahil said. D'Angelo laughed.
I'm still not too sure about this ghostly friend of yours. Is he the nosy type?
Sahil chortled. Yeah, but I'll make sure to keep him in line.
I need to find a ghost-off ward,
D'Angelo mumbled under his breath.
So, again, do we all agree on the decision to let Sahil move in and join the Genesis Circle?
Christian asked everyone.
Yet another hottie hunter who's gay. What's a girl got to do to get some dick in this house?
Megan asked as she shook her head playfully.
Well, girl, Silas was trying to give you some dick, but you kept swatting it away.
Jinx teased.
Oh, stop it. He wears more eyeliner than I do,
Megan said.
Yeah, sure. Act like that doesn't turn you on. I saw you checking his ass out every time you didn't think he was noticing,
Vixen said.
Psst. Okay, he does have a great ass. Fine,
Megan admitted.
He's hot and totally my type, but I think he's also unavailable, if you know what I mean.
Why? Because he doesn't live in Chicago? Jinx asked.
Yeah, and long-distance relationships and all that,
Megan said. He can pop in here in a purple puff of smoke instantly. I bet his favorite musician was Prince. He looked like his white counterpart. Angel said. I know you best, and I think you're just making up excuses because you feel Silas is too much man for you.
Bitch,
Megan said to Angel.
You don't know me.
Wench, yes I do. Angel shot back. I could tell by their candor that they were very close. You could see the love they had for each other in their playful expressions. I say if Sir Fineness comes to visit you, you ride his dick like a bucking bronco. Clean out those cobwebs, Angel said. Megan gasped and put her hand over her chest, feigning being aghast.
Okay, hold on because I see where this is going, Christian said. Before it goes fully there, I take it that everyone is cool with Sahil being on the team and in the house.
Oh yeah, the more the merrier, I say,
Jinx stated.
I'm with Jinx,
Vixen said. I'm good with it. Happy that you all will be getting some help, Angel said.
Welcome home,
Megan said.
You'll love it here. We really are one big family. I haven't even been here that long, but it feels like I've always been here. It's that loving.
Sahil smiled. I'm seeing that. Thank you all. I had to admit, too, even I was feeling accepted. I was looking forward to moving in myself.
I have one more thing to say, and I want you all to share this moment with us, as you are the most important people to me,
Christian said, getting everyone's attention again.
Better make it quick, because I'm getting ready to take Angel to bed.
D'Angelo taunted.
Except for you. Shut up,
Christian said, which caused us all to laugh. He then walked over to me. The room lit up with murmurs as soon as Christian dropped to one knee. He reached over, taking my hand into his, and I swear to God I fucking blushed. I can't even remember the last time I blushed. I didn't think that I could. But somehow Christian tapped into that part of me that was most human, which was just one of the reasons why I fell in love with him.
Lorcan?
Oh my God, are you kidding me? I said. Christian blinked, then shook his head.
Can I finish?
Jace, I'm sorry. I couldn't believe what was about to happen. I could hear Megan, Jinx, and Vixen trying in vain to suppress their squeals of joy and awes. D'Angelo and Angel were smiling, both remaining silent. I saw that much out of the corner of my eye. Sahil, too.
Lorcan?
Christian began. This time I wasn't going to interrupt him.
You are the other half of my soul. I've gone through my life thus far feeling like there was always something missing. There was a darkness inside of me, an empty place that you've filled with your light. You've given me so much more to live for, to strive for. I don't want to live my life without you in it. I never want to go to bed without you beside me. I'm not much for romance. I don't always have the right words. But all I can say with the utmost honesty is that I love you with everything I am. Will you marry me?
That was the most romantic thing anyone has ever said to me in my 167 years, I said. I wanted to cry because I'd never been so happy. Christian, everything you've said is how I've always felt all these long years. Alone. I never thought I'd find anyone to love me again. I felt cursed when I didn't fight for Emmanuel like I should have, and that maybe I didn't deserve a love like that. But then I met you, and not only did I discover that I was worthy of love again, but I was worthy of a love far greater than any I'd ever felt before. Oh great, now I'm crying. I stopped to wipe my eyes. The memory of Emmanuel didn't hurt so much now. It was as if I felt his touch on my shoulder, and I knew I had his blessing. I looked at Christian. I loved you. And yes, I will marry you. He smiled and kissed me to the applause of all who witnessed our professions.
That was some sappy shit, mister I don't do romance,
D'Angelo teased Christian once he broke our kiss.
You don't get to call me or Lorcan sappy, Christian said.
I just did. D'Angelo shot back as he rose and came over to Christian, hugging him.
I'm happy for you, man.
Thank you, Christian said, grinning. I am too, Angel said, squeezing in between the two hunters to get his hug in. Then they turned to me and hugged me as well, forcing me to rise from the chair to fully embrace him. I stepped back, then D'Angelo hugged me. It was brief. Our relationship was a work in progress, but I wasn't worried. Next were the women who hugged both Christian and me and congratulated us on our engagement. Finally, Sahil congratulated us. It was a great sensation. One I had wanted when I was human but felt I'd never have. One, because I was gay, and two, because I was a vampire under Nero. This was a dream come true for me.
Thank you, everyone,
Christian said. Taking me by the hand, he led me out of the living room and back to our bedroom. Once the door was closed, he gave me that look.
You know what I want to do to you, don't you?
I hope it's what you're planning to do to me for all eternity, I said as I lay back on the bed, legs spread wide, uninviting. We were engaged, with a wedding in our future. Not to mention a conversion. All of which could wait for as long as Christian needed. For now, taking pleasure in his arms was more than enough to keep me well satisfied.
Chapter 20. Christian. The weeks that followed were pure chaos as everyone in the compound tried to meld their worlds into a cohesive unit. It was about so much more than having an expanding group with vastly different personalities.
We now had two supernatural beings, a vampire and a warlock, living in our midst, and that was a big adjustment for everyone. Silas wouldn't be staying permanently, but none of us knew how long it would take for him to train Vixen, and the fop didn't seem in a hurry to leave anytime soon. So adjustments had to be made. At first, everyone tiptoed around during the day like they feared waking up Lorcan, until I pointed out the ridiculous pattern. "He sleeps like the dead," I teased when Meggie worried after shattering a coffee mug on the kitchen floor one morning. "I think you better worry more about upsetting your biggest fan. We don't want him to turn you into a toad or something." I tipped my head slightly to the right where Silas watched her from the kitchen table. I suspected his scrutiny was the reason for her sudden clumsiness. I gave him another month, 2 at most, before they gave in to the mutual attraction sparking between them.
"He sure is ballsy,"
Meggie whispered.
"Who shows up with a kitten as a gift without asking permission or finding out if anyone in the household is allergic?"
D'Angelo was pissed until he saw the way Vixen squealed in delight when Silas handed the black ball of fluff to her. "Every witch needs a black cat," he'd pompously said. His raised brow dared Dee to yank the purring kitten out of Vix's hands and send it away. "I think people who don't like cats are abnormal." "I like cats just fine," Dee had scoffed. "I just don't like their sneaky nature." "It's called mischievous," Angel corrected. "I give it a week before that little ball of fluff has you wrapped around its tiny paw." It only took 2 days for the kitten to whip Dee into shape. He followed my best friend everywhere on his first day in our house, earning the nickname Shadow. D'Angelo went to a local pet store the very next day and returned with a dozen or so toys for our new mascot. Of course, he claimed it was to keep the kitten busy and out of his hair, but we all knew better. Sahil adjusted well to living with his new family. Each day he became more relaxed, and he shared funny stories from his years of talking to ghosts, which freaked Dee the fuck out. Sometimes I thought Sahil's conversation with Magnus were to throw Dee off balance. The most amazing thing about Sahil moving in was how much he loved the antique business. He pored through the catalogs, detailing the origins of our inventory, and learned as much about the period as he could. Sahil moved nearly $10,000 of antiques in 2 weeks. Dee and I decided he was the perfect person to acquire more antiquities for our store. Sure, we used it as a cover for our true business, but that didn't mean we would turn down an opportunity to make it more profitable. The hardest part leading up to our wedding was having the conversation with my Genesis family about the drastic changes I was making in my life. I was sincere when I told Lorcan that I wanted him to turn me, but finding the courage to share that with Dee and the girls was much harder than I expected. It wasn't that I feared they would love me less, and I didn't doubt my decision because Lorcan was my mate and it was the best move for us. The issue was knowing that I would outlive the people I loved the most. I'd already done that once with my biological family, and it was the most painful thing I'd ever experienced. There was always a risk of one or more of us dying in our line of business, but living for eternity without Dee, Vixen, and Jinx as my sidekicks hurt me in ways I didn't expect. It reminded me that the chosen family was just as important as the biological one. D'Angelo sensed my struggle, of course, and was the one to broach the subject. In true Dee fashion, he did it with a sarcastic quip that got the conversation flowing. We were investigating a Wendigo sighting one morning when he casually said, "I guess I won't have to worry about your grumpy ass during morning investigations once you become a vampire. Or will you still be a dick when you crawl out of bed after the sun goes down?" The simple acceptance nearly brought tears to my eyes. "Probably," I joked to hide my riotous emotions. "I don't think I'll suddenly be cheerful upon waking." "I don't know," Dee hedged. "You and Lorcan will be on the same schedule, so that'll probably ease a bit of your grouchiness." "I guess we'll find out," I told him. "Guess we will," Dee said, hooking his arm around my shoulder and pulling me to him for a tight hug. "Finding your bonded mate is a gift, Christian. You must do everything in your power to honor it. You're doing the right thing.
and the girls and I could never love you less because of it. Thanks, Dee. That afternoon, I pulled Vixen, Jinx, and Meggie aside for the talk. I was stiff, unsure how to start the conversation. Vixen reached over and placed her hand on mine. Then Jinx and Meggie followed suit.
Nothing changes,
Vixen whispered through tears.
except we're going to start making Twilight and Dark Shadows references every time you turn around.
Meggie teased.
We love you, Chris. That won't change. Unless you get even more beautiful as a vampire,
Meggie added.
Then there will be serious resentment.
We talked for hours about the changes coming to our lives. I explained that I didn't fear the pain involved in turning, nor did I dread that my soul nourishment would become blood. I just hated that there would come a day when I'd have to say goodbye to them.
Let's live in the now,
Jinx suggested as she wiped a tear from her eyes.
Worrying about what'll happen decades in the future ruins the moments we share now. My wise woman,
Vixen said and leaned over and kissed Jinx. I'm gonna miss the sunrises and sunsets, I said wistfully. I'd spent a lot of time seeing as many as I could the past few weeks. Sunrises represented the joy of a new day, and sunsets were the hope for another one. I will ask that you embrace him for me. Afterward, it was time for me to wake my vampire, using his favorite method. I realized the energy that burned between us was brighter than any sunlight, and the sense of belonging I found in his arms held more serenity than 1,000 moons. He was my purpose, and postponing the inevitable created a potential for strife and resentment that no one needed. I was ready, but I wanted my turning to coincide with the most important night of my life. I wanted to do more than just tell Lorcan I was ready. I wanted to show him. I knew exactly what I wanted to do, so I called upon my friends, Alex and Roland, to help set his surprise in motion, because I had enough to handle with making sure our wedding went off without a hitch. I thought we'd have a small affair like Dee and Angel, but marrying the Vampire King was a big fucking deal, and our wedding must befit his status. Lorcan snickered when I told him about the cleansing ceremonies we'd undergo for the spiritual bonding ceremony. No amount of herb soap and a milk bath will cleanse more than a century of debauchery. He teased me the night before our wedding. It's not really about wiping the slate clean, I told him as I walked him to our bedroom door. We're making our union as pure as it can be. I chuckled when he snorted. It's no sillier than the fake birth certificate you procured so we could be legally married by a priest. My Catholic family would be proud, Lorcan told me. The Stan Mansion venue we've chosen is befitting a king, I told him. The regal building did resemble a castle with its rounded turrets and opulent interior. I saw the strain that the transition to power had caused my mate, and didn't argue with his need for a large formal wedding. He'd battled and won his throne fair and square, and he would proudly reign with me by his side. So I sacrificed the intimate wedding I wanted for the lavish affair that Lorcan needed. I don't see why we must sleep apart, Lorcan pouted. It's silly for you to go to sleep on the couch in the den when we have our large bed on the other side of this door. It's just wrong for you to show up tomorrow reeking of sex with your ass filled with my cum, I told him, tracing a finger over his high cheekbones. We're having our cleansing baths tomorrow before the wedding, and I can swallow your cum. Problem solved. Lorcan used his super speed and strength to open the door and carry me to our bed. It was hard to deny him what he wanted when I felt just as needy. Besides, there was nothing traditional about a vampire marrying a human. I didn't sleep on the couch in the den that night, and I made sure my scent was strong enough that no soap or bath water would wash it off his skin. Are you ready, Chris? D'Angelo asked when he walked into the room. Alex said Lorcan is pacing the floors. I smiled at the image that popped into my mind. He's nervous? Excited, Dee clarified. I'm ready. Let me go tell Father Thomas, and I'll be right back. Rather than either of us walking down the long aisle, Lorcan and I both got ready for our ceremony in the rooms on either side of the altar. D'Angelo returned to my private room, but he wasn't alone. Father Thomas followed him into the room and softly shut the door. "Christian, I just wanted a private moment with you before we begin." I'd expected Father Thomas to reject my request to officiate our wedding since I was marrying a supernatural being, but he readily agreed. In fact, he seemed pleased. Had he changed his mind? Is something wrong? "No, my son. Everything is right." I admit that the priest's answer caught me off guard. "You seem surprised." "I am, Father," I explained. "I'm marrying a vampire, and I thought it was against your religion." The man chuckled. "Joining two souls who belong together is my religion. I could sense that you were on edge during rehearsal, and I wanted to put your mind at ease. At no point during the ceremony will I douse your soon-to-be husband with holy water. My motives are pure, and there's no trickery involved here." "Thank you, Father. That does help me a lot." "I'll see you at the altar, my son." After he left, I gave D'Angelo another tight hug, then took my place by the door. When the symphony reached a certain part in the song, it was my cue to open the door and walk toward the altar. I'd heard we had upwards of 500 guests at the ceremony, but I could only see one resplendent in a midnight black tuxedo. I kept my eyes locked on Lorcan's the entire time we recited the words that Father Thomas spoke. The love I saw in his shimmering green eyes stole my breath away. My eyes moistened in return, and Lorcan lovingly wiped away the single tear that spilled down my cheek. "Are we to the part where I get to kiss my husband?" Lorcan asked through our connection in the break between the traditional and spiritual ceremonies. "Soon, my love." After the prayers were recited, gods thanked and souls bound for eternity, I got to claim my husband's lips in the sweetest kiss. Only after we parted did I become aware that we were standing in front of a crowd. Luckily, only the people in our circle were celebrating our marriage in a private reception back at the compound. After a delicious meal and our first dance as husbands, our friends presented us with a gift, even though we told them we didn't want anything. Vixen handed me a small box wrapped in ivory and adorned with a pinkish-orange bow that reminded me of a sunrise. D'Angelo handed me a card that had Lorcan's and my names written on it. The front of the card depicted a beautiful sunrise over an ocean, and on the inside was written, "This is a gift to you from all of us, so that you never have to miss another sunrise." At first I thought they meant I would only have to look at the card when I started to miss the sun, until Lorcan unwrapped the box while I held it in the palm of my hand. "Are these what I think they are?" Lorcan asked in awe. "But how?" I traced my finger over one of the platinum rings adorned with an amber stone on top. "What are they?" I asked.
"We call them sunrise rings," Vixen said. "Silas helped me create 'em, so you'll always be able to walk in the sun as long as you wear them. No more missed sunrises, sunsets, or anything in between."
I handed the box to my husband and pulled Vixen into a fierce hug. "Thank you so much, Vix." "Vix," Lorcan said, cupping her face in his hands. "Did you know how long it's been since I've seen the sun rise or set?" Emotion clogged his throat, robbing him of speech for a few seconds. "More than 100 years too long. Thank you for this amazing gift."
"You both are very welcome,"
she said.
"They'll come in handy on your honeymoon."
"Honeymoon?" Lorcan asked. "What honeymoon?" "I was planning on surprising you," I said.
"I'm so sorry."
Vic said, then covered her mouth.
I thought you were going to tell him last night.
I'd meant to, and I had the tickets and itinerary in my pocket, but he distracted me. Excuse us while we go have the conversation now.
Christian,
Lorcan said excitedly as I led him to my office.
As much as I want to leave on a honeymoon with you,
I cut him off by pressing my lips against his. Roland and Alex have assured me that they can take care of vampire business while I take you away for a honeymoon. You'll only be a call away, and we can come back if an emergency arises that needs the king's direct involvement. Lorcan's eyes softened with love for me.
I'm sure they can handle things for a week.
Try 2 weeks, I said sheepishly. Lorcan gasped.
2 weeks?
I'm taking you to Ireland to enjoy our first few weeks as husbands. I cupped his face with my hand. Our secluded castle would also be an excellent place to take the next step for our future. His eyes widened in surprise, but he looked almost hesitant to believe.
What are you saying, Christian?
I'm ready to become a vampire, Lorcan.
Chapter 21. Lorcan. I was standing on the balcony of our beautiful countryside hotel, overlooking the gorgeous mountains and hills of Ireland, covered in the lush greenery that was so vibrant in color. Colors I hadn't seen in over a century, under the bright light of the sun. I had always wanted to visit Ireland, the birthplace of my father, but Nero had refused. Not only that, but negotiating travel to this lovely country with the current vampire sovereign, Cyril, had been impossible anyway under Nero's rule. But now I was the new sovereign, though Cyril was a little hesitant at first, according to Alex, who'd made the arrangements to allow Christian and me entry. However, with some vampire diplomacy on his part, he was able to get Chris and me 2 weeks of vacation time in this beautiful country. I was looking forward to exploring my father's homeland, and 2 weeks was more than I'd ever hoped for, especially getting to experience all of this during the day and night. God, I'd never been happier. I felt the tears flow down my cheeks as I leaned against the railing to get a closer look at the gorgeousness before me.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Christian asked as he slipped his arms around my waist, pulling me back against his chest and holding me closer.
It is,
I said, smiling. I could feel his heart beating against my back, smell his blood flowing through his veins, blood that would be soon flowing into me, then mine would flow into him. The fact that he was willing to become a vampire to be with me forever. I had no words. It meant that he loved me more than life itself. That's what it meant. I would have accepted Christian in any form he chose. Had he wanted to remain human, I would have still loved him until the day he died. But then, what would have happened to me afterward? Could I have continued to live without him in my life? What is life worth after losing the other half of your soul? Dios mío, I didn't want to think about it. I just wanted to cherish the man who held me in his arms and make this night as special to him as it was to me. I reached behind me, stroking Christian's beard. He had it lined up perfectly for our wedding. It was good that he did all his grooming just the way he wanted to look. Once he became a vampire, he would always look this young. His hair would grow back to the length it was now if he cut it, give or take a week or two, depending on how much he'd cut. I loved his beard, so I hoped he'd never cut it, or at least rarely. I loved everything about him. The thick patch of hair on his chest that I enjoyed running my fingers through as I rode him hard and fast, or sometimes sweet and slow, depending on my mood. This was my man, my hunter, my mate, and we were about to embark on another journey. that would lead to us spending an eternity together. I didn't know which one of us was more nervous, him or me. I'd never met a human I wanted to turn. Alex, my brother. I turned because I loved him, and I wanted to save his life and keep my family with me. He was the only family I had left. I turned 11 other humans into vampires, because I'd been ordered to by Nero to help grow his vampire army. It was required by all vampires to have at least one fledgling, and the older the vampire, the more they had to procreate. At least once every 10 years. As for those I turned, some I had a friendly relationship with. Others, not so much, as it's not guaranteed fledgling and sire will have a loving relationship. I didn't with Nero. And 7 out of the 12 I turned were handpicked by Nero after all, and wanted to kill humans. They hated that I wouldn't allow it in my regency. Other regents did, when it was on the sly and could be covered up. Roland was just as strict as I was. He didn't allow any killings, which was why I had no problem making him a regent of my old district. Part of my job when I was regent was to make sure quotas were met. I also had to approve turnings if a vampire wanted to sire another but wasn't required to at the time. We had to monitor our population in this world. That was one of the rules I would probably change ever so slightly. We had to keep our army strong, so we wouldn't be open for attack, but I don't think I'd require as many turnings as Nero did.
"What are you thinking about?"
Christian asked. His question pulled me out of my reverie. I chuckled.
"Work." Jesus Christ, am I losing my touch already? We're on our honeymoon and you're thinking about work?
I laughed outright then. My thoughts wandered from how beautiful this vision is to how special this night will be, to how our world will be once we return home, the changes we will make together. Christian kissed my temple.
"I can't wait, baby."
I was also thinking about how often I've turned a human into a vampire, I said.
"Oh? How often is that?"
Christian asked. 12 times, with Alex being my first. He was the only one I wanted to turn, and I did so out of love. 11 others were to fulfill my duty to Nero. They are scattered throughout the districts, and only 4 of them really care about me as their friend. The others, well, they'll obey my command, but we aren't close. I'll put it that way. I said, then turned around, wrapping my arms around his neck as I peered up into his handsome face. Tonight, you will be the second I'll turn out of love. I love you, Christian.
"I love you too, Mr. Wolf,"
Christian said with a smile so dashing it could charm the most temperamental cobra out of its hiding spot. "Mr. Kennedy Wolf, fine sir," I corrected playfully, then kissed him.
"I just love that you took my last name,"
Christian said once our kiss was broken. "I let you claim me in every way you could, just as I claimed you," I said, hugging him. This was really happening, and if you told me I'd be this content 2 months ago, I would have rolled my eyes and laughed in your face. I would have been wrong, as corny as the sentiment is. Fairy tales can come true. I don't want to waste this day. Let's go explore, I said, pulling away.
"Oh, but the bed, it looks so comfortable,"
Christian pouted. I looked back inside our castle room, seeing the large bed in the back. It was quite the sight. I turned back to Christian. "Are you sleepy?" I teased. I knew what he wanted.
"No, I'm horny,"
he said, getting right down to business. I couldn't help myself. I burst into a fit of laughter. He was serious as hell about getting in that bed.
"I don't see what's so funny.
My dick has been hard since we got off the plane, Christian stated. All I could think about was getting you to this room and having my way with you until the sun set. I grabbed him by the collar of his jacket and pulled him in for another kiss. I loved the way his lips felt against mine. The connection we shared sparked to life every time we touched. It was electric. I pulled back, smiling at him, and then took his left hand in my own. The platinum rings on our fingers were one of the most precious gifts I'd ever received. To be able to enjoy the sunlight on my face again after over a century of only darkness. Still, I was left speechless as I looked at them. But even more wonderful was how Christian didn't have to give it up. His life could be much like it was, and that was important to me. I knew what he was sacrificing by becoming a vampire, and these rings took a lot of that sacrifice away. God bless those witches. I looked up at Christian. We have time to enjoy the country, I suppose. Let's break in that bed. Christian grinned. That's what I'm talking about. He scooped me up, taking me by surprise, and carried me into the room. We walked past our luggage toward the big bed in the back of our suite. Once I was on the bed, Christian was pulling off his clothes, and I started to do the same. We probably wouldn't be wearing clothes until tomorrow. No sooner than I was naked, he was back on me, kissing and licking all the parts of me that made me moan uncontrollably. Oh, baby, yeah. I purred as he took my cock into his mouth. I loved how he kept my fingers intertwined with his as he sucked and licked on my cock, making me feel the most exquisite pleasure. My eyes rolled up in my head as I arched on the bed, relishing every sensation. I can't get enough of you, Lorcan. Christian panted, then went back to proving his words with action. I feel the same way about you, Christian. Mi corazón, I said, then moaned again. I had to have him in my mouth as well. I wanted to hear him moan in pleasure too. I reached down and pulled him up onto the bed, then forced him on his back. He chuckled when I positioned myself over his face, and we both moaned as we took each other into our mouths. I worshipped his hardened flesh as I stroked my fist around his shaft. When I pulled back to tease his head, a drop of pre-cum squirted from his slit. Not only could I smell his arousal, but it was very evident. I lapped at his pre-cum, savoring the flavor, and he shuddered with pleasure. Oh, God, baby, you know how to drive me crazy. Then he flipped me over and pushed my legs back, exposing my hole. I loved how aggressive he was. I needed a man like him to match me. He dove down and I gasped when he slipped his tongue inside of my ass. He was amazing. I could tell he loved rimming, probably could do it for hours. I let him too because I was beside myself with pleasure as he tongue-fucked me. The little stabs and flicks were just too much of a tease. I had to have him inside of me. All of him. Fuck me, Hunter, I growled in my lust-filled haze. I was so hot underneath my skin, I felt like my blood was boiling. The only thing to cool me off was the cock of my mate and his cum. Hell yeah! Christian rose up, grinning as he aimed, then pushed his cock inside my spit-slicked hole. Ah! I gasped and arched as I gripped his shoulders. He was deep inside me, making me feel so full and complete. Give it to me, I begged. Christian didn't need the encouragement. He was already working me over, banging my walls with his cock like a pro. The sex between us just seemed to get better and better, and I didn't even know how that was possible. He blew my mind the first time we ever had sex, and he just continued to keep taking me to new plateaus. The bed rocked steadily as we made love. Made love? Yes, that's what we were doing. Making our love grow with every stroke, lick and kiss, with every tender caress and embrace. I began to feel the heat inside of me grow hotter. My cock stiffened even more, and before I knew it, I was screaming Christian's name as thick ropes of cum flew from my slit. Christian's muscles grew taut, and he roared as he came, filling me with his load. I wanted it all, every drop. I loved the look of pure enjoyment and satisfaction on his face as he relished his orgasm. I could look at him like that forever. And I shall. He collapsed on top of me, panting hard, as was I. Finally, the coolness of the air enveloped us, and we drifted off to sleep. I woke up first and smiled when I saw Christian still draped over me, his cock soft but still inside me. I rolled him over, and when I did, he began to wake up. "Are you okay?" he asked. I nodded. "I'm fine. We slept the whole day away. It's nightfall," I said, gesturing toward the window. Christian turned and looked to see the moon in the sky. "It's just as pretty as the day." "It is. But now, we don't have to choose." I wiggled my finger with the ring on it. He smiled. "I love that you can have the day again, baby. And I love that you don't have to lose it." I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I didn't want to seem too anxious, but I was ready to claim my man for all eternity. Chris took my hand in his, kissing the back of it. "I'm ready," he said, removing all doubt and easing my tension. "Are you sure?" I asked just to be certain. This was a big step. "There's no going back after this." He nodded. "I know. I'm ready." He bared his neck, exposing his jugular, but that's not where I wanted to bite him. I rose up so that his cock could slide out of my ass. Then I moved down between his legs. He was looking down at me, grinning like the kinky bastard I knew he was. He cried out in a mixture of pain and pleasure when I sank my fangs into the artery on his inner thigh. I rubbed my hands over his thighs and stomach as I fed. Oh, Christian's blood. It was the elixir of gods. He didn't taste like normal humans, and I was savoring every sip like the ambrosia it was. He had no idea what his blood did to me. A vampire with less control wouldn't be able to restrain themselves from trying to take it all. He squirmed on the bed, indulging in the sensation of my feeding. His hard cock brushed against my cheek, the friction no doubt adding to my man's ecstasy. He groaned louder as he came from my bite, his hot cum squirting from his slit and sliding down my cheek. Some of it got in my hair, but I didn't care. I pulled away, licking the wound and my lips. The moment had come. He was near death. I climbed up the length of his body, then cradled his head in my hand. "Drink, Christian," I coaxed after I slid my flesh above my left nipple. I pressed his face to the wound, making sure his mouth was right on it. The blood coated his lips, but soon he opened his mouth. I felt the brush of his tongue, lightly at first, then more greedily. Eventually he locked his mouth to the wound and began to suck for dear life. As he drained me, he wrapped his arm around my body, holding me closer to him. I embraced him, resting my cheek on his head. I moaned as I felt my blood leave my body while it flowed into Christian's, strengthening him, making him even more powerful. It was bonding us in ways we weren't bonded before. The sensation didn't hurt. In fact, it felt amazing, orgasmic, but it was also leaving me weak, dizzy. It was a strange combination to be experiencing, but one I was accustomed to. I let him drink from me until I had to push him away. I didn't want to be too weak to help him during his transition. With barely enough strength left in my limbs, I forced him from the wound. He fell back on the bed, his eyes dazed as he stared back at me with a look of hunger in his expression. I knew it wasn't just hunger for blood. He wanted sex, too. It would have to wait. The look of lust was replaced by the pain I knew he was going through. His body was dying and at the same time locking his human soul inside forever. I reached out to him, holding him. "It's okay, Christian. It's just like we discussed. Don't try to fight it. You can't. Let it happen. And when you wake up, you'll be a vampire and will be bonded forever. I said to him, I love you, Christian said through gritted teeth. I love you too, I said, then kissed his forehead. His body went limp in my arms as he released his last breath of air. He was dead, for all intents and purposes. I laid him down and kissed his lips. He'd awaken tomorrow night and would need to feed for the first time. For now, I had to take care of myself. I took a quick shower, got dressed, then went hunting. I did spend some time sightseeing, but not too much. I wanted to get back to Christian. He looked to be resting so peacefully on the bed. I decided to clean the dried blood off his lips and chin. I wiped the dried cum from him as well, then climbed in the bed next to him and went to sleep. I was awake before Christian and was ready for him to rise. When he finally opened his gorgeous blue eyes, I felt my heart skip a beat. I put my hand on his chest to calm him, as first rise can be a little jarring. I'm here, baby, I said. It's done? He asked me. The look of uncertainty on his face was a little alarming. I hoped he wasn't having second thoughts. I nodded. It is? Are you okay? I asked. Christian sat up and took my hand off his chest, but held it in his own. I am. I feel like myself, but different at the same time. That will pass once you get used to the changes. You'll be able to sense things you couldn't before, I said. Blood. I think I can smell it, he said. You can. It's the other people in the castle. You can tone it down, I'll teach you. But you will always be able to smell the blood of humans, I said. All of this I had discussed with him prior. I didn't want him to have any surprises. I don't want to kill Lorcan, he said. I shook my head. I won't let you lose control. You need to feed Christian, but I'll be there watching over you, I promised. He nodded and climbed out of the bed. I need to shower. I can smell our cum all over my body. I tried to clean you up a bit, but yeah, a shower is needed. Do you need my help? I asked. He shook his head. I'll be quick. I'm too hungry to even think about sex. Well, that was shocking. That's the first time I've heard that. But I was just offering to help you. It wasn't a sexual invitation. Well, not this time. Christian smirked, then walked into the bathroom. He was in and out in 5 minutes, so I knew he was serious about feeding. He was dressed in another few minutes and ready to leave. I took him to a bar that catered to vampires. Cyril had been quite adamant that I frequent these places while I was here. But if I did hunt the residents, I was not to kill them, nor in his territory. I knew it was more a vampire territorial thing than actually caring about the humans. I wanted to take Christian to a vamp-friendly establishment, because I felt he'd adjust better after having fed from one. It'll be easier for him to feed for the first time from a human who wanted to be fed on. I had called and made my reservation hours ago, and now we were sitting in a very comfortable booth in a room that was big enough for maybe 6 people to have an orgy in it. Are you nervous? I asked him, because he was rubbing his hands up and down the length of his thighs. A little. You can tell, huh? I can. Don't be. It's going to be okay, baby, I said to him telepathically. He looked at me and smiled. I'm with you, so I'm already okay. Better than, in fact. I kissed him, but it was cut short once the door to our private feeding room opened. Hello, handsome gentleman. I'm Isaac. Which one of you do I have the pleasure of feeding? Or is it both? Said the very attractive young male who entered. He was shirtless, save the leather collar around his neck. He was also wearing a pair of leather pants and shoes. On top of having bee-stung lips, he was a ginger with green eyes. I bet he was in popular demand. Holy fuck, this is some weird shit, Christian murmured. Oh, he a virgin? Isaac asked. It's his first feeding, I stated. Isaac smiled as he approached us. Then he knelt down in front of Christian. Don't worry. I love being bitten. It's okay. Go on. Feed on me. Make me come. The bold human stated. Of course, I was used to all of this. It was my world. In the past, Christian had scoffed at such things, but now he had to embrace it. I knew it would take some getting used to. I reached over, taking the collar off the human as if I were ripping the seal off a meal package. I'm not sure I can do this, Christian said. I knew it was all in his psyche, that old mindset he used to have. Just don't think about it. Let your nature guide you, Christian, I said. Then I cradled the back of his head and began to push him toward the waiting human with his exposed throat. Open your mouth and let your fangs free. The human moaned while Christian's mouth touched his flesh. Yes, that's it. My blood smells good. Wait until you taste it. I may be negative. I knew he was. I'd paid a nice price for the rarity. I wanted Christian to have the best meal. Drink, Christian. I heard Christian growl in his hunger, and when the human gasped, I knew he'd struck. As he began to feed, he wrapped his arms around the male. I knew he loved every drop of blood he drank. It was inevitable. Slow down, baby. Savor it, I said as I stroked his hair. He took my advice after I repeated it once more and slowed down the pace with which he sucked the blood. His level of control was no doubt accredited to his training as a hunter. Most newborns would have serious trouble savoring the blood and drawing out the pleasure of feeding on the first time. I was impressed. The human, of course, was lost in the ecstasy our venom and the draining created. No doubt a newborn's feeding was special. I did stop Christian before he took too much. The human got off like he wanted, leaving quite a load in his pants, and when Christian pulled away, he let the male go. Holy shit! The human panted in pure bliss. He fell back a little, supporting himself with his hands. That was so fucking hard and intense. Oh! He quaked and reached between his legs, giving his package a nice squeeze. Oh, God! Christian moaned in ecstasy. He fell back against the booth. His eyes closed as he licked the blood from his lips. Damn, he looked so fucking sexy. And he was all mine. Delicious, isn't it? I asked Christian. He nodded, but was still reeling from it all. I chuckled because I knew what he was going through. Soon he'd be a pro and wouldn't need my help. I looked at the human who was now crawling to his feet. Thank you. If you could leave us, I said. The way Christian looked, I just had to have him. Yes, sir, the human said. He climbed to his feet, then stumbled, ever so carefully, out of our room. I climbed on top of Christian, ripping his shirt open. I didn't care that I'd ruined it. Now that I have you all to myself, I'm never letting you go. He smiled at me. You better not. When we kissed, it felt like an inferno swirled all around us. I felt him in every fiber of my body, and I knew he felt the same. This was our life forever. We were going to have one hell of a honeymoon. Epilogue. Vega, you don't look so good to me, and I needed answers. I just didn't know who I could trust to ask. I felt dizzy all the time, like my equilibrium was seriously fucked up and huge chunks of time were missing. I thought about seeing my family doctor, but I had a feeling a medical doctor wouldn't be able to help me.
How long have we been partners, Miguel?
Uh-oh. She said my first name in the same tone she used on her 6-year-old son, Ryan. We'd be okay as long as she didn't start that sweetie pie crap she used with her husband. 10 years?
Almost 11.
She corrected, sounding more like a wife than a partner.
Don't lie to me. You've been off for a few weeks now.
It was longer than a few weeks, but I was better at hiding it before. Exhaustion caught up to me, and I wouldn't be able to keep holding the questions at bay. Everyone in my department was giving me a wide berth like they thought I was contagious. I think it's just the cold, Lottie. I just need a decent night of sleep and good cold medicine.
You do look sweaty and feverish.
Let's head into the antique store and conduct our interview. I don't expect to get a straight answer tonight, but we can at least let these people know we're watching them. Maybe they'll trip up and lead us to the answers we need.
You're like a dog with a bone when it comes to the people who work at things of the past. What is it about them?
Gut feeling. I replied when the customer who'd arrived at the same time we did left the store, leaving only the employees inside. It was the same gut feeling that told me I was so fucked up that no one would be able to help me. The sooner we talk to Allison Gerber, the sooner I get back to bed. I'm sure I'll feel better after a weekend off. Of course, there was no such thing in police work. I opened the driver's door of our police-issued Dodge Charger and climbed out. The job didn't pay well, but at least they gave us a sweet ride. I waited on the sidewalk for Carlotta to join me. I tipped my head back and breathed deeply, hoping to find the balance that seemed to be out of my grasp lately. I'd always had a sixth sense about people and things. There was something very different about the owners of things of the past and his employees.
I can make you some chicken soup,
Carlotta said. I plastered the most vibrant smile I could muster on my face, but I could tell by her grimace that I wasn't fooling her. I'd rather eat a bowl of rusty nails.
Now why'd you have to go and be so damn mean for?
She asked.
Here I was, being all nice and shit.
Save it for when I really need it, Lottie. The look on her face said the time was upon us, even if I was unwilling to admit it. After you, I said, gesturing to the door seconds before I opened it. Lottie was one hell of a fierce police officer and didn't need anyone opening doors for her. She kicked the fuckers down and demanded a place at the table. Still, it was a sign of respect as deeply ingrained as me as my dislike of the mushrooms she added to her chicken noodle soup.
Oh, wow,
Lottie said, looking around the store.
There are so many pretty and unique things. Can I help you?
Said a sweet voice. I turned my head and locked gazes with the stunning redhead who'd sold me the clock I'd given my mother.
Oh, hello, Detective Vega. It's so nice to see you again.
Her smile didn't meet her eyes, though.
Are you well?
Lottie snickered beside me. I'm fine. Megan, is it?
Yes, but everyone calls me Maggie.
She replied.
Are you looking to buy another gift for your mom, or another special lady in your life?
I started to answer, but movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. I turned and locked eyes with the most beautiful man I'd ever seen. He jerked to a stop and stared at me just as intently as I did him. I felt something wash over me. Peace? Belonging? What the ever-loving fuck was going on with me? The man looked to be from the Middle East. I'd guess Indian descent. His closely cut black curly hair, midnight eyes, and full lips that spread into a timid smile did funny things to my stomach. If I didn't know better, I'd say it was butterflies.
Or special guy,
Maggie added. She must have seen my gobsmacked reaction to the employee. Is he new? I asked Maggie.
Yes, Sahil has only worked here for 6 weeks or so.
I looked back in Sahil's direction and noticed that he hadn't budged from the spot where I first saw him, but he appeared to be having an animated conversation with himself. Why the hell was I always attracted to the crazy ones? At least his action shook me out of my stunned stupor.
Maggie,
Lottie said.
can you tell me if Alison Gerber is working today? I don't know an Alison Gerber,
Maggie replied. I could tell by her expression that she was telling me the truth. My internal lie detector was an innate gift that really came in handy in my line of duty. I pulled my cell phone out of my pocket and showed her the mugshot we had on file that matched the fingerprints on a shard of smashed plastic near an elementary school that had been at the scene of... I wanted to say a crime, but I couldn't prove that the law was broken. Hundreds of children, parents, and teachers had fallen ill at the same time, but not a single one of them could explain what happened. It was like they'd been caught up in a time warp or something weird. When we canvassed the surrounding area, I found a crushed electrical object that appeared to be made from plastic and glass. When I saw the wiring, I first thought they were bomb fragments, but no sharp projectiles or explosive chemicals were detected. I'd sent the pieces to the state crime lab, and they were inconveniently misplaced for nearly 6 months. When the results came back, I immediately recognized the face that went with the fingerprints, even though the mugshot was taken when she was only 18 years old. Maybe this will help, I said, holding the phone where Maggie could see it.
Oh, that's Jinx. I never thought to ask if that was a nickname or not. It just seemed to fit her.
Maggie was talking faster, almost to the point of rambling. She was nervous, but would she outright lie for her friend? We'd like to speak to Jinx, I told Maggie. Using Allison's nickname seemed to ease her tension a little.
Let me go see if she's back from her lunch run. I'll be right back.
I watched her disappear through the same door Sahil had entered from a few minutes before. I also noticed that he was nowhere in sight. Other than the security cameras aimed at us, we appeared to be alone.
I saw you checking out the cutie,
Lottie said.
You can't be that sick. Maybe he's what you need to feel better.
God, how I wish it were that simple. I wish it were a case of blue balls making me black out and wake up covered in sweat, dirt, or like that morning, buck-ass naked with hands covered in blood as well as dry leaves stuck to bloody smears on my legs. Whose blood? I hadn't picked anyone up. I hadn't left the house. I sure as hell hadn't gone out and killed someone. Right? I gripped the counter as another wave of dizziness washed over me.
Miguel, are you okay? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? I've never seen anyone's face turn that sickly color of gray before. Partner, what's going on with you?
I wish I knew, Lottie, I said hoarsely.
Detectives?
Maggie said when she reappeared. I glanced up and noticed that she wasn't alone.
You're here to ask me some questions, detectives?
Alison Jinx Gerber asked. She sounded calmer than I would have expected, but then again, she had no idea why we were there. I suspected that was all about to change. This concludes Circle of Trust by Nicholas Bella and Amy Nicole Walker. Narrated by Joel Leslie. Copyright 2018 by Amy Nicole Walker and Nicholas Bella. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Amy Nicole Walker and Nicholas Bella and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.